Check. Check one. You know what time it is, comma.
Check.
So come join us. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are live. I am just checking a few things. Welcome to Friday Live at 5 from the bottom of the rabbit hole with your boy BG. That's me, for free every Friday, sharing knowledge with you guys. Now, on my end, I had some legitimate technical difficulties. I'm still working them out to the best of my knowledge. We are going to have a guest here today. There's no question about that. I've put in too much time to make this work. How's it going, everybody? We are live at 5 here today to talk about all things in the world. I'm going to take a few minutes here at the beginning because as our special guest, Mr. Steve LaFontaine, is getting a few things ready himself, I wanted to come on and join everybody and say hello. How are we doing out there today in YouTube, Facebook, from the bottom of the rabbit hole.com world, wherever you may be watching? I'm having a great day, obviously. I've been extremely busy this morning trying to set this up with some brand new technology, as you're going to get a little preview of it here. This is where our special guest will be. Let's see. This is also where our special guest will be when we go live. That looks a little bit more confusing now than it needs to, but I promise you there's a reason. Also, too, we're going to be able to watch some videos with our special guest when we go live here today. So, first, I want to just start off talking on behalf of myself. Today was an interesting morning because something happened that doesn't always happen, which is one of my comments here. One of my Facebook posts got brigaded somehow by a large number of people that are not on my friends list that all came in overnight and decided to spam my posts. So basically, I spent the entire morning just shutting everyone down, letting them know that they were just, again, preaching the propaganda. They were attempting to discredit people personally instead of discrediting the arguments that they were making, which is very important. You can discredit me personally all you want. I make it pretty fucking easy a lot of the time, to be honest with you. You know, it's very easy to discredit me. It's not so easy to discredit the words that come out of my mouth. Not so easy to discredit the things that I say, which is important. Remember that. Because it doesn't matter where information comes from. It matters whether or not you are able to disprove information. Disproving the source of the information does nothing. Discrediting, I should say. But discrediting the information itself, now that's a bit more difficult. So I was dealing with that quite a bit. Obviously here, live on Friday, you know, we've had a ton of stuff happen during the week to talk about. Kamala Harris being Joe Biden's vice presidential pick. Feel free to tell me how you feel about that. Drop a comment in. I don't know how things are going today or what the deal is here. You know, if you guys have any comments, if anyone's been making a comment and I'm not seeing it and it's not coming up, then by all means, you know, feel free to let me know that as well. Because again, I'm having a bit of an issue with that myself. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. If someone wants to make a comment just to let me know to see if it's working, I'd absolutely love that. Mary, hello. I'm glad to see you dropped a GIF into the video chat. Unfortunately, the GIF is not going to come up. I'm not seeing anything like that. So again, I myself now am trying to fix all these issues. I definitely had some technical issues today, no doubt about that. We're working through these. Here we go. J Jakes, yo, comment check 1 2 1 2. I like it. Showing up on screen. If someone, these are both Facebook comments. I love it. Test. We are live. We are on Facebook. They're working good. If someone's on YouTube and they want to drop a comment in to see if it works, that would be great. But as of right now, we know that we're live. We got comments. We're pumping. We're flowing. You guys, if you want to like the stream and share the stream, this is going to be special because I have a guest today. It's not just me talking and rambling and raving and getting emotional. I'm going to have someone else here, probably one of the most calm thinkers and calm people to discuss things with, because he is not nearly as emotional as I am when it comes to this stuff, to say the very least. And you guys are going to find out for yourself. A gentleman named Steve LaFontaine, good, long, close personal friend of mine for a very long time. Someone who has showed me many of the ways of the world. I'm actually going to go ahead right now and take a check here. See if he's in the chat. Nope, we're still waiting for him to come on and join us here. He's getting himself situated. Like I said, man, I say it every week. I'm doing this live, man. I'm not a professional AV guy. The fact that I've got this stream looking like it does is a fucking miracle. The fact that I'm able to sit here and play videos with you guys and talk over them is a fucking miracle. And the fact that I'm about to add somebody here to be a guest on this fucking show is a goddamn miracle in the most pure sense of the word. So I'm very appreciative of that. We're just waiting on Steve to get in. But again, man, you know, a bunch of crazy stuff. You might not have heard about it unless you peruse Facebook. But a young boy about 5 years old was shot. You probably haven't heard about it because the victim was white. The perpetrator was a black man. Obviously, that does not fit the media narrative. It goes to show that they don't just talk about terrible crimes. They talk about terrible crimes that suit their narrative. There are still people that are in denial of this fact. Here we go. Hello from YouTube. I love it. I love it. It's not coming up on my inside chat here. Hold on, but it is going to come up on the screen, which is all that matters. That's the priority here. Bang. Here we go. Thank you for what you do. Daniel Marshall, thank you for what you do, my friend. Thank you, because all I'm doing is talking. I'm trying to inspire you guys to let you know you're not alone. We're all in this together. This is all of our country. This is all of our freedom. We're here representing this together, fighting to remain a free country, which is extremely, extremely important. I can't overstate how important it is that we remain free in this country. Mary, I saw that baby boy. My heart breaks for his family. Absolutely as well. I feel the same way. It's terrible. And the fact of the matter is, you know, the reality of the situation is that one isolated incident is just part of a larger problem, which is that there are people murdered every day, folks. Every day. All races of people killing other races of people. You know, it's not even the fact that they're making such a big deal about this young, white, innocent 5-year-old boy who did nothing wrong, shot at point-blank range by allegedly a family friend. With friends like that, you don't need enemies. Shot outside of his home. And you don't hear about it. But there's also hundreds of other murders you don't hear about. Actual crime. Because if they talked about crime on the news, you wouldn't think police are bad. Look at the news in the year 2020. The only people they talk bad about are Trump, politicians who support Trump, police. Those are your criminals according to the news today. There is no more crime in the streets. There is no more people committing crime. People who loot and riot and loot buildings are peaceful protesters. Don't you understand the image that we're painting here? Kamala Harris pretending to be a moderate when she's far left. Yeah, absolutely that. Same thing with Joe Biden. Joe Biden's a puppet, but he already signed that manifesto with Bernie Sanders, which is more radical left than even Bernie was. So we are in for a socialist future. And I have something that we're going to talk about when Steve gets on about the potential aftermath of the direction that this election could possibly go in. But I want to wait to have my guest here, which is very important to me. I'm going to go ahead and kind of send him a little wake-up call of, hey, bud, where you at? So give me 1 second here. Like I said, man, we're live. Where you at? All right, so we're waiting on our guest to come join us. He's going to be joining us via telephone today, as opposed to the usual sense where we'd be able to get him on the computer. Quite frankly, because equipment did not permit us to be able to do the chat any differently. So if you see me looking to the left here, that's because that's where I have you full screen. That's where the when we watch a video, my focus is going to be directed that way. We are going to have some videos today. We are going to have some conversations. Steve is going to be live with us shortly. Joe Biden won't even take questions from the media. He's only allowed to read off script. Did anyone expect anything different, though? That's the issue. Did we expect anything different? And me personally, I did not. Good news, my COVID test came back negative. Hell yes, Jay Jakes. He's coming down to the RI. And just so you know, listen to this lovely sound. This show is brought to you by Coke, not a sponsor, but Coca-Cola gives me the caffeine I need for the energy to be able to pump it forth for you each and every Friday, live at 5. Ice cold. And also not a sponsor, presented to you by the most important beverage there is, ice cold water. It has no negative health effects. Much like hydroxychloroquine, if you prescribe the correct dosage, not a lethal dosage like 200 milligrams, like in those bullshit fake science studies that were rigged to get the results that they wanted, which is that hydroxychloroquine is not an effective treatment because it's so inexpensive. But we're not here to talk about hydroxychloroquine. I've been doing that all morning with the people that brigaded my Facebook page. Which, by the way, one of them admitted to me that my post was shared within a group. So if you are sharing my posts within a group, thank you. Thank you for allowing more dissent and more people with countering opinions to come onto my Facebook page, because you can't prove people wrong if nobody tests you. You can't win a fight if nobody stands up and puts their hands up. Jay Jakes was looking into adrenochrome. That shit is crazy. Abso-fucking-lutely, it's crazy. It is without question. I mean, Jesus. You know, if we're talking about a drug that, going back, setting up. Okay, so our guest is going to be with us very shortly, guys. He is getting his shit ready. He is going to come on. We are going to rock your socks like two rappers named Tupac. No, we're not. That's not what we're going to do. Tupac doesn't rock your socks. But Steve is an MC, does have some music. We could possibly link to some of that later on. Bandcamp. If you go to Bandcamp, search for IMZ401, and you guys will find some interesting music by Fork Tongue and the Boys. I hope this message is the message telling me we are ready to go. Hold on here, guys. There are still people commenting on these Facebook posts from this morning, man. I tell you, this is fucking... These people who are brigading, it's fucking unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I love it. I'm so happy. But I mean, literally, they're all coming in saying the same thing. It's like literally, like they don't even see that they're just parroting. They're not even responding to the real issue. They're just repeating. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't have an opinion that comes from the media. I have an opinion that I formulated. So these people are so used to repeating the programming that they're answering questions that I'm not asking. You know, because I'm not asking the same shit that everyone else is. I'm a critical thinker. That's why we're here. That's why we're watching this show, because you want to see how I think. Hopefully you guys want to see how Steve thinks. And hopefully we're about to do that right now. Not just yet. We're almost there. He's setting up. He's making sure his situation looks a bit more aesthetically pleasing than mine does. Something else I'll comment on while I'm here. As you know, I usually stream this way with a Rick and Morty poster. There's been a video going around that went a bit viral. I believe it was an old show from Channel 101, which is the platform that was made by a guy named Dan Harmon, who is the lead writer and producer on Rick and Morty, as well as other shows like Community, and also a show which I discovered him on called Acceptable.tv from VH1. And no, that wasn't me saying it into my phone. The show is actually called Acceptable.tv. And you would go to that website and vote on your favorite videos, and they'd come back the next week. It was interactive. And Jay Richter, hey, bro, I'm here working, but I'm going to listen. I love it because you're going to get to hear some knowledge today. And you're going to get to hear me burp. But a video resurfaced that is an old video from the Channel 101 archives of Dan Harmon basically making a video where it ends, where he pulls down his pants and proceeds to simulate sexual rape of a baby. It's not sexual intercourse when a baby is involved. It's rape. Sexual intercourse is consensual. Rape is a sexual act between one consenting adult and one non-consenting adult. And then the victimization of children, a.k.a. child molestation, a.k.a. child rape, is the same definition of rape between a consenting adult and a non-consenting, because they are legally unable to, child. In this case, it was a baby. It was an awful video to watch. It was very distasteful, and I in no way can defend him. I haven't gotten down to taking my Rick and Morty poster down yet because, quite frankly, it hurts a little bit. But at the end of the day, it certainly was a very unpleasant video to watch by any stretch of the imagination. I don't even have the ability to try to defend him because, quite frankly, I don't sit there and defend people that do stuff like that. I love the show. I absolutely love Rick and Morty. I'm a huge fan of Justin Roiland for many years, except I found out he was on Epstein's flight logs, apparently. So we'll see how that plays out. But let me give Steve another check here. Hopefully we're ready to go. Not yet. Almost, guys. Almost. Okay. Hold on. Jump in to the Zoom ASAP. Waiting on you. All right. So, he's aware. He's aware, but not a weirdo. So, what do you guys want to talk about? Did you take your Rick and Morty poster down? I did not. It's slightly here to my left. I adjusted my view because, again, I didn't want to have to sit back and do this lean that I can lean a little bit. We'll do some lean today. But more so, I want to be aggressive with my sitting in front of the camera because we're having a conversation today. It's going to be a little bit different because I'm bringing someone in. Just to give you guys a quick preview as you're sitting here, once he gets on, he's going to be right here. As you can see, over here in the corner, where my mouse is. And he's also going to be able to be featured here. So we're going to have him as a feature. I don't know where the hell my camera went. What the fuck is this? Okay, so that is obviously going to have to change. We're going to have, again, we're still working on this though, guys. That's the beauty of joining in every week because you guys get to watch this show evolve as it evolves because there's not too much I can test when I'm not live. So I can only prepare to be live. I have to actually test and handle it as I go live. How about adrenochrome or how about the media manipulate you, subliminal advertising, etc.? Listen, it's beyond subliminal advertising. Subliminal isn't even the word. They're just advertising. They're doing aggressive advertising. You don't need to subliminally do something to affect people. You're telling them flat out. That's the best part. People spend so much time looking for subliminals when they don't realize that the actual manipulation is happening in front of your face. It's presenting lies as truth. It's presenting rumor as truth. It's presenting false information as real information. And then having long conversations based off of that false information and speculating on the false information, presenting a false reality by doing that. For instance, say I said to you, guys, the sky is now orange. I can't believe it. Let's have our guest Steve come on and we talk for an hour about how the sky is orange. There might be someone who watches this stream and doesn't think to look outside and look at the sky for themselves and see that it's orange. They're going to be, wow, look at all these things they talked about the sky being orange. which one of the reasons that do you think it's orange because the sun exploded, like Brian said? Or do you think it's orange because the sun turned into an orange tree, like Steve said? Who knows? Who knows what you guys are going to think, but that's how it's done. The bottom line is when you do the research yourself and you look up at the sky, bruh, you're going to realize, bruh, that it's not orange. Rich, you remind me of Vince Russo. That's talking about me. Listen, bro. Listen, okay? I'm sitting here. I can't even do a Vince Russo impression. I wish I could, but I can't do a Vince Russo impression. It's just a heavy New York accent. I'm not a pro at it. But what I do want to ask you guys is to take a second to share the stream, please. If you watch it on Facebook, share it on Facebook. If you watch it on YouTube, share the YouTube stream. Whatever you want to stream, whatever you want to share, I will appreciate it. It should come up here and you'll get the little zombie doing the walk eventually. There we go. Like the stream. Bobby G sees it. That's my little zombie doing the walk. Taking the second, doing a second to do it. Share the stream, guys. Let's get some eyeballs here. Let's spark some conversation. I think we are ready for our guest, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, I am here to welcome to the show my boy, my close, personal, longtime friend, the one and the only, Mr. Steven LaFontaine. Steven, how are you doing today, bud?
Holla if you hear me.
Woo! I can hear you. You got a bunch of people screaming at home, watching their computers, so I love it.
All right.
The big bad Booty Daddy is in the house. We're here. We're talking. I was taking some comments. You can see a sun on the screen. Imagine if the sun rained orange, bro. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that'd be Vince Russo. But one thing I wanted to talk to you about, and it was a conversation we had a little while ago, and someone brought something up, and I want to get into it, is the reality of the possibilities that are going to come from what happens after the election. Now, me and you had brief dialogue about this. I'm sure you remember, whether we're talking about seceding from the union in liberal states, having an inauguration for Joe Biden, refusing to concede the election, or a civil war. I just want to know some of your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a shit show either way. I'm pretty sure Trump's going to win. I almost think they're trying to lose. Biden and Kamala Harris just doesn't make any sense if you're trying to win an election. That guy can barely form a sentence, and she loves putting people in jail for weed, and she's got all kinds of stuff in her past. And I think she pulled 1% when she tried to run before. I almost think it's a way that if they lose, they have a reason to cause more chaos because she's half black and the whole Black Lives Matter thing and blah, blah, blah. But it's going to be, even if, and say Biden some chance does win, it's still going to be a shit show because you're going to have the Trump people going crazy. And if he stays in, all the brakes are off. He can do whatever he wants at that point because he doesn't have to get reelected. So he's going to do whatever he wants. And they're going to go even more off the wall with trying to get him out. And all this, everything's just going to keep ramping up and ramping up. I think we're in for a shit show either way.
Yeah, I can't completely disagree with you on that, especially seeing as, from what I understand, and there's a Breitbart article that we can take a look at because they covered it. Alex Jones covered it as well. Apparently, they did some sort of simulation of the election this year. And John Podesta, everybody's favorite pedophile protector, was tasked as being Joe Biden, and he basically took the route of not conceding the election. Now, Nancy Pelosi, allegedly, which I haven't seen myself, we could look it up and see if we can find it if for some reason it's doubted, but Nancy Pelosi has gone on record and said that, Joe Biden is not going to concede. No, sorry. She said that we're going to have an inauguration either way at an undisclosed location in January, which also shows me that they don't. I'm starting to realize that I don't even think that they're concerned with winning the election. Hear me out. This is why I think they went Kamala Harris. I think they picked someone who is as far left as possible because they don't plan on winning the election. They're trying to rig it with the mail. And if they do rig it with the mail-in votes, then they're going to say, oh, see, look, we won the election. You guys want a far-left agenda. But then even if they don't, they're going to use the far-left platform that they have together along with the agreement that Biden made with Bernie Sanders. And they're going to take that to the extreme. You know what I mean? So I think that it's going to be, I think their plan's already in motion. And I hear so many people saying, oh, Kamala Harris, you're giving the election to Trump. I don't think they're giving the election to Trump. I think they've already made their decision as far as what they're going to do after the election.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. If they win, it's chaos. And if they lose, they have a plan B to kind of continue fomenting this fake revolution, whatever you want to call it, that's going on right now.
Exactly.
That is basically just a bunch of trendy 20-year-olds who probably have no idea how to succeed in life, and this is their way of doing it. They're kind of LARPing.
Yeah,
because you can tell when they get in real trouble out on the street, they're like, "Oh, call the cops! Someone's doing," even though they're trying to defund the police. These are just people.
Right.
They think they're in a video game.
Pretty much. That's a great way of describing it. I actually watched a video the other day of someone's mom showing up at one of these protests and saw her son in a mask and a black suit, like rioting.
Tell me she grabbed him by the ear and pulled him away. Started
beating his ass, was screaming at him in front of everybody. Whacker, get the fuck in the car! What are you doing out here, you fucking idiot? Throwing him in the car. The kid had his backpack on. He was all embarrassed. He was walking away. He got in the fucking car. He listened to his mom and he left. So, I mean,
That's
just goes
exactly the kind of people who are doing this.
Yes. They're manipulating the youth. Because if there's one group of people that
it's youth brigades.
What?
It's youth brigades like you would see in Nazi Germany or any country that goes through this kind of thing.
Yeah, and the danger of this as a whole is the fact that these people specifically are fighting for something that they don't understand because they don't even understand what Black Lives Matter is doing. That's the problem. Black Lives Matter is representing. It's like, it's Marxism without question, but what they're doing is they're, and correct me and add the words in that I'm looking for if I need them, but they're taking a nice sounding logo, okay, a nice sounding battle cry, but they're filling it with an agenda that doesn't have too much to do with that battle cry. You know,
well, that's kind of Marxism and communism in general. It sounds good as an idea. Because everyone's equal, everyone's getting money, there's no poor people, everyone's sharing. But that's just, unfortunately, not the way human nature operates. And it doesn't work because there's at that point you have no rich people making businesses and supplying jobs. And, you can go through the whole list, but the main thing with these people is they call themselves anti-fascists, but they're the complete opposite of that.
They're the fascists.
Right. And when conspiracy culture was a subculture and instead of mainstream like it is now.
Yes, I remember because I used to be called crazy.
Yeah. The whole thing used to be that the government was going to be the one suppressing free speech. But in 2020, the government doesn't have to be the ones suppressing the free speech because the people are suppressing themselves.
Correct.
And, and it's not just the people, it's the government did that by,
of course.
I said something a couple of weeks to you about saying the government.
I was just about to say, you're saying the government, but
it's not the government.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. It's just easier to say the government. I know how it is.
It's bad actors throughout all aspects of the government, the media, and Hollywood working together to condition society to act in a certain way by creating a normal. And if
social
people
media,
do not fall into the normal, then they are outside of the normal, and the people within the normal are being conditioned to persecute those whose mind falls outside of the normal groupthink.
Right, and this is all fostered by social media and Silicon Valley and, people don't look at those as part of the government. And I mean, technically they're not, but they might as well be a governmental agency at this point because everybody uses them. They should have the same, they should have regulations, even though they're a private business, because it's kind of a societal tool now. And Silicon Valley, like Facebook was funded, and you can go look this up if you want. It was funded by the CIA. You can go look. A lot of these have beginnings in intelligence operations, funding, and then it goes on to be a private company. But they still have those connections. So they foment these things through social media. And another thing back in the good old days of conspiracy theories was the argument between the book 1984 by George Orwell and Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. And in 1984, it's the government with their boot on your neck, and everyone hates them, and everyone knows that the government is evil. And in Brave New World, it's them feeding you distraction after distraction and drugs and games and all this other stuff that keeps you distracted from what they're doing. We're kind of living in a world where we're getting both. The boot on the neck isn't overt, but it's being done through tentacles and other arms like social media. And it seems like it's this grassroots kind of thing, this revolution, but really it's not. And it's like I said, it's not the government. It's people, mostly people outside of government, like George Soros, using these positions of power to kind of take over and manipulate what they want. And you can go look up that guy. Like, you talk about George Soros and people don't really get it. You can go look up a 60 Minutes interview where he's talking about, he grew up in Nazi Germany. And I believe he was living with his father, hiding out, kind of like thinking Glorious Bastards when they're going house to house looking for Jews. Mm-hmm. And they found him and his father, and the only reason they didn't execute them is because they agreed to rat out other Jews and point out where Jews were hiding. And eventually, he thinks there's nothing wrong with this, even now as an old man. He doesn't consider himself a traitor to his people, or a traitor to his people, or a rat or anything. I don't know how he made it. Do you know how he made his money?
Yeah. So from what I understand, he made his money basically as similar to a central banker by basically banking on like crashing an economy and then investing falsely crashing an economy, not actually crashing it, getting it to show crashed, investing, and then when the economy raises up, he sells and gets a huge profit.
That's what I was going to say, but that's not how he made his money. He already had money to do that. Okay. I'm asking if you know how he made his money the first time, because he admits, I think this interview is in the 90s. You can look it up on YouTube. He admits doing that. He would go into third world countries, foment these revolutions, kind of like what's going on here. And you can look up the funding, literally, who's behind a lot of these, and a lot of it is Soros.
Yeah.
And
Open Society Foundation is what you're looking for.
Right, and if you go read the website, it sounds really good and innocuous, and it sounds like he's trying to do a good thing. But that's always how these things work.
Of course,
they make it sound like this utopia when really, it's just a means of control for this super rich dude.
If he had the Open Society Foundation and their About Us page said, "We are a political organization who funds domestic terrorism in countries where we are looking at disrupting their economy and we are looking at destabilizing their society," no one would support these people. It has to sound nice. They make it sound spin on it.
They make it sound super nice, like equal rights, like I was talking about earlier, equal rights, and everyone's making money and there's no homeless people. Unfortunately, this is not the way the fucking world works. It's never going to be 100% good. But yeah, he makes it sound like this great thing, and he tanks an economy and pits everyone off against each other, kind of like exactly like you see going on right now.
Yeah.
And when the time is right, he comes in and buys up everything for pennies on the dollar, and now it's in his circle of control. And he has admitted to doing this on 60 Minutes on national television.
And so I remember,
I don't understand when people say like, oh no, he's just some billionaire philanthropist who likes to give money for good causes. Yeah, on the surface, that's, if you look into a lot of billionaires who open up these philanthropy charities and all that, a lot of it, unfortunately, is not going to good causes. Correct. That's how the Rockefeller thing started with education.
Yeah.
And then, they hold not a press conference, but their internal memos say, we don't want to educate and bring people up to be doctors and lawyers and stuff like that. We want factory workers. You know what I mean? Exactly. So they want to keep you at a certain level, and Correct. They took over the education system, and that's exactly what you see.
Correct. And that's why people are conditioned to just go get a job and not be your own boss, which is entirely different. Now, a couple things I want to do. I want to address a couple comments here. Rich French, I remember this dude did a dope freestyle over the Shine Till I Die beat. Was that you, Steve?
Yes, it was. I think that was the Truth song.
Oh, nice. I love that song. 9/11, sure. Government-sponsored terror. But that's for another day. You're going to be back here on September 11th of this year. We're going to talk more about 9/11 than anyone's ever heard 3 people talk about in their lives. Brian is a crisis actor, Illuminati confirmed. Yes, you got me, Rich. Now, we're talking about George Soros here, and first of all, and before I get into what I'm about to say, I want to ask everyone watching, please go ahead and share the stream. You are helping us educate people. We are going to help you educate people. That's why I'm here doing this. We know this stuff already. If you guys watching this, if you're learning, that's fantastic. But share this knowledge with others by sharing the stream and getting some more eyes in here and getting some more comments. And go ahead and check out FromTheBottomOfTheRabbitHole.com. Like the YouTube video, thumbs up on the YouTube stream. Now, going back probably, I'm going to say 15 years maybe, Steve, Glenn Beck, and I think you know what I'm talking about with George Soros. The week-long thing he did. Oh, every day, come and find out what was he calling it? Like the puppet master. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Revealing the puppet master. And all week long, he talked about these different organizations who are controlling things and these different people. And at the end of the day, on the Friday, and I watched every fucking one, every day that he was doing it. And on Friday, his big reveal was George Soros. And we watched it. And then when it was done, I believe your initial response to me was, yeah, but it's not even really George Soros. Like, George Soros is like kind of their pawn. He's kind of their bitch. He's their fall guy. Explain that a little bit. Because people need to know. Because you hear Soros get thrown around for everything. And I just want you to explain that because people need to realize Soros is not the be-all, end-all. He is the face of this. But there are people behind him. Continue.
Right. So if you think of it, it's kind of cliche with the whole the pyramid and the Illuminati and the eye and everything. But if you think of it like a pyramid, it's a triangle, right? So you got the bottom is the base. Think of it as people. There's the most people, and as you go up, it narrows and come to a point like a triangle. So as you get to these levels, there's less and less people, and it's more and more exclusive. And at the top of the point of the pyramid, say like on the bill, the separated eye, and I'm just using this as a metaphor. I'm not saying literally, but there's the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the Hondas and the Saxe-Coburg-Goethas and a few different families. And then under them are kind of think of it like the structure of a mob family. You have the Godfather, and then you have his like underlying guys who kind of run the streets. Well, he has no part in that. He doesn't get his hands dirty. He has the guys below him. Those guys, he's got his thugs below him. Those thugs have his street level guys below him. Blah 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 blah. Exactly. There you go, right there. Showing a picture of it. Yeah. Good job, young Jamie.
I'm trying to be the young Jamie for both of us. I'm throwing to you so I can go be young Jamie here because this is great because I don't have to do both right now. I can set
George
you
Soros,
up and then bring the facts.
Soros is high level. Soros is high level. He's like Paulie
powerful
Walnuts.
Subfamilies.
He's Paulie Walnuts compared to Tony Soprano, if you're a Sopranos fan.
Exactly.
You know, Tony was the leader of the family, and Paulie was like his right-hand man, like underneath all that.
But
so he's a high-level guy.
Yeah, it's crazy how little people know about this, because everything that you see today is just simply parroted from other people, and people are repeating what people said, and even if they're 75% right, they don't actually go and research and learn fundamentally what's actually going on. And a couple other things I'm going to go back to kind of on that when we're going to central bankers. I want to get into the countries that have central banks and don't, and the wars, and we're going to go down that road in a second. But one thing I want to talk to you about now too, before I forget, because we can come back to that. Don't let me forget that, Steve. I have the pyramid up on the browser, so I'll remember.
Yeah.
But when we were talking about this a few weeks ago, shortly after the riot started in the race war, and this always seems to happen with you and me, is you'll say something, and at first I don't get it, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And then we'll have a short discussion, and it still doesn't resonate. And then a few weeks later, I'll be like, I think that's what he was talking about. And right after the race war started, I was like, I said something, and your response was simply, social media is the worst thing ever to happen in history. Yeah. And I was like, why? What do you mean? You might have said the internet. You either said the internet or social media.
The best and the worst.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what you said. The best and the worst. And I'm like, how could it be the worst? It's enabling us to talk. It shares information. We're trying to reach out to others. We're educating people. But then when I thought about it the other day, the more I've been thinking, and by the way, I started reading a great book, Steve, sent to me from another good friend of mine, recommended by you, which is called None Dare Call It Conspiracy by George Allen. If you want to pull out the book and show it to the people, if you have a moment, feel free. No rush, though, because I know you got a ton of books behind you. More knowledge than you can shake a stick at. But I started reading that book, and I started thinking about different things. And one of the things I was thinking about is this idea of the cashless society. And not just because of the book, but because it's relevant right now. And the reason why it's so scary is because people, when you're in a cashless society and all of your money is digital, they can shut you off just like that. Right. They can hit a button that turns your account off. If you're
Brian's holding a stream right now. It sounds anti-government to us. Let's turn his credit card off or his debit card off.
That's it. And you could do the same thing with the internet, though. And that's where that hit me, is that the internet is the best and worst thing. Because now we're at a point where we're backing up all of our history on the internet. And everything is searchable on the internet. No one's going to go to a library to research information. Heather, Rich French, Walmart is going cashless at the self-checkout anyways, which is terrible. But
I just went to Walmart to buy a tripod for this here camera that you're viewing me on right now. And the self-service was already debit card only.
That's it. We're already getting there. We're already getting there. And it's fucking scary. But it's even
now,
scarier.
obviously, to that point, you said people are going to say, well, that's because COVID and germs. Yeah, right now. But when this goes away, it's not going to revert back.
Yeah, and not exactly. And not only that, exactly. Once you go cashless, you can't just reinstate the cash. The cash is going to be taken and burned. I've already seen pictures of schools burning libraries worth of books, saying they're contaminated and they can't be disinfected. We both know that this does not last forever on surfaces. We also both know, because it's been said by the CDC, that transmission through surfaces is highly unlikely. Okay, so already trying to manipulate reality to we have to destroy cash in old books because of a virus is eliminating history, because now we're backing up all of our history on the internet. If it's not on the internet, it didn't exist. If I don't have a way to send someone a news article, they're not going to believe you. You know, and because you read it in a book that was posted before 1960, and it talks about the reality of the way the world was then, if there's not news articles reflecting that, you have a tough time teaching people that. It's only going to be harder if we start burning books and destroying libraries. Don't you agree?
Yeah, because everything you find on the internet, you can find a counter to, whether it's a real counter or not. So that's what I mean by good and bad. It's good because if you have the discernment to go look at this stuff for yourself, you can find stuff that's not just opinionated articles. These people have written books about how they do this. There's a book I have called Tragedy and Hope. I believe the author's name is Carol Quigley. And he was kind of a secretary for these groups of people who get together, like the Trilateral Commission. He was kind of their secretary, and he wrote a book that's about fucking 2,000 pages long, detailing all this and how it happened, and he agrees with it. So a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, with these powerful people who are controlling the world, people think of it as some conspiracy theory because of the internet. Now, it's good that people know, but to think of it as a conspiracy theory and just this opinion, and you're just adding these things together that don't really go together. If you go look at actual books, you can find people involved and quote them about it. It absolutely 100% exists. Now, that's the difference with the internet. That's the good part of the internet. You can go do that. Yeah. The bad part is you can just make up shit, conspiracy or anti-conspiracy, and you can go find anything you want based on your beliefs.
Or you can make it if it doesn't exist, because anyone can use the internet. It's in a level playing field, which is the beauty of freedom of speech, but it's also the downfall.
Yeah, we all live in a bubble right now, no matter how hard we try not to, because the algorithms are based on what you search and read.
Correct.
So if I'm the conspiracy guy, I'm getting all kinds of conspiracy stuff and nothing from the other side. And if you're on the other side, you're getting the conspiracy guys are kooky articles all the time.
Exactly.
And it makes you seem like I'm in the majority, I must be right.
Yeah.
When in actuality, if I said the moon was made out of cheese, I could go find an article right now, a scientific article saying the moon is made out of cheese. Yeah. You can find anything.
You literally can find anything. But you know what you can't find? You can't find people who discredit conspiracy theories by discrediting the theory itself. You can only find people who discredit those who believe in conspiracy theories, which is something I also want to talk about today, just a little. And this has to do with the difference between, discrediting a person versus discrediting information, okay?
Right.
I don't like Anderson Cooper. I believe in my heart Anderson Cooper is a CIA operative because, like I've said to you before, once you're I believe you said to me, once you're CIA for good. You can't forget confidential information that you were given when you're in the CIA.
I don't know if he's a CIA agent, but he's absolutely from a CIA family.
All right, exactly, which is the Vanderbilt family, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I may not like Anderson Cooper, and I may think he's lying to you, but if he tells you 9 things that aren't true and 1 thing that is true, unfortunately, I have to face the reality that he did say something that's true, no matter how much I try to discredit him. That's the reality of the world we live in. People are being conditioned to discredit the people they disagree with and not to discredit the arguments that they're making. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's absolutely true. And my point I was going to make about a guy like Anderson Cooper or newscasters is they have to give you some truth, because if they don't, then
libel.
Everyone stops. No, not even that. Everyone stops believing. You have to give some nuggets of truth in order to keep people believing you might be right.
Yeah, exactly. But it's more, and I feel like this is something else a lot of people who are extremely brainwashed don't realize. See, I've just started calling people brainwashed, Steve. I don't know if you've noticed on social media. I think I've said it to you. I took my clown mask off. I don't live in clown world anymore. I don't like the word conspiracy theories or even conspiracy. I just call it reality. This is reality, people. This is what's happening. Tell me, prove me wrong, and until you prove me wrong, this is reality and you live in clown world. You know?
Yeah.
And I just call people brainwashed. I'm not going to sit there and have an ideological debate with someone who's been brainwashed, because what they're doing is they're repeating their training. They're repeating and saying, I remember hearing about this. I learned about this. Let me tell him about what I've learned, when all they're doing is parroting propaganda. What we're talking about today... Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's really hard either way to prove or disprove anything on the internet.
Correct. Absolutely correct. And that's the beauty of it, because telling someone to disprove your words forces them to do research, forces them to read the articles and pay attention to the difference between information and opinion in any news article. I still see... Go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the problem. News... I remember a time before there was 24/7 news, and it was literally 6 o'clock news. Somebody would come on, and they would give you the straight information. Here's the story. No opinion, no left or right, anything. It was just, I'm a professional. Here's the story. I'm not going to tell you what I think. I'm not going to tell you anything left or right. So the news was much easier to just accept and not be put on a team. Whereas as soon as it became 24/7 news, it was, here's the story, here's 87 people giving their shitty opinion. Now you don't know what to believe, and it's just clickbait and all about ratings. It's not about the story. So 24/7 news and social media is what has caused all of this, and the fact that people have no idea how to discern information. They'll go look up one thing, they'll find one thing that proves their point, and then that's the end of their search.
Yeah, exactly. They don't. That's the difference with critical thinking. Critical, the base word of critical is critique. When you critique something, you try to analyze it and you analyze its faults. So I
critique all information. You made a post about Alex Jones being a hero the other day, and I agree with that. But I don't always agree with Alex Jones.
No,
a lot of times I do, but a lot of times he'll read something and he'll take it a different way. He'll sensationalize it. But as someone who discerns information, I can tell when he's doing that, and I can ramp it down a little bit.
Correct.
It doesn't mean he's lying.
No.
It doesn't mean he's wrong. He's giving me information I might not have heard of, and then I'll go find it, and I'll ramp it down a little bit and be like, all right, it's not quite that bad. She didn't put it like that.
There is a nugget of truth that started, exactly. And it goes to show, because there's eras of Alex Jones. Back in the day, and Steve, some of the viewers remember me telling the story week after week on how you're the guy responsible for me being the way I am in 2020 with this mindset and this attitude towards the world. And it started with us talking, but the first real piece of media that I watched that it was stone cold solid truth, and it was reality, was 9/11 Road to Tyranny.
Yep.
And which is an Alex Jones documentary made in probably 2002. And I watched that documentary, and since then, obviously, I've been a follower of Alex Jones, and I'm sure you can agree, there's been many phases of Alex Jones throughout the years. The very old Alex Jones tried to take himself completely seriously and credible as a newscaster, and then as the years went by, he became wildly sensational, like during the Obama administration, with the Joker makeup and the screaming and yelling and the entertainment, over-the-top aspect, the memes.
Oh, he admits that. He says, this is what goes viral, so I do these sometimes because it gets people watching, and then I feed them the seeds.
Exactly, and then make them do the research. Because you have to do the research to prove someone wrong, but the problem is, people don't do that today. In today's world, it's very hard. It is hard. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. And I want to get to a couple of these comments here. So, Rich French said, what do you think about the recent admission from the government about the existence of UFOs? You think it's another false flag? And then he was saying he could be dead and replaced with a clone with Alex Jones. Or Alex Jones could be that fucking comedian whose name escapes me at the moment.
Bill Hicks.
I don't believe that, but that's something that people say. I don't believe that at all. But what do you think about the UFOs, Steve?
Well,
I
what do you
haven't read
think?
too much into it.
Oh, so do you know, what do you know about it?
What I know about it is they basically admitted that there was a guy many, many years ago who had said that they had recovered alien technology from a crash site. And for years and years and years, Lou, thank you very much for liking the stream, bud. Please feel free to share it as well. Everybody, take a second to share the stream. Let's get some eyes. We got good information in here. But
What's up, Lou?
yeah, see, Steve knows. Steve and Lou are old friends. But
and Rich, I've met Rich before.
Yeah, very true. Exactly. That's why a lot of people are joining us today, I'm assuming, because they want to hear what you have to say. But I know that this guy recovered a bunch of alien technology from a crash site, and for years he was ridiculed. He was called a crazy person, a conspiracy theorist, all this other stuff. And then they came out and recently admitted that verbatim what the guy said was correct. Off-world vehicles, Navy had been releasing videos of UFOs recently. Now, I don't know about the videos, but I know about the off-world vehicles that the guy spoke about and was ridiculed.
Yeah, there's these Navy videos. I actually saw them 4 or 5 years ago before they officially released them. But then there's other ones too. These are just happen to be made a big deal of. There are these videos from Navy. There's some from Air Force with fighter jets following these UFOs, and then all of a sudden, like, the UFO pull some fucking crazy maneuver and just disappear. And same with these Navy ones. Like, these things take off at an unbelievable rate of speed, and then I think there was one where the radar shut down the Navy's radar or something, and then the command center had them go back the other way, and then the guy on the radar is like, that ship is right where I told you to go, and still took the fighter jet 20 minutes to fucking get back there, and the UFO was there like that. And it's all on video and audio. And then recently they said, yeah, we've found off-world vehicles and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know why it's suddenly coming out. I would imagine that there's got to be probably some weird reason, such as a distraction from something else, or Project Bluebeam, something like that. Are you familiar with that at all?
Nope, but I'm about to pull it up. Let me ask you this, though. When it comes to something like Project... Hold on. J-E-C-T. Here's where I'm sucking as Jamie right now.
I think it's Bluebeam. That's right. I could have the name wrong.
Now, let me ask you this. What do you think about potentially the reality of the fact that maybe they are releasing this because this is actually their technology and they're acting as such right now because they are trying to throw you off of the scent?
No.
You don't think that's
so.
the case?
No, because I mean, if it was hidden, why throw people off the scent if there was no scent? You know what I mean?
Very true.
It doesn't really make any sense.
Now, let's take a look here. Conspiracy theory, of course, that claims the NSA is attempting to implement a new age religion with the Antichrist at its head and the start of a new world order via a technologically simulated second coming. Okay, so basically, explain, Steve.
So there's been this idea of this for a long time, and I think there is some evidence that this was a thing that's been tested out, that they actually were trying to find some way to carry through. It's a second coming, or basically it's a projected hologram of either the return of Jesus or aliens or anything like that. But I do think aliens exist. I think it'd be crazy to think they don't, as big as the universe is. So Project Bluebeam could just be a thing to make aliens don't exist if they ever knew it. Who knows? I don't understand. I don't know why this is all suddenly coming out at this time, but there has to be a reason. It's not just, hey, we decided to tell everyone this time. There's a reason. There's always a reason.
That's one of the main things about George Allen and None Dare Call It Conspiracy is, if they're talking about it, there is a reason that they are talking about it. Nothing happens by accident. It is happening on purpose.
They want you to know for some reason.
Yes, exactly. They're planting the seeds like we were talking about doing, possibly so in the future. Ashley believes that it's because they're going to do a partial disclosure, which means telling us part of the story about our history with extraterrestrials instead of fully revealing the entire situation and all that we know concerning extraterrestrials, which she says would be more dangerous than just keeping it all secret. Because, again, misinformation is always more dangerous than no information.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. They do those kind of things. I think that's what the Tea Party was. Like, the Tea Party got to be this big thing with Ron Paul, and then the Republicans kind of took it over and turned it into something else. But I think it's kind of like a tea kettle almost boiling over. So say there's this fervor in the world about UFOs, and everyone's into UFOs and everyone's researching it. They release a little bit to let a little bit of the steam out of the tea kettle so it doesn't boil over. You know what I mean? So it can just,
correct.
Hey, we don't want it to we'll let you do this. We just don't want this to boil over. So we'll put out a little bit just to placate you. And then, once it settles down, everyone's going to forget about it. Or if it rises up, we're a little bit more out just to keep you calm.
And they do that because, again, then you'll stop talking about how they're lying to you and they're holding information, and you'll focus on the validated information versus all of the other information that they're potentially lying about. But either way, I think that's a distraction. And again, goes along with how we got distracted today by the alien topic. So to kind of get back to where I was going a little bit with this, and this is something that we talked about and you know a bit more about than me as far as specifics go. And I find this fascinating, but it's the relevancy of, now that looks like a delicious cigar, Steve. You want to tell the people what you're smoking?
I am smoking a La Roma de Cuba Mi Amor Reserve.
Wow, I wish I could say that without asking you to repeat it 3 times, but I can't.
Right.
I tell you what I'm smoking, but I'm going to leave it at it's legal in the state of Massachusetts. But with that being said, when it comes to these central banks and the wars, one of the things I found absolutely astounding. Sorry to jump in here and get all close to my face. I know I'm doing this for some extra viewers here. I know you guys love the face shots. But when it comes to, what's going on today in the world and what's actually been going on for the past 50 years as far as wars in countries go, the correlation of countries that we will vilify and then have a war in their country to destabilize their country, which, surprise, surprise, the end result is this country gets a central bank established by the same people who are behind the Federal Reserve. Do you want to give us maybe a few examples of this and maybe something I can even pull up as you're talking about it?
I mean, I can talk about central banks and the Federal Reserve. I haven't actually looked into the whole idea of, hey, these countries are the only countries that don't have central banks and we happen to be at war or occupying all of them. I can't really speak to that because I've never looked it up to see how true that is. But I absolutely would believe it because we pressure people into having a central bank because central banks run the world.
Exactly. And I'm going to go ahead. We'll take a look at it right now. Okay. So I just saw the headline. We're going to take a look at it together. The headline is, there are only 3 countries in the world as of 2011 without a central bank. I'm willing to bet that Syria is one, that Russia is one, and who else is a big target? Iraq. Syria, Russia, I guarantee you those are 2 of them. But let's see if there's a correlation here. Without a Rothschild-owned central bank. Here we go. Slowly. Okay, ready? In the year 2000, there were 7 countries. Okay? Afghanistan, war. After the year 2000. Iraq, war. Sudan, pretty sure there was a war. Libya, definitely was a war. Cuba, they're a whole nother situation. North Korea, obviously so are they. And then Iran, there's a war. Now, it's no coincidence. These are the countries after 2003 without a central bank. So between 2001 and 2003, they established central banks in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and it looks like Nope, not North Korea. It looks like Cuba. Nope. Sudan. Yes. Now, from 2003 to 2011, we're at Cuba, North Korea, and Iran.
There's a
all countries that we've established problems with. Is it a coincidence? I don't think so.
No, it's not. There's a great documentary on the Corbett Report. I wish I could remember the name of it, but it's kind of about the formative years of the country when the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and the J.P. Morgans and all those guys kind of came into the oil industry and took everything over. And it details how they took over the oil industry and the central banks and all these other things through that, and how it continues today. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Maybe at some point we can figure that out. And,
pull up the video, possibly a great video.
It's probably a couple hours long, but it's very good.
Let us know if you guys want to watch it in the comments. Suggest any other videos you might want us to play and talk about. Maybe share some of those alien videos, whatever it is you guys want us to take a look at. This is your opportunity to share and to conversate and to make this thing interactive, because we're here talking about things that you guys want to hear about and nothing more specific than specifically what you guys bring up. Now, going back, and I also want to take a second to mention, like and share the video. Please go ahead. Let's make that zombie dance, people. But with this being said now, it's interesting because I remember when me and you, many years ago, we took that trip to that movie theater. I forgot which one it was, with Jack Blood to watch Bohemian Grove inside the movie theater. And before that, there was the short video about the open borders, which is what's happening now, the North American Union, shattering the borders with Canada and Mexico, which is what they've been trying to do, because then you really have no control over elections or anything. But I remember specifically, and tell me if you remember this moment, we were talking to an older couple right on the other side of the table. You know exactly what I'm going to say. And the guy leaned a dollar bill to me, and I'd never heard this. And he goes, he goes, you know how much a $100 bill is worth? And he pointed at it. And I go, I don't know, like $100. And he goes, 1.5 cents. The paper and the ink that's printed on it. That's it. This is not backed by gold and silver. Look it up. And then sure enough, years later, you find out about the Federal Banking Act of 1913, I believe, which established the Federal Reserve. And you realize that the Federal Reserve is not a government organization. They're no more a part of this country than Federal Express is. They are a corporation who has loaned us our money at interest. So therefore, no matter every dollar that every single American has combined, still is less money than these people have in credit over the money to America, because we don't own our money. It's loaned to us by a central bank, which is something a lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, it's really worth nothing because it's not backed by anything anymore. It used to be backed by gold, and then that was abolished. And then so you could only print as much money as gold was worth. So it made the value of money higher because it was backed by something. Once they got rid of that standard, now they can print as much as they want, and there was so much in circulation that the value of it goes down. Think of it like, for anyone that grew up in the 80s and collected baseball cards. So in the 80s, everyone was buying baseball cards, and a lot of them were worth money. And then people realized, oh, they made so many of these that this card isn't rare. Everyone has this fucking card. It's not worth. It went from, a $100 card to now it sells for $1, because they, instead of making 1,000 of them, they made 100,000 of them, and everyone's fucking got one. So now it's not worth anything. It's kind of the same idea. That's a very simplified version of it. Because obviously there's no interest on baseball cards, but it's kind of the same idea that money is only worth what we make it worth. That there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Which is funny, because that same type of analogy, or a similar type of, actually not the same type of analogy, but a different analogy to explain something similar, which is inflation, is something that someone brought up to me. They were like, okay, going back to 1910, if you were to take a gold nugget that was worth $100, we'll say, for lack of a better term, $100 gold nugget, or put it this way, you were going to go buy a really nice suit, a top-of-the-line suit, and you walked into the suit store, and you paid with a gold nugget that was yay big. In 1912, that gold nugget might have been worth $100. Now, moving forward to 2020, that same gold nugget is worth $250. But that same gold nugget and that $250 will buy you the same quality suit. The value of the gold hasn't changed. The value of the money has changed and gotten less, where you need more of it to reach the same amount.
Right. Exactly.
Which is an analogy I love. That's why I told it. It's just an analogy that I find very entertaining. So, Steve, let me ask you a few questions here. So, you've read probably more books than anyone else that I know, from David Icke to, Gary Allen, like I mentioned, that book that you mentioned earlier. I mean, you've read books, all around the place, from all over the world, from different types of authors. What are some authors and some types of books that you would recommend that people pick up and give a read? And what is it about the books that you think they should be looking out for?
Man, there's a lot of good older conspiracy books. A lot of the newer ones are kind of overly simplified, and maybe that's good for a beginner. I don't know. They're not good for me. But so there's the one you mentioned, the Gary Allen book, which is a book that woke up a lot of people, Alex Jones, I believe.
None dare call it conspiracy is the name of the book.
Yep. The Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley, which is the one I mentioned earlier, which is he was kind of a secretary for these people. There's The Anglo-American Establishment, which also might be Carol Quigley, which is definitely an easier read, whereas Tragedy and Hope is kind of like this fucking...
A more difficult read, to say the least.
To say the least. It's probably almost 2,000 pages, and it's very kind of transcripty instead of like informational.
If I wasn't sitting in front of my computer when you said 2,000 pages, I would have spit out my water and went, but I was sitting right in front of my very nice computer. I wasn't about to do that.
I have it over here somewhere.
Here we go. See, this is what I'm talking about. Bringing out the books, baby. Bringing out the books. You can't burn a book if it's in somebody's house owned by a patriot. Remember that. Jesus Christ. If that's a book that is heavily transcripty, good Lord, that's what you're looking for, people. Tragedy and Hope. I hope you got an attention span, because I sure don't have that kind of fucking attention span. That's what I used to say to Steve. I used to say, you know what, Steve? You keep reading the books, and I'll let you tell me all about them, because that's a lot of fucking reading.
So Tragedy and Hope, a definitive work on the world's power structure. To understand the minds that are shaping this world, read the books that shape their minds. I heard that call clarified by a professor I had named Carol Quigley. Carol Quigley was Bill Clinton's professor at college. The powers of financial capitalism had a far-reaching plan, nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. And this is a guy that worked directly with them. So, I mean, to say the word conspiracy about something like that is a little bit crazy, because it's very, 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 very well documented.
And that's an excellent point, because like you said, that's written from the perspective of someone who believes that this is the right thing to do. And they're supporting it, saying this is what they're doing. And not only is this what they're doing, it's the right thing to do. I believe in this.
Yeah, and not only does he believe in it, he worked like hand in hand with these people in person. It's not just some guy writing a book about it.
It's scary, man. It's giving me anxiety just thinking about it. Good Lord. I do not want a cashless society. That is not where we want to go as a society, people. I promise you this. Now, Steve, let me ask you this, because again, this has been a long-standing road for you. I mean, I'm going to say longer standing than myself, because obviously you were there when I kind of got snapped out of the trance and I started asking. Here's the thing. I always liked to question everything. And I always question, even you. I was questioning you. The thing is, I wasn't questioning the things I really needed to question. The problem that I was having was that I was asking the questions of anyone that wasn't an authority figure. You need to ask the questions of the authoritative information, the information from the news, the information from school, the information that's passed down to you from your parents. What do they know? Who told them? Where did they get this information? You know what I mean? make sure you look into this. Even if your parents are agreeing with you, find out where they got it. Ask them where they read it. Ask them where the books came from. Ask them about their experiences. You know what I mean? Because this is the reality of the future, is that information is real information. The truth is only going to become more difficult to locate and to identify when you found it. Because it's easy. If you have 3 books and you have to figure out which one's true, or at least which one's not written just to manipulate you, then that's a little bit easier, because 2 of the books will say the same thing and one will say these 2 books are lying in most cases. Yep. But when you have thousands of books and everyone and their brother can write a book. I mean, you know, we did some backyard wrestling with a gentleman who published a book years ago that I would have never imagined could get published, but it's true. You can publish a book even if the book's about backyard wrestling. So you can write a book about anything and anyone can do it. It just takes enough money, and then you have your book made and you can sell it and you can put it online and it can be a real thing and you can get it reviewed.
The secret is to find old books.
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly 100%. What it is. Old books. What would you say the cutoff year is? I like to say 1960. 1962 is when they started rewriting history, it seems like.
No, because there's books after that. I mean, I would say just pre-internet. But the older the better, for sure.
Exactly. None Dare Call a Conspiracy, I believe, was from 72. Don't quote me on that, but I have the ebook, but to pull it up right now would be a huge hassle. But I believe it was 72. And if anyone asks me for it, I'll link that book in the comments somewhere, or if you reach out to me, I'll send you the link. None Dare Call a Conspiracy. I will gladly provide you the book for free. If you want to do something that for me that doesn't cost any money, that would be to give the stream a like and a share. Make that zombie dance. Steve, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I know most people listening are from the Rhode Island area. For anyone interested in looking for some old books, there's a great used bookstore in Providence called Cellar Stories.
There we go, Cellar Stories.
I don't think they're open right now, but you can order online. Their inventory is online.
And not only that, Josh Pilardi has liked the stream. Thank you very much, bud. And not only that, Steve owns all of the good books, so they still might have good books there. He owns hundreds of books, and he has for years. So don't think just because he said that he bought all the good ones. He already has all of the good ones, but he's found a few gems and seen a few gems, I'm assuming, Steve, correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've found tons of stuff from there, not necessarily political stuff, but then I don't know how many books that guy owns, but they never... I mean, people go there all the time, and they're constantly putting in new books. So nobody's buying everything up.
I love it.
It's like walking into I mean, they literally have books from floor to ceiling through the whole place.
I love it.
Rows and rows.
Now, real quick, before we go ahead and we take it down a notch and we tone it down, and in a little bit we'll get to the part. Right now, I've been kind of grilling you for about an hour. So just so you know, it's been, hey, Steve is here. Let's interview Steve. Let's ask Steve questions. I want to talk about Rich's comment about MK Ultra. And then after that, we'll tone it down. We'll chill. We'll start talking like we would talk if we were chilling. We'll put on videos. We'll address anybody's comments. Josh Pilardi shared your stream. Thank you very much. But let's talk about MK Ultra, Steve. From what I remember, and again, I know if there's one person that they want to hear, Steve, my people, my viewers that listen to me, love to hear me talk about racist, rapist, Satanist, pedophiles. They love it. Racist, rapist, Satanist, pedophile. Racist, Satanist, pedophile. Trying to get the numbers up. A lot of times when I do that, I'll just watch the viewer number increase. But they love hearing about it. And Rich French in the comments asked us about MK Ultra. Now, I vividly remember the earliest conversations about all this shit in Ashley's room. You guys sitting up on the bed, me being on the ground, looking up at you, and looking through books like Behold a Pale Horse, William Cooper, been looking through all sorts of books. And one of the things that you told us about was MK Ultra, and you told us about a woman named Kathy O'Brien, who I'm going to pull up when you get started talking, who was one of the earliest victims to speak out about MK Ultra. Concerning Bill Clinton and concerning other people that were elite people. I believe even you'll probably know the names, and we're about to find them in a couple seconds. Hold on, I'm messing it up here. I'm trying to search. I'm trying to be young Jamie at the same time, and it's not working.
As far as Kathy O'Brien goes, I can't. I mean, I know the story, but I can't vouch for her. I don't know for sure that's true, but I can tell you that Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was in the MK Ultra program.
That I also remember seeing, which is very interesting.
I can tell you for sure that Charles Manson was in the MK Ultra program.
I heard some rumblings about that recently because of a documentary talking about basically his influence, and they kind of referenced it and dismissed it. This is Kathy O'Brien, everybody. It says conspiracy theorist, just so you know as soon as you click it. But she alleges Project Monarch, which we're also going to search for here. Okay. Project Monarch.
That's basically another name for MK Ultra.
Exactly. I just figured I'm trying to pull it up and give everyone watching search terms that they can also go look up here. And I always say, I recommend DuckDuckGo over Google because Google search results are rigged. There is no denying this. You can see this simply by using the suggestions that come up and how the suggestions are slanted to push their agenda. But as you can see here, the Monarch program from conspiracy.fandom, which I don't necessarily know if I think, it's fandom because it's just a wiki type site. Probably let these people have it at a great price. But as you can see here, mind control, besides HARP, trauma-based mind control. They go on here, Project Paperclip, coming over from the Nazis. So this really is, a lot bigger of a thing. But Kathy O'Brien's one of the first people that came out, and we talked about her back then. And you said the same exact thing back then. You said, yeah. I can't verify for her. I also can't verify for. Oh no, you did verify that Ted Kaczynski, K-A-Z.
K-A-C. Just type in Unabomber. That's 100.
Ted Kaczynski.
That's fact.
MK Ultra. You guys get to see my spelling mistakes. It's awful. I am the worst, little Jamie.
Manson is not. I wouldn't call it complete fact, but there's it's pretty blatant to me that he was.
Here, though, as a start, 1999. This was written. So this was written many years ago. This is not a new thing. This is not recent disinformation to just try to convince you of something. This is a long-standing thing that was happening far before 9/11/2001.
If you watch the Unabomber documentary that's on Netflix, I think it's only been there a few months. They talk about it being
see
an
that?
MK Ultra.
Exactly. So this is without question here. Hold on. This is without question something that is worth investigating. Is into MK Ultra and trauma-based mind control.
Well, they also released a bunch of documents a few years ago about MK Ultra that were classified about psychic stuff and what do you call it? Astral traveling and all kinds of shit that they would experience that they were doing with MK Ultra. So it's not even just mind control or creating Manchurian candidates. It's also remote viewing. Kind of like supernatural kind of stuff like that. And they fully admit that a lot of the tests they carried out worked in these papers. You can look them up on the CIA website.
Yeah, just recently, actually, I forgot what I was watching, but I was watching something and they were mocking astral projection. I think it was Anderson Cooper. It was Anderson Cooper talking shit about Dr. Stella Emanuel, and he talked about astral projection. And he used it correctly. And then there was someone else who talked about it who used it correctly as if they were talking about what it actually was. It's almost like these people are aware of this, the people who produce all the content, and here we are on the receiving end. Now, hold on one second. We have another comment I want to get to because I didn't read it yet. Whitey Bulger was MK Ultra. So again, research that. And also, I've been watching documentaries about a lot of famous people being MK Ultra slaves. I wouldn't doubt it. That's how they are able to control people. And they control people by controlling the people who control the masses.
And a lot of those people also run through the pedophile ring and graduate into Hollywood.
100%. And it needs to be that way because if they don't have the blackmail on them, these people are not going to be able to be trusted in Hollywood because there will be no governor of control over this person.
Yeah.
which is where we are with Donald Trump today. Because unfortunately, and that's what I always say, hey man, and this is my opinion on this, if Trump was a pedophile, we'd have seen the videos already, man. We'd have seen the videos,
yeah, sure.
We'd have seen the pictures. If the worst they had was grab him by the pussy and 20-plus-year-old pictures, 30-year-old pictures with Epstein and Maxwell, we're doing just fine. You know, there's HD pictures of him with fucking the Clintons at Chelsea's wedding and all this other stuff. So, I mean, Maxwell at least. So it's not even comparable, you know?
Right.
But a few other things here now, and now we're going to go ahead and tone it back. I'm actually going to go ahead and look for a video. What are some suggestions, Steve? We talked about a lot of stuff today. Ted Kaczynski, MK Ultra, you know, a lot of different things. Let's see if our stream pops up here. It should be right here. If YouTube, here we go. Look at this. YouTube doing the right thing. Giving me the live stream on Facebook.
Who's that handsome guy in the left-hand corner?
Yeah, look at that guy. Well, look at, there's no pictures of me, so I can't even pull that. There's just a little tiny picture of me in that thumbnail. But, Corbett. Now, this is a guy you actually showed us, Steve, live here on the stream. I mean, I discovered this guy when you dropped the link to the Bill Gates videos, and he was phenomenal.
Bill Gates, yeah.
He was phenomenal. So I was looking over some stuff here, and I mean, he's got some great videos, very, very good production, which is far more than I can say for what I'm putting out. I appreciate everybody watching, by the way. I appreciate everyone wanting to think. Even if this is the level that we're thinking on, I'm bringing you the good content with the good production. I'm bringing you some guests here. I'm trying my hardest. I'm doing what I can do to increase the production here. If you guys have any advice, if you guys can help with Streamlabs, I love it. This is everybody's project here. We're working on trying to wake people up and open people's eyes, which is actually what I wanted to get to with him. He made a great video, Steve, and he referenced, how do I wake up my friends and family? And his answer sounded a lot like what you've been saying to me for years when I asked you that fateful day, that first time. So what do we do about it then, Steve? Like I was a fucking asshole and you were an asshole. So what do we do about it? And your thing was tell people plant seeds.
Yeah.
And explain.
Plant seeds. I'll explain it. I mean, there's some people you just can't get to. And no matter how hard you try, it's not going to work and it's not worth wasting your breath. So I like to and you don't want to push anyone because then you kind of turn them away. So it's just tell them the information. Maybe they'll engage you in a conversation about it and maybe they'll be into it right away. Maybe they won't, but that'll sit in the back of their head and then they'll see something else on the news and that'll kick in. That'll come back to the front and they'll be like, hold on. Let me look at this, and that'll send them down a rabbit hole. And either they'll see what you were talking about, or they won't. And you leave people to come to their own conclusion. You can't force people; it's a waste of time. You turn who you can turn, and that's it.
And you know, and that is true, and that is a great point. I myself, I can honestly say that I have converted. I shouldn't say converted, but I should say woke people up. I just hate that term because the term woke. But I've woke people up. I've gotten people to open their eyes more than one, more than five in my life. Legit people who are entirely different people now after the influence that I've had of being able to be like, look at the fucking world around you. Like, and one thing you've always said, and I say to people, I don't say it enough, is don't believe us. Don't believe what we're saying. Genuinely don't. Do the research. When I'm saying to you, challenge me. I'm telling you to challenge me. Do the research and try to prove me wrong. And in turn, provide me with your evidence and I'll show you how I do research. I'll show you live on the stream. If you want to challenge me with something, we'll go ahead and we'll look into it and we'll do the research. I've done it before. And I can do it with the propaganda articles. You can submit me a CNN article right off of CNN. I can tell you why it's fake. I most likely can tell you why they're doing it just based off of that article alone. And then I can show you where the truth in the article lies. The only actual information. I don't need to do counter research. It's like you said earlier, Steve, it's disseminating information. It's thinking to a point, understanding the difference between even every few words. This is actual information. This is an opinion. This is referencing something else. Without context, this is not information. But without context, this is still information. Like
that's the problem with trying to wake a lot of people up is they have no context for the information because they don't know anything about anything as far as the stuff goes. So
it's terrible.
You take the pedophile thing is hot right now. So you take the average person that knows nothing and you talk to them about that, and then they either shut off or they take it to the way extreme when they don't know where the foundation is. You have to have the foundation first before you go into those crazy fucking topics.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're just going to be the crazy conspiracy guy.
True. Correct. And I was that guy for many years. I didn't really build a good foundation, Steve, till probably like 2009 for it, when we would hang out in the trailer and we would just sit there and spend hours as I was like, my brain was just being so overloaded, but it was starting to like recalculate and reevaluate. And then even more so, as good as my foundation was, it really, and you'll probably even say this as well, really kicked into overdrive in 2016 when it was the situation of Trump. Because I've always kind of, I've even as much as I knew and as much as I asked, I still thought I knew everything. And by knowing everything, I thought that everything is a lie. Everything is a lie and everything's bullshit. And that's all I needed to know. You know what I mean?
Do you remember that one day we spent watching like conspiracy documentaries, and then we left your house and there were fucking Homeland Security trucks?
Yes,
right
no, FEMA trucks, bro, that were all
trucks
around us. Yes, I do remember that. It was crazy, and we were like, "Yo, what is going on right now?" And we were like, we were sketched out. We were going just from my house to your house. We ended up driving around, I think.
Did we ever realize? Did we ever come to a conclusion what that was about?
I think it might have had to do with the floods. That was when there were the floods and Warwick Mall was flooded. But still, they were like around us. Like I felt like they were following us. It was unusual. It was unusual.
It was definitely weird.
Yeah. No, absolutely was. But what I want to get back to though is a little bit, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna watch a video. Actually, let's take a look at Rich's things. But I'm gonna talk about Trump. Jay Jakes, word. Jay Jakes is one of those people. He can verify I'm someone that opened his eyes to the world. But my outlook, and Jay will be the first one to admit, my outlook was always, they're lying to you. Because I would be like, I don't know what the answers are. I just know that these are not the answers. And I can prove that. I can prove that they're lying to you. I don't know enough to tell you what's actually going on. I just know what you see around you is not what's going on. But it wasn't until 2016, because even when Trump was first running, bro, I ruled it out. And I was like, I'm not too concerned about it. And going back to 2009, and I forgot when it was. Might have been 2009, 2010. Might have been 2016. But I remember saying to you, too, that I was like, oh, but wait, but he's, a Republican. And you were like, well, I'm in the middle, but I definitely lean more, conservative than I do towards the Democrats. And I'm like, why? Why do you say this? And you were like, well, here's the bottom line. The Democrats are trying to take your guns. Conservatives aren't going to take your guns. Conservatives want you to have your guns. Democrats are going to take your guns. So at the end of the day, one group of people is at least leaving us the possibility of defending ourselves. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, great point. And then 2016 comes, and I hear Trump's running as a Republican, but I didn't think anything of it because I'm thinking, like so many other people probably even still think today who hate him, oh, here's Donald Trump. WrestleMania 4, Trump Plaza, stunner to Vince McMahon. He owned half of the thing. WWE Hall of Famer, Donald Trump, running for president. Wow. But my first thought was he's not going to win because he's an outsider. He's not the guy they're doing. The other, whoever the Democrat's going to be, that person's going to win. And it's looking like they're setting it up to be Hillary Clinton. And me and you, one thing I know you've probably heard me repeat even, was always, you said it first. Politicians aren't elected; they're selected. You know what I mean? They're selected, not elected. And even for a while, I think it broke recently, but even for a while, it was always the people with the highest percentage bloodline in them, tracing their family back to certain bloodlines that would be put in these positions.
I don't know if it was highest percentage, but it's fact that most presidents have some kind of lineage tied to each other.
Okay, even with that. But then I hear Trump's running, and I didn't take him seriously. You know what I mean? I'm like, here's Trump. And then a friend of mine named Chris, someone who I was working for at the time, I'm sitting there at work, and he goes, and this was in 2016. This was like maybe 4 or 5 months before the election. And he goes, who are you voting for president, man? And I just laugh. I go, yeah. I go, I'm not voting for president, bro. I'm not. That shit's fake. And then he goes, well, you're not going to vote? And I go, no. And he goes, do me a favor then. If you're not going to vote for you, register to vote and vote for me and vote for Trump. And I go, vote for Trump? Why vote for Trump? And I'm like, bro. And then he goes, well, where do you sit politically? And I said, you don't want to talk to me about politics because it's not going to end well. Because I was gonna go off on tangents and start talking about 9/11 and everything else, and they're lying to you.
Yeah.
I was like, it's all bullshit. You don't want to talk to me about politics. And he goes, well, bro, Trump is different. He's like, Trump's saying different things. You've never heard a politician talk like Trump. He's talking about like breaking down regulations, making it easier for people to run a business. Just like this here, like what we're doing. He's making it easier for us to start a business from scratch. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I was like, Chris, for you, I'll vote for Trump. That's a promise. But it wasn't until like a few months, not even a few months, like a few weeks later, I was scrolling through Reddit, and on the conspiracy subreddit, somebody posted a meme. And this probably came from the Donald at the time. I didn't even know what the Donald was. This just came from the conspiracy subreddit. And he said, the actual Republican nominee for the president of the United States just said this at a rally. And when you click on it, it was one of those memes with a background and a quote. And it said, the United States of America. No, it didn't say that. It said, and I quote, it said, I used to be part, because don't get me wrong, people. There is a very exclusive group of people, a very elite group. And I used to be part of that elite group. And that's why they hate me so much right now. And they're out to get me is because I left that group and I'm going against them. I'm not quoting. That's paraphrasing. Don't let me say I quote. That was paraphrasing what the quote said. But I was like, holy shit. Wait a minute. Are you serious? Who said this? And then I clicked and looked and I'm like, Donald Trump said this. So I watched that very speech. And I believe it was from Pompano Beach, Florida. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. I've actually been trying to look it up recently because I wanted to play it. But Steve, I played that in the stuff that I heard. He's talking about globalists. And I mean, when I heard that, I'm like, yo, the only person I've ever heard talk about globalists and globalism in my life was Alex Jones. And now I have a guy running for the president talking to me about the United States of America will never surrender its flag or its people to the false song of globalism. What the fuck? My mind was blown, dude. I was like, I can't believe that I'm listening to a guy that I can go vote for to say this shit. And it was at that moment that I realized, okay, I'm not sold on Trump. And I came home and I made a Facebook post. And I still remember it to this day. My Facebook was very inactive. And this is where it's going to lead into where we're going to talk again. It was very inactive. But I said, other than Jesse Ventura, the only person that I would ever actually go out of my way to vote for is going to be Donald Trump. And Steve, oh my God, the fucking negativity, people attacking me. What's wrong with you? You're stupid. Memes, everything. I had no idea this was going to happen. I was just like, hey, man, I can't vote for Jesse Ventura, but Donald Trump, he might get my vote. And immediately when the hatred came in, it's like it all hit me at once. And it was like, oh my God, this is for real. This guy is the real deal. They have everyone convinced that this guy is the fucking devil. And I just listened to him talk today, and it was like he was talking to me. It was like he was talking to specifically only me. He was talking about corrupt Hillary Clinton. She should go to jail. Why aren't they prosecuting her? Ask these questions. We need to do something about this. Globalism. They want to sell out your country. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So, and then I went home and I told Jamie. And Jamie said to me, Brian, I tried to tell you this 2 months ago. And I said, what do you mean? And she goes, I want to show you something. And then she sent me a video, and it was Alex Jones, and it basically said in all capital letters, here's the inside scoop about the 2016 election. And it's basically him being this close to the camera, being like, all right, guys, I'm going to tell you a secret. You know, a lot of people don't know about this, but I'm going to tell you right now. I am officially telling you that Donald Trump is the guy for the United States of America, and he's going to save America, and here's why. He's like, Donald Trump, from what I understand here, from conversations that I've had with him and people close to him, Donald Trump has been an info warrior since before InfoWars was a thing. Donald Trump is here to do the right thing. He's here for freedom, and I'm officially endorsing Donald Trump. And then at that point, I'm like, wait a minute. And then I did a little more research, and I realized he had Trump on as a guest. Yeah. A guest. The current president of the United States of America was on Infowars.com and was a guest on Alex Jones. This is something that if we had talked about in 2012, in 2010, it's been, God, in 2002, forget about it. But in any era, it would have been absolutely mind-blowing. And when I saw this, I went into overdrive, and I was like, I need to look into Trump. And that's when I realized Trump is the guy who's here to try to save America. Steve, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on Trump, not just now, but in the 2016 campaign, your outlook of looking at Trump and seeing it evolve, if you were following it, which I'm assuming you were. And then also talk to us a little bit about Trump over the last 4 years and what you've seen from him and your opinions on Trump.
I kind of have the same story. I saw him on AJ first. Obviously, I dismissed it when he was just running for president. I was like, oh, he's running for president, just like people run for president.
He wants to see if he can do it. No big deal.
Like Kanye.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's not serious.
I thought it was going to be like that, and then I saw him on Alex Jones, and I heard him talk, and I was like, wait a minute, what? And then Alex did the video you just talked about up close to the camera.
Yeah.
And then the globalism speech that you talked about.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the guy. And then I realized not only did the Democrats hate him,
the Republicans hated him.
Hate him and don't want him. And then I was like, oh, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yes.
And that's when I decided I have to vote for him. And the only other person I ever voted for was Ron Paul.
Oh, yeah, which, again, yes. And Ron Paul is another one. Ron Paul, Rand Paul, both. Just from what I know about them, I avidly support them. They are beasts. They are 100% patriots, in my opinion. But, I want to touch on that. So that was the crazy part. That was, again, when I was doing the research, I'm like, wait a minute. Fox hates this guy and the Dems hate this guy. Everyone hates this guy. This is the fucking guy who's coming to shake up the system.
The Republicans still hate him. That's what people don't. He's not really a Republican.
No, he's not. He's a Trump Republican, a.k.a. he's a nationalist. He's a constitutionalist, you know, but he's also a realist, and he's an anti-globalism. He's the anti-globalism president.
Right. He's not libertarian, but he's more libertarian than Republican.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's why he has, because that's what I mean. The conservatives were giving him shit for not being far enough right at one point.
Yeah, I mean, back probably before he was.
Before him. Not now, of course. Now he's literally Hitler. You can't get any more right than Donald Trump.
Yeah. But he's not. The Republicans hate him, the Democrats hate him, and then Alex Jones and the globalist speech. And I was like, well, that's it. What's going on right now? Because I would have never, like you said, they're selected, not elected.
Yeah.
And I think they fucked up. They didn't want him. He was not selected. They fucked up by giving him first airtime, and then all the polls said he was going to lose. I knew he was going to win.
Yeah, I was pretty sure.
I don't know a single person that voted for Hillary Clinton. Not one.
I know a small handful, but they're not proud of it.
I don't know one. All I knew was people were voting for Trump, or people were voting for the third party guy.
Jill
I can't
Stein.
remember his name.
Yeah.
No, not her. The other one. Gary Johnson or something.
Yeah, Gary Johnson.
That guy. And that was it. I knew he was going to win, and they fucked up by calling everyone racist or stupid or deplorable in the run-up to election that were going to vote for Trump. Because in those polls, the people who were going to vote for Trump didn't say they were going to vote for Trump because they were afraid of being called a racist.
Yes, correct.
That's why everyone thought Hillary was going to win, because they weren't telling the truth in the polls. Yeah. The same thing's going to happen this time. He's polling. They think he's going to lose. There's no way he's going to lose.
No. And one other mistake
unless they pull off this mail-in ballot thing.
Which again, I agree. I think the energy is higher than it's been, and without rigging the election, which we've also watched here on the show, the Project Veritas expose on rigging the election from 2016 with with Kramer and Fovel, Scott Fovel, and I can't think of Kramer's first name, but Robert Kramer, I want to say. But
Maybe.
But one of the things I agree that's where they fucked up as well, but I think they also fucked up by, if you remember that the propaganda at that point was the lesser of two evils. That's what everyone was saying, the lesser of two evils. I think the problem was they were trying to make Hillary Clinton out to be the lesser of two evils, but then people and WikiLeaks did the research, and the information came out that not only is Trump the lesser of two evils, it's not even close. Hillary Clinton's evil was a serious evil, whereas Trump was a silly.
Like, as I know, I've talked to you about the emails, but whenever I try to bring them up to anyone else, they're like, "Oh, there was nothing in those emails. What are you talking about?" Yeah, I don't think most people even understand that.
Yeah, see, that's there are literal crimes that can be prosecuted from those emails. And not only that, I mean, let alone the spirit cooking scandal that came out 4 days before the election, or Pizzagate, which also came out from those same emails before the election and then thereafter the election. But like they said, the literal crimes, the corruption in the DNC, screwing Bernie, giving the questions for the debates to Hillary Clinton, just all kinds of stuff that was there. The networks being complicit in this, the search engines, the online people, Google, Facebook, YouTube, being complicit in being underhanded and trying to manipulate information with these people. And it's all there in the emails if you do the research, which is crazy. But I feel like that lesser of two evils thing also bit them in the ass, because while we did hear Trump talking about WikiLeaks, while people like us were talking about WikiLeaks, other people weren't. But Trump hadn't really done anything evil. And people in 2016 weren't voting against Trump so more as Trump might have even got a lot of the fuck it votes from that middle of the crowd people. Now, the real question is, over the past 4 years, and I always like to say there's no such thing as a former Trump supporter, because if you understood why you were voting for Donald Trump when he took office, he's done nothing but make you extremely happy on this side, unless the only reason you were voting for him was to put these people behind bars, and that hasn't happened yet. And I have a problem with that, but I believe that's what the second term is all about, because he doesn't have to worry about a re-election. He can do whatever he wants. Once he gets elected again, it's gloves off, you're all going to jail. I got 4 more years and then I'm out of here. I'm trying to fix the system so in 4 years when someone runs for president, we can have a real president again and not bullshit like we had for the past 50 years. Now,
yeah, I mean, that's a good thought. My problem is he's still surrounded by snakes, so I don't think that happens.
He is, but he had to surround himself by snakes. Not surrounded by, but there are snakes within his entourage. I wouldn't say they're all snakes, but there are a number of them.
Yeah.
Now, going back, and again, I keep distracting myself because there's one point I'm trying to make. Oh, yeah. So 2016, the energy is much higher in 2020, I believe. And I believe that a lot of those middle of the road people are seeing the way that he handled so much stuff and has done some amazing things. At this point now, I'm willing to bet that most of the people who are Trump haters are the heavily brainwashed. Reason why I say that is if you have done any research on Trump and you understand how to disseminate information at all, that it's overly obvious that he's been an amazing president, and it's overly obvious that he has the best interest of the country and freedom at heart. But what is the thing that you'll say probably over the past 4 years would be one of the biggest things that he's done to like seal the deal as far as look at what Trump is doing, like promises delivered type thing?
I would say mostly bringing back industry from China and
huge.
The whole tax thing with China, where they tax our goods and we can't tax theirs, because Bill Clinton gave the keys to China.
Yes.
And we just took them away. And that was a giant thing of globalism's. It didn't start there, but that was the spark that started the ignition.
Yeah.
China, with the world trade and all that with globalism, and he gave the keys to China for everything. They control the ports here, and then I think that's the biggest thing. And I don't think he's done a bad job at all. I don't think there's anything I can point to and say, oh, I really wouldn't have done that. My only problem with him is I wish he would just shut up sometimes and just be the president and not tweet about everything. Because that will sway some people. But I don't care how I appreciate how he talks. He talks like me or you. He doesn't talk like a politician.
Correct.
So I appreciate that. A lot of people don't. It could hurt him, but I still don't see that as a giant negative. I think he's been a great president.
I completely agree as well. And when it comes to the tweeting, I understand why he does it. He does it because no one covers him fairly, and no one.
He also enjoys it.
He does enjoy it, of course. And by the way, Chris Sullivan, shout out for the like. I appreciate it. That's Pickpocket Pete, if you don't know. But with that being said, so now we're gonna chill out for a little bit. I'm gonna look for something to put on. But lastly, as I'm looking for something, and we can browse here together, I want to say that I've been tremendously impressed. One of the things, like you said, that have said to me that he's been doing the right thing is, again, exactly what you said. All of the anti-globalism stuff, all of the pulling out of the Paris Accord, pulling back on the UN and not bowing down to other countries and not giving away our freedom and our power as America. Putting America first. Yes, the industry. Yes, rolling back the regulations. But simply the concept that every single decision that he makes only has a positive effect on American citizens. American citizens aren't being harmed or negatively affected by pretty much anything that he's done. I haven't seen anything to the opposite. Holy shit, Steve, The Secret Life of Timothy McVeigh.
Also, I don't know if he was MK Ultra, but he was definitely infiltrated by CIA agents as militia, who kind of coerced him into doing that.
So I got a good idea.
Kind of like the original World Trade Center bombing. That was also coerced.
Yeah, which is what the information that I saw kind of saw that as well, is that he was like pushed into doing that. It wasn't like, okay, you're doing this on our behalf. He believed he was doing it on his behalf because they radicalized him, basically.
Almost everything like that. Almost everything like that here is bad.
Debunking a century of war lies. Steve, we got some great information here. I found a nice short one. Enjoying the cigar, I see. Thankfully, I don't smoke anymore. But
the Rona.
Oh, okay, there we go. I always do that. I'll cough and I'll go, no Rona. But or I'll say Rona. But I'm thinking of looking at this. It's a 17-minute video, 9/11 suspects, the dancing Israelis. I also see debunking a century of war lies. This one looks hella interesting also. This might actually be more relevant to today. Actually, no, because the Civil War was last century, so I don't believe that's correct. The Civil War is the one we need to Here we go, a must-see documentary. I wish I knew what the hell it was. Who funded Hitler? I mean, here's a great one. These are so long, though. I want to find a nice one that we can watch and then talk about it, and then maybe watch a longer one afterwards. Is Hillary Clinton a threat to all humanity? Steve, are you seeing anything good here, or are they too small?
They're too small. I'm going to throw YouTube on the PS4 real quick and see if I can
do it up. Take a look, Steve. See what you can find. If you guys who are watching, you have anything in the comments that you want to check out, any suggestions, feel free to make a suggestion.
What did you search?
I'm looking at the Corbett report on his playlist of uploads. So I'm looking through all of his videos sorted by popularity.
I'm going to go newest.
Go ahead. I'm seeing A Century of Enslavement, the history of the Federal Reserve. That one looks great. I can't wait to watch that. We'll watch that on an all-nighter. Next time I do an all-nighter, that'll be perfect for that, because an hour and a half's a long video. But hey, if you guys are into it and we get a group of people that says let's watch it, and Steve's down, I know you got nothing to do tonight. I know you watch when you're not taking part, which is excellent. So I'm very happy to have you here taking part with me.
Okay, so just look at his newest uploads. I have no idea what this is about, but how about conspiracy theorists are wrong even when they're right?
You know, I watched this the other day, but I'm all about watching it again. Maybe I didn't. Yes, I did. But yes, it's a great point, and I'm
Welcome back, friends. James Corbett here, CorbettReport.com. You are tuned into Propaganda Watch, and this week on the D program, we're going to be looking at a particularly interesting doozy of a piece of propaganda.
So this is from Propaganda Watch, as you guys may be aware of, okay? Now, we're going to do this. Oh, no, hold on. Bringing our guest back. I had to make all new drops today to add a guest in, you guys. This is a miracle. I just want to emphasize this is a miracle that this got done today. No question about it. This is a serious accomplishment that I have pulled off today. But we are here to check out some videos, and I'm going to turn this one on.
Welcome back, friends. James Corbett here, CorbettReport.com. You are tuned into Propaganda Watch, and this week on...
These are kind of long for this, but if you really, really want to go deep one night, there's a YouTube channel called Tragedy and Hope, also kind of like the book we were talking about. And if you go into playlists by Richard Grove, which is one of the, he made his own playlist of the channel, and look up the Ultimate History Lesson, the hours 1 through 5 official playlist.
Oh, yeah, no, Steve.
It's one of the greatest video series ever.
Goldfish, yes, great point, Steve.
Popular
I
pets.
actually want to talk to you about that. I watched those with you. You shared this with me. Hold on, let me go around. I'm so glad that you told me where this was. Tragedy and Hope. I need to subscribe. Now that I know, I even want to share this. 1 through 5 official playlist. Let me go ahead and switch the view. Hold on. The video ain't going nowhere at this point.
Yeah.
This is what he is talking about, you guys. Excellent, excellent video series. It is from this guy right here that you're seeing me circle, okay? View full playlist, okay? He was a teacher. He was a professor. He won Teacher of the Year, Educator of the Year for so many years. And he basically just tells you, like, the way history was before they rewrote it. Like, this is what history used to be before the schools became bullshit, is this guy. So this guy in these 5 videos, 1 through 5 right here, are so ultimately and amazingly recommended. I cannot enthusiastically recommend them more. It is an awfully long video series. We would need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll call it 6 hours of watching this straight. So this might be something that happens on an all-nighter one night if I got guys who are really focused on trying to learn something. If not, do it on your own time. Everything that we're showing here is readily available to anyone watching at any given time. You guys can absolutely, without question, be able to take a look at and view anything that we are talking about because it's all on YouTube. If you miss it, you can watch it again. But right now, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Steve, if you want to mute, if you want to stay up, remember, talk over the video if you want. Tell me to pause the video and I'll pause it. But I'm looking at the screen. So 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, friends. James Corbett here, CorbettReport.com. You are tuned into Propaganda Watch, and this week on the D program, we're going to be looking at a particularly interesting doozy of a piece of propaganda.
Oh, this is
in
great.
fact, an example of a time when the propagandist's mask slips, or perhaps that's not even the best way to put it, because I think we often think of the propagandists as people who are self-consciously lying to the public, self-consciously trying to deceive the public because they know the truth and they are trying to peddle a lie. But in fact, that is not always the case, and we're going to look at a very specific example of that I think is very revealing about the worldview of the most effective propagandists, namely people who actually believe the lies that they are peddling. In this case, we're going to be looking specifically at Barton Gellman, who that name might ring a bell for some of you out there. He was the Washington Post reporter who was one of the 3 people originally entrusted with the Snowden archive, or so we are told in that snow job narrative that has been constructed over the last several years. Of course, Laura Poitras and Glenn Greenwald being the other 2 people. But Barton Gellman of the Washington Post was one of the sources that Snowden entrusted with that archive. And he recently wrote, in the last couple of months, he recently penned Dark Mirror.
I'm going to take a second while Steve went away real quick to pause this and to say, take this opportunity to share the video, the YouTube link, the Facebook link, share it on your Facebook feed. Let people know that we're live. I myself am going to go share the video once again just because I can't get enough of it. Let's get some people in here. Let's ask some questions. Let's have some conversation. That's what this is all about. This is about an exchange of ideas. Let's have people thinking and talking about things that you don't hear everyone talking about. This isn't stuff you hear on Facebook. This isn't stuff you see on the news. This isn't stuff that you see on social media. This is, again, we're expanding the realm of the conversation here. And I'm doing it because, again, I'm not making any money. I might have a PayPal link on the screen, but I promise you I'm not living off donations. I am doing this because I am absolutely trying to educate and to wake the public up. I am trying to do whatever we can do, man. I'm trying to help you wake up your people. So I'm going to go ahead. Movie time, exclamation mark. Come join us. Throw our glasses on there. If you guys are watching now, you get to see me making the share post. And hopefully we get a few more people who want to join in. Now, Steve, I just paused this because I wanted you to be able to enjoy it as well. He's basically describing who this guy is. What do we have here? Like, Brian Gregg has shared the stream. I knew that because I did it. But with that being said, it's basically saying he wrote a book on Snowden. He's the guy when they broke the narrative and said Snowden gave him the thing. So let's see what it's all about.
Edward Snowden and the American Surveillance State, where he goes into some detail about his reporting on the Snowden archive. And since I do keep up with these things, I did read the book. And there was one very short passage that if you had blinked, you would miss it, that I found exceptionally revealing. It comes in basically the middle of the book, where he's writing, "The first time I heard the term first fruits, a confidential source told me to search for it on the internet. All I turned up were ravings on blogs about spooky plots. The Bush administration, according to these accounts, had an off-the-book spying program akin to the work of the former East German Stasi. First Fruits allegedly listened in on journalists, political dissenters, members of Congress, and other threats to the globalist order. In some versions of the story, the program marked its victims for arrest or assassination. Even the respectable left-wing opinion site Daily Costs included an overheated tale about First Fruits in its unmoderated community section. As best I could tell, these stories all trace back to a series of posts by a man named Wayne Madsen, who has aptly been described as a paranoid conspiracy theorist in the tradition of Alex Jones, on whose radio show he often appears. After reporting that foreign intelligence services had proof that Barack Obama's birth certificate was a forgery, Madsen did a follow-up story that Obama White House wants Wayne Madsen killed. I did a little bit of reading in these fever swamps and concluded that First Fruits was a crank's dark fantasy. So, okay, let's take a moment to detail what we so far know about this First Fruits program from Barton Gellman himself. Some source told him to look it up. He found this crazy conspiracy theorist with these crazy tales about the NSA spying on journalists, and he concluded this was all some crank's fantasy. Nothing to see here, folks. And he doesn't mention, but that original report of Wayne Madsen was from 2005. So fast forward nearly a decade, and suddenly Barton Gellman is going through the Snowden archives, and what does he find? As he continues, "Then came the day I found my name in the Snowden archive. Once again, the journalism gods reminded me that grains of truth turn up in the least likely places. 16 documents, including the one that talked about me, named First Fruits as a counterintelligence database that tracked unauthorized disclosures in the news media. Madsen's blog posts were full of outlandish accusations. For instance, that the NSA relied on First Fruits for plugging any leaks of classified or other information that points to U.S. government's involvement with the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001.
Important!
Even so, the blogger knew 3 things that no one had reported publicly before. The NSA did have a database called First Fruits. It focused on press leaks. And it fell under the rubric of a denial and deception D&D unit within the NSA's Signals Intelligence Directorate. Okay, so let's stop for a moment to consider what has just happened in that past paragraph. So this crazy fever swamp conspiracy theorist and raving lunatic had the name, the right hierarchy, where it fits in the NSA hierarchy, and what it actually did, what it focused on, had all of those details a decade before this intelligence analyst for the Washington Post, who's this hailed Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who has done all this great work on all of these important national security stories. He scooped this Washington Post journalist by a decade. And how does Barton Gellman react to this? He at least mentions Wayne Madsen by name. He actually at least credits him with having broken the story, so I guess there's that. But the fact that he even brings this story up, to me, indicates that Barton Gellman doesn't even realize how much of his own propaganda swill he has imbibed over the years. That anything that mentions, anything from these internet theory sites that aren't the respectable left-wing opinion sites like Daily Kos, anything that comes from that is just automatically stupid and wrong, and don't bother even looking into that. It's just complete crank nonsense. But actually, it was completely right. So, of course, he does try to mitigate that in a couple of ways. I mean, first of all, the only moment, tiniest glimmer of the idea that Gellman engaged in any sort of internal conflict or any sort of engagement with this idea that he, in fact, had been completely, insanely, spectacularly wrong in dismissing this First Fruits program comes in that sentence. Once again, the journalism gods reminded me that grains of truth turn up in the least likely places. Which is a nice way of waving your hand over it. Oh, well, look, here's some grains of truth about this massive program that, I completely dismissed because it didn't come from the right person speaking in the right way. But the journalism gods have reminded me that truth sometimes pops up in these strange places, which is a nice way of waving your hand over the whole thing. And then, of course, he goes on to say that, well, Madsen can't be relied on because he attached all these crazy claims to this story, like the NSA used First Fruits to plug any leaks of classified information pointing to U.S. government involvement with the terror attacks on 9/11. But wait, didn't Gellman just admit that he didn't even know the existence or acknowledge the existence of this program that was reported a decade before he ever countenanced its existence, really simply because he didn't believe Madsen? He's a crazy conspiracy theorist, so I'm not going to look into this. I'm not going to bother reporting it with my inside sources in the intelligence community that he likes to brag about throughout the entire rest of this book. But on this particular case, I'm not even going to bother to look into that because it can't be true, because I don't believe it. And that goes to the heart of what this is about, ultimately. This is about belief, about worldview, and this is what you get from these mainstream, respectable journalists. In fact, it's what you get from every form of journalist, of course, as I've talked about before, the myth of journalistic objectivity. But Gellman rides on that cloud of objectivity. He has the objective viewpoint. Although he sometimes, gets it a little bit wrong. He misses a story like First Fruits. But don't think too deeply about that. And when he says that there's nothing to that U.S. government involvement in 9/11 thing, you better believe him because he's a respectable Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. Well, anyway, I think it's funny how he outs himself, essentially, in just those couple of pages. And he does go on and talk a little bit more about First Fruits, but not much. And that's, again, it's sort of this moment of zen that's plopped right there in the center of his narrative that I thought was worth highlighting. Now, if you want to actually see the actual reporting that Wayne Madsen was doing a decade before Gellman ever even laid eyes on Snowden's documents, I will point you to NSA spied on its own employees, other U.S. intelligence personnel, journalists, and members of Congress that was posted up to Global Research in December of 2005 by Wayne Madsen. And that report starts by talking about how NSA spied on its own employees, other U.S. intelligence personnel, and their journalist and congressional contacts. Wayne Madsen report has learned that the National Security Agency, on the orders of the Bush administration, eavesdropped on the private conversations and email of its own employees, employees of other U.S. intelligence agencies, including the CIA and DIA, and their contacts in the media, Congress, and oversight agencies
Contacts
and offices.
in the media!
And it goes on in some degree of detail about the program, how it's set up, how it was commissioned, what it's used for, etc. Again, a lot of which was proven startlingly accurate a decade later, right? In fact, there was a follow-up in 2016 from the Wayne Madsen report directly. Newly released Snowden disclosures verify NSA's first fruit database, where he talks about some of the documents that basically confirm his original reporting. And at the end of that article, he writes, at the time of Wayne Madsen report's report in 2005, a number of journalists scoffed at the notion that NSA would be keeping tabs on journalists, and even questioned whether First Fruit was a mere invention. But once again, Wayne Madsen report's initial and follow-on reports about First Fruit have borne fruit, albeit 10 years later, and the doubters about the existence of such a system can now dine on their ample servings of crow. Well, I guess Gelman has dined on crow in his own book about this subject, although did he really? I mean, he hand waves over the entire thing, and if you blinked it, you would have missed it while reading through his book, because it really only takes up a page in a very voluminous account. So it is interesting. It is certainly a moment of zen, as I say, in the midst of that Snowden narrative that Gelman is attempting to write there. And I think it does say something important about propaganda and how it best functions through establishment media mouthpieces it's not that they have to hire liars who will knowingly know the truth but then go out and lie and propagandize for the lies and put those in front of the public as self-conscious lies. No, the most effective propagandists are people like Gelman who, really deep down really believe this propaganda construct that they are pushing out to others, that here is the intelligence agencies, and I know what I know, and I also know what I don't know about what's going on behind that veil, and, oh, wait, I was completely, terribly, 100% wrong for dismissing this extremely important scoop for a decade, but don't think about that, don't worry, I've got it now. And now I know exactly what that program was about, and I know exactly the limits of my knowledge of it, and I know exactly what claims are completely outlandish, and I can continue to preach from my cloud of objectivity exactly what you should and shouldn't believe about stories like this, because I have it right. He genuinely believes that. He's not trying to sell to anyone on it. He wouldn't have put it in his book if he didn't genuinely believe it. He still is expecting people to read through that passage and go, oh yeah, that Wayne Madsen guy sounds like a conspiracy crank, but this Gelman guy sounds really good. It doesn't come across that way to me, and I imagine anyone else who's actually reading this book with open eyes, they see that Gelman has just admitted his own ignorance, his own astounding ignorance, on an extremely important matter that directly pertained to him personally, by name. And yet he still glosses over it. Again, I think this is an interesting moment of insight into how the propagandists function at that level. They are not all necessarily bought and paid for in the sense that they know that they are crafting lies. I think they genuinely believe the lies, and that makes them the most effective people for putting this propaganda narrative out there. Anyway, other than that, I really don't particularly recommend Dark Mirror unless you are exceptionally interested in every detail of the snow job story, at least the official account of it, for whatever that's worth. But I thought that particular moment was worth highlighting. And I think it tells us something interesting about propaganda and the way it functions. On that note, that's going to do it for today. James Corbett, CorbettReport.com.
Excellent video by Mr. James Corbett.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway from that is that's kind of always how it works with this stuff, with conspiracy. So if you listen to Alex Jones in clip form, he sounds like a crazy man. If you listen to full shows and you do it on a consistent basis, he no longer sounds crazy. And
Correct.
the longer you listen, if you go back to stuff, like he said that a Wayne Madsen story was from 2005. If you go back to Alex Jones in 2005, you're going to find a whole bunch of stuff that sounds absolutely ridiculous. And then you're going to look at it through the lens of 2020 and you're going to say, holy shit, he was right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest thing. That's something else I want to talk about. Remind me afterwards, Steve, when I say what did I want to talk about, you guys in the comments remind me. I want to talk about the difference between Republicans 20 years ago or even 10 years ago and Trump. And I'm going to ask you more. We might disagree on it, but that's for afterwards. I want to talk about what you...
Hold on. Apparently we have an echo. According to the chat.
There's an echo now or on the video? If there was an echo on the video, that's because I was playing it on my TV and you were getting a residual. But is there an echo on us talking? Let me know, you guys.
You need to get a mixer so you can get rid of all that.
I do. I completely agree, and I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. But what I want to say is, so what you just brought up was a good point, and going back to Alex Jones in 2005 versus today, that's what's so crazy when I'm like, I used to still, I've never not been like this. Like, I've never not been the person who's like screaming from the hilltops. You know it. You've told me you're terrible at doing this. For many years, you used to tell me that. You say, Brian, you're so bad at trying to tell people this because you're all over the place and you're so emotional. And I would just get so upset about it. And now I'm a lot better and I'm a lot more refined, A, from practice, but B, because of confidence. Because again, these things that I saw back in 2005 and throughout all these years and the YouTube video. Okay, when Steve talks in the YouTube video. So I'm going to turn down my volume on the TV and there'll be no more echo.
We still got to figure out when I talk, why there's an echo when I talk.
Yeah, I think it's because it's happening because my mic is picking you up. I'm turning my mic sensitivity down a drop, and I just turned my TV volume down.
Okay.
So there shouldn't be any more at this point.
I have headphones on, so there shouldn't be an echo on this side.
Yeah, and there's no echo as far as the sound goes. Rob, you might have two videos playing, bud. But with that being said, let me go into this. Seeing shit that I've heard, like, for instance, okay, so I've known about MK Ultra, child sex slaves. I don't hear Steve echoing. Okay, good. So I think that might be a Rob issue. You're good now. Perfect. Okay, so I've known about MK Ultra. I've known about the child sex slaves. I've known about the satanic rituals, like in Bohemian Grove. I've known about all these different things. And then you see something like Pizzagate come out, and you see it spread like wildfire. And then next thing you know, and again, we'll get into, you know, the discrediting of Pizzagate and what they did in the media and how they handled it and the creation of the term fake news, and we can get into that. But I'm simply talking about from my perspective, and I'm sure yours as well, from all of a sudden, you know, you tell people that all of these politicians and everyone in Hollywood, that these people are pedophiles and that there's sex trafficking of young children going around and they sell them and they kill them and they sacrifice them in satanic rituals. And people look at you like you are fucking crazy. This shit was not something that you said. Even in 2015, you did not talk about this shit. You lost all credibility instantly. And now, here we are all these years later, and all this evidence later in 2020 coming out from 2016 and just piling on and steamrolling that it's crazy for me because I don't even have to go back and look at that stuff. That's stuff that I've always remembered. And then as time goes on, it just gets proven true. And it's like, that's the craziest stuff. Like, even still, going back to Alex Jones at 9/11, I remember, and I've seen the video from a few days before 9/11, he says that there's going to be an attack. Yeah. He made the prediction. I don't think he was exactly right on it, but he basically was like, there's going to be a catastrophic attack, a catastrophic event. I believe he said the World Trade Center. We could probably pull up the video and watch it. But
yeah, you can. And I think if this was in August, so it was probably 3 or 4 weeks in advance. He said, he put the number up for the White House. He said, call the White House. There's going to be an attack, probably on the World Trade Center, and they're probably going to blame it on Osama bin Laden. And then it happened 4 weeks later.
And then it happened. It's not, you got to listen to what people like this are saying today and then pay attention to what you see tomorrow. That's the difference.
You got to throw the leaves up in the air and see where the wind is blowing.
Yeah. When you're looking at the mainstream media is telling you about what happened yesterday and then telling you how to think about it so you move on with your life and you do what they want you to do. People,
they kind of prep you for it. Like, hey, don't be surprised when this happens. Yeah, and then it gets in your subconscious, and then it happens, and then it's not as crazy when it happens.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why there's videos out there about cashless societies, about the RFID chip under the skin. We've been talking about that for 20 years. This is reality now. Cashless society for 20 years. This is a reality now.
It's conditioning. That's what it is.
It is conditioning. And it's normalization.
Right.
Normalization would be the specific process that they're using, which is to make people comfortable with a concept because they've seen it and they're familiar with it. It had happy music in the background and someone with a positive voice instead of the scary music and someone talking to you like this.
Which is what you're seeing now with the idea of pedophilia being a sexual orientation.
Exactly. Bingo. And I shared something the other day. There's a documentary on Amazon called I, Pedophile right now. I was arguing with my friend yesterday about not watching it and how important it was that he didn't watch it. Because I'm like, listen.
No,
I'm like,
it's important. It's important to watch it.
So you're saying to watch it?
It's important to watch.
Well, no, for someone like us with a strong mind who can understand the difference. But this person was telling me, I want to watch this because I want to sympathize with them because I want to understand where they come from. Not like I support pedophiles, and not in that way, but in a way where it's like every time there's an ideological disagreement, he tries to like sympathize with both sides and see where he falls. And because there's a documentary that sympathizes with pedophiles, he wants to understand it. His reasoning was like, well, if someone's gay and they can't control it, they shouldn't be looked at as evil. So, how should someone who's a pedophile be looked at?
I'll tell you why. Because if someone's gay, they're not taking advantage of another person who has no idea what's going on.
That's exactly what I said.
If you're a pedophile, you are.
Yes. But then the counter argument is, but this is a documentary about pedophiles who don't act on their urges. Just having the urges as a pedophile. And by the way, how ironic that this came out in 2016.
Well, I mean, most people who have that urge are most likely people who it happened to. So there is the idea of, some kind of sympathy with that. But if you have those thoughts and you don't act on them, and then I guess, what can you do? You have those thoughts, but the people that act on them is a different story.
Yeah, the people who are anyone who would allow themselves to be tormented by it, or it's because in your head there's something that makes you think that it's not okay, and it's most likely because someone told you it was okay because either A, you were molested, or B, because something happened in your life where sexualizing children was normalized. And you found a child attractive and you didn't do anything about it. And it's not okay to think like that. The idea that people can see someone who can't make their own decisions and not be grossed out by it and be sexually attracted to the power and the control that you have over a relationship like that is, in my opinion, evil. To me, it's no different than having a fascination or having an obsession about murdering someone and not acting on it. Well, I constantly think about killing people, but I'm not acting on it. You know what that sounds like to me? You're probably not acting on it yet.
Yeah.
Because people who fantasize and people who, live in a world where they obsess over murder, those people are called sociopaths. And we usually end up putting those people in institutions when this is discovered. We don't allow them to be a harm to the public. Why would we do any different with a pedophile? Rob Giarusso. I was molested and I would never do Rob Giarusso, you're good now. Heather, I was molested and I would never do that to another. See, Heather is a great example of someone who was molested and learned the lesson and learned that this is wrong. This is a behavior I don't want to repeat and it is never acceptable. Versus to other people, they'll see it as a behavior that becomes normalized because it was something in their life that had never been resolved. It most likely ended because they never told anyone and the person that molested them just stopped caring and moved on with their life. And then they looked at it as, well, hey, that was something that wasn't that traumatizing. Years go by, you begin to romanticize things sometimes. And by romanticize, I don't necessarily mean romantic relationship. I just mean you have positive thoughts and you have good memories that make you forget what's actually happening, and it clouds your judgment on how you feel about a certain issue. But regardless, the core point of the problem comes from normalizing it, which is an issue, especially to our youth, which is extremely important because conditioning the youth to accept pedophilia is basically grooming. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. You're saying a lot of that. What's the two trans women who are going into schools and showing kids dildos and how to use them, and I can't remember the name of it. It's like a traveling.
This is a real thing.
Yeah, it's like a traveling thing. They go into these like kindergartens and tell them stories, and they show them dildos and how to use them, and it's fucking like, who's allowing that? What school would allow that? Damn, I can't think of the name off the top of my head.
We're about to find him. Oh, yeah, I got to be careful about this. I just realized now this could turn bad very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might not even... I want to go to news.
Yeah, that's a better idea.
Yeah, still no. I think this is something I might have to look up on my own and not look up live broadcasting it because, quite frankly, I don't think we're going to get what I want to get from it, unfortunately. But one thing that I do want to address with that, but yes, what you're saying is correct. Do your own research if you're unaware of this. There is 100% people going to schools normalizing transgenderism to children in school. And I have no issue if you're an adult.
No. It's not just teaching transgenderism, which there's no point in teaching kids that. They're teaching them how to use sexual toys.
Yes, correct.
It's not just telling them about, hey, some people are transgender. Well, I wouldn't want my kindergarten kid learning that. Like let them learn that on their own at a later date. But
yeah,
teaching
them
that
is anything
other stuff
that's a
is different.
sensitive subject like that is the obligation, the responsibility of the parents and only the parents as to when that conversation is had and how that conversation is had. That's it. There is no exception. That should not be happening in schools. Definitely not on a grade school level. Definitely not on a grade school level. I had sex ed in 5th grade when I was 10 years old, and looking back on it, even though they were just teaching us basic stuff, looking back on it, it was still a little weird. And I probably did this in if I was 10, so 93, between 92 to 94. And it was still an unusual process because you're an adult talking to a bunch of children about penises and vaginas, and you're going to get questions that they ask. And it's unusual. Save that stuff for kids in high school. Save that stuff at least for junior high. Same thing with DARE classes. I don't necessarily think that they should be. Well, you probably should still save conversations about drugs for the parents, but parents should be more proactive in teaching their kids about drugs. And they should teach their kids about drugs the right way, because the way DARE teaches drugs, it teaches you that smoking pot and crack cocaine are no different. They're, class 1, at least they did when I was a kid. They're class 1 narcotics, and doing pot is no different than smoking crack. And what happens is, you go to high school.
It's still a class 1.
What?
It's still a class 1.
That's what it still is, a class 1 federally. You're correct. But you go to high school and then you smoke that first joint with one of your friends one day when you're experimenting, and you realize, well, this isn't that bad. It's just smoking pot. It's no big deal. Next thing you know, you see somebody smoking crack. Well, I smoked pot. It wasn't that bad. And you want to go ahead and try crack because you don't know any better. That's why I believe this was happening to children, because they weren't educated properly on the drug process, meaning that smoking pot, marijuana, is an entirely different aspect than any other drug out there, even alcohol, whereas every other drug, including alcohol, is very serious and it shouldn't be taken lightly. It's kind of downplayed in DARE, if I remember correctly. Let's see what Heather had to say, though. Heather, they taught us in high school, and I was still uncomfortable at that age. Exactly. And she's probably a few years older than us.
Are you talking about sex education or drugs?
Sex education, I'm assuming, because she said the word uncomfortable.
Well, I'm 40, so I think I learned it in 4th or 5th grade. So
me too.
That was the 80s for me.
Yeah, I learned it in either 5th or 6th grade. I want to say it was maybe both. I think we had one in 5th grade that was a one-day class, and then one in 6th grade that was a one-day class, and it was a big deal. And everybody laughed because I raised my hand and I said they were teaching us the words, and this is a penis, and this is a vagina, and this is a scrotum, and these are testicles. So I raised my hand and I said, excuse me, Mr. So-and-so, if I cut my scrotum, would my testicles fall out? And my entire 5th grade class was dying. I wanted to know, because you're teaching me I have a ball bag here with these 2 balls, so I want to know if I cut this thing, are my balls going to fall on the ground? And, of course, we were taught that they were connected to inside of our body and so on and so forth. But it's just the point that kids, even at that age, even me just simply asking that question caused a whole classroom to laugh. Kids at that age may not be mature enough to learn sex ed. So that's just my opinion. But it goes even farther now, like you said, because they're in grade school, they're in kindergarten and 1st grade classes with transgender people and showing people dildos and sex toys and what penises look like and whatnot. And it really is something that's not okay. Uh-oh. We're being spammed. Nope. We just had all of the old comments come back.
Yep.
What did Heather say? Sex ed, I'm 50, so it was 85, 8 years my freshman year. Okay, so that's what she said. And then everything else is a repeat. So that was very unusual. I don't know why that happened, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to keep on keeping on.
Regular sex ed is one thing, but some of the stuff, I've seen videos of some of the stuff, and it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
they are trying to normalize it. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. That's why people don't see things today. Like when you watch children's television shows, and a lot of adults don't invest time in watching children's television shows. And even if they were, they aren't paying attention to really what their kids shouldn't be seeing. You know what I mean? But you have little kids being in dating and love scenarios in little kid shows. That shouldn't happen. Little kids should be outside playing. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be having crushes and relationships and
well, not only that, there's a lot of innuendo that adults would get that kids wouldn't, and it's just weirdness. I mean, it's nothing new though. You go back to subliminal messaging stuff, and you'll see images of stuff in old Disney movies, like the penis, and I want to say it was Little Mermaid. Yeah, like there's a lot of weird stuff
in from The Lion King and the sky with the dust.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. And I believe everyone here has seen that. We played videos that showed a lot of that stuff on the channel.
And what people don't understand about how the brain works is the subconscious is stronger than the conscious. So when you see those things, you might not see them with your eyes, or you will see them with the eyes, but they won't register, but they'll register in your brain. And the subconscious is much more prominent than people realize in how they think and act.
Yes. And Heather just said the scary thing is they want to teach Islam to our children. Now, I'll be honest, I could probably do a whole episode on Islam, but I'm just going to leave this at that. If we're not allowed to have Christianity in schools, which isn't in schools and has been, and again, we have America, freedom of religion. I get it. But if we're not allowed to have Christianity, we shouldn't be allowed to have any religion.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm just saying keep that equal at the end of the day, regardless of how you feel about either religion. You can't
should also be
destroy
up to the
Christianity and build up Islam. That's manipulating the population.
Yeah, that should also be up to the parents. Religion.
100%. Teaching kids religion should be up to the parents. When I was a kid, I was told you don't talk about politics or religion. I talk about both on the channel, but the reason I do is to spark conversation and to make people talk about and think about things that they normally wouldn't. But at the same time, I'm not out here saying we should talk to your kids about this stuff. That's your decision as a parent, as it is every one of us. Now, I want to circle back to what I was saying before, and this is where I certainly want to have a conversation and know your opinion, more so than disagree. But so obviously I'm reading None Dare Call It Conspiracy, which I told you about, and I haven't gotten that far. I'm like embarrassingly at the beginning of the book, like before page 20, you know? But he's already made some great points. And one of the things that he talks about is they call people conspiracy theorists, but there are two lines of thinking. There's the line of thinking that when you hear something happens in the news that leads to either Democrat or Republican politicians both changing their stance to kind of meet in the middle to pass laws that need to be passed because of whatever happened in the world, okay? Republicans breaking party, Democrats breaking party. You either believe that these things are an accident or you believe that these things were intentionally caused by people who are manipulating our world. Now, when it comes to this, That's a whole lot of conspiracies to believe, because for the past 70, 80 years at this point, our entire reality has been shaped by politicians doing this very thing. Huge event happens in the world, politicians do something about it. You know, Republican politicians getting liberal, Democrat politicians being conservative. Wherever it needs to be to meet in the middle to make the law pass that needs to get passed, gets passed. Whether it's gun control, whether it's the Patriot Act, whether it's whatever it is, the narrative getting established gets the laws passed. Now, in this situation that we're in today, when we're talking about Republicans hating Trump, I believe that this is what I call the old guard of Republicans. Now, I remember back in 2009, 2010, you and me talking for the first time in my life about the Tea Party and how the Republicans are different now than they were years ago because of Tea Party Republicans who basically believe, like we believe, that our government has been kind of taken over by people with a certain agenda and we need to fight for our freedoms back. And people like Ron Paul, Rand Paul, probably considered Tea Party Republicans. I want to know what your opinion is on not only a little bit on the Republican Party for the past 50, 60 years, as it relates to the conspiracy aspect, as it relates to both parties secretly working together to get whatever needs to be passed. But I also want to know your opinion on how it's changed over the last 4 years. And I'll give you my opinion on a lot of things that have happened, but I want to hear your take on how it's changed since Trump has come in when everyone hated him till now. There's clearly a group that works with him and there's still some resistance.
Well, as far as politicians coming together to do something, you can always count on one of two reasons. One is problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem. They incite the reaction that they want, and then they offer the solution that they always wanted to offer but had no idea how to do it until they created the problem.
Yes, exactly.
Or there was a legitimate problem that happened naturally, and they kind of did the same thing. So they didn't create the problem, but they found a way to use that problem to their advantage. It's always one of those two things.
And let me just pause you on that. So I'm going to give you guys a practical application of that, okay? Say Steve was sitting at my house and for some reason I wanted to give him a water. I wanted him to ask me for a drink. But I offered it to him and he said no. So because of that, what I would do is I would take my baseboard heaters and turn them on, and I would crank the heat up to 90. So it would get dry and it would get warm in the room. Then a few minutes, that's the problem, okay? That's the cause. Then the reaction would be a few minutes later, man, it's hot in here. I'm thirsty. Oh, Steve, I'm going to get something to drink. Do you want something to drink? He's a lot more likely because then I created the problem. I gave him in a reaction. Oh, I'm starting coughing. Steve, are you hot in here? Are you thirsty? Yes, offer the solution. Hey, I'm going to go get you a drink. Do you want a drink? Now, meanwhile, I wanted to offer him a drink the entire time. But he didn't want it, so I had to create a problem and then have a reaction and then offer the solution that I wanted to give to him the entire time. Now, that's the practical sense of problem, reaction, solution. But the larger sense is something like, for instance, George Floyd. I'll use that as an example. That's
exactly what I was going to say.
Yep. They didn't. Now, some people are saying they suspect that it was a conspiracy and that George Floyd was a CIA guy and they knew each other. And there's all kinds of conspiracies on that. I don't know about those, but I know about the reality was they didn't necessarily, they caused the problem by a real event that really happened. We didn't even know all the details.
They didn't cause the problem. They took advantage of the problem.
They took advantage of the problem. We didn't even have all the details. They used a viral video, and then they incited the reaction, which is activate BLM, Black Lives Matter, tell the people, hey, we know we told you to stay inside because of COVID, but if you have to go out and protest because of your rights, that's okay. We feel like the one thing that you can go out and protest in during this lockdown is social justice. So you do what you feel is right. We're not going to tell you to stay in the house. There's the reaction, and the solution is exactly what you just saw. They're going out and doing the behavior. Now, what they want to happen is their real problem reaction solution, that's what it is in the media. The real problem reaction solution is get Trump out of office is the problem. The reaction is activate BLM and blame it on Trump. And the solution that we're waiting for is for, if you support Trump, you're a racist, because I support Black Lives Matter and we're against Trump. And anyone who's against us, you have to choose a side. And they're basically radicalizing the liberal population in America to get the solution of getting Trump out of office. Now, how do you feel about that? That breakdown of it.
That's absolutely what it is. I mean, and you're going to see an extreme example of that if he wins the election again. It's gonna ramp up even more, which is why you're going to see. That's why there's so much talk of civil war.
They're normalizing
it. They're stoking the flames.
Yep, exactly. Because again, at that point, they're taking advantage of the new problem, which is the riots now. And then the reaction to that is to talk about civil war. And then the solution is to overthrow the government, which is where I think they're going with it.
And they've also taken advantage of the COVID thing. Say it leaked from a lab. They didn't know. Okay, we have this problem. Let's incite the reaction. And we're going to, there's a lot, as we watched on that Bill Gates video, there's a lot of solutions to that one. They can do the cashless society thing. They can do the vaccine thing.
They can do all of them.
They can do the control thing. All of them. Yeah, exactly.
At once. That's why it's so crazy. They could take away so much freedom right now and radically change the world under the guise of it has to be that way because no one's questioning it. No one's questioning it. And the people who are speaking out saying we don't need to do this, there's medicine called hydroxychloroquine, they're not even being looked at as serious. No one has said, hey, why don't we do another study and give these people the benefit of the doubt? Let's lower the dose like they're suggesting and try again.
That's been a cure for viruses for decades. And the way it works is you take the zinc with it, so that opens up the cells to allow the zinc more absorption into the cells. And zinc, I mean, I take zinc. If I get a cold, or if I'm starting to get a cold, I'll run to the store and get God damn it, what's the name? It's basically just zinc, but it has a name and it's a swab, and put it in your nose, and it cuts down the symptoms and the amount of time you have the cold. As long as you catch it at the beginning, you'll cut down how long you're gonna have the cold. You'll have the cold for a couple of days instead of a couple of weeks. And that's what zinc does. So I always have trouble pronouncing the name. Go ahead and say it.
Hydroxychloroquine.
There you go. That helps the cells absorb more zinc. That's why you take zinc with it, and vitamin D and vitamin C. So that's all that thing does. And yes, it has side effects, but that's if you're misusing it. It's not if you're using it the right way.
Exactly. And the studies, people don't understand that the studies that discredit it, they were given like lethal doses. They were given like 200, 300 milligrams at some point.
Not only that, the studies that discredit it were later thrown out.
Yeah, exactly. And people still recite those studies.
Right.
Which is the problem.
Right.
You know,
and there's also the idea, there's also a different form of it that's used for something else. That's what, when this all originally started, and I think a couple took it, and I don't know if they died or something.
No, it was fishbowl cleaner. It was aquarium cleaner, and they drank the aquarium cleaner to get better, and they died.
But it's like the same name or a similar name or something, and that's where a lot of this came from, like how bad it is for you and blah blah blah. But it's been a known cure for viruses for decades.
Yep. And that's something that people aren't paying attention to. And that's again, because no one's asking the questions. No one's saying, hey, why aren't we looking into this more? How does this really work? Why is this something that could potentially help? You know what I mean? And instead they're pushing. Here's the thing. They don't want you to find a different solution for their reaction. They want you to find the solution they want. The problem they're creating is the corona, and we knew this from the first time we talked about it. The problem they're creating with the coronavirus hysteria is mandatory vaccines. That's what they want to give you. And at the beginning, that's why I was so concerned with this virus, and I, maybe some could say overreacted, but I just wasn't taking it lightly. I understand that our country, even, any country is not above releasing a deadly virus on the world, because population control is something the elite want. And if they could do one thing to wipe out millions of people and only the strong survive, you've cut the population by a huge number. I didn't see why they wouldn't do it. So to me...
Well, there's also a reason why we overreacted is because being how we are with this stuff, we've seen this before.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
With swine flu and bird flu. As soon as Ebola a few years ago, as soon as these popped up, the media was like, "Oh my God, this is going to be a pandemic. Blah blah blah. This is going to be hundreds of thousands of people are going to die." And with this one, it was the opposite. As soon as it popped up, they were like, this is nothing. We'll sweep it under the rug. This is going to be nothing. It's no worse than the common flu. So immediately you're like, oh, wait a minute. This is a different narrative than usual.
Yes.
When this
yes.
happens.
And
So
I
it kind of
tell
confused people.
I tell this to people, and people who saw my reaction at the beginning were like, you got fooled by the media. I'm like, kind of, but it's not like you think. I got fooled by the media by not taking it seriously in January. I've been freaking out. You were there, Steve. You were the one I was texting, sending you articles all the time. Hey, bro, this coronavirus looking crazy. Take a look at this. I was sending it to you, and then even you were like, bro, I think you're right on this. They're not talking about it. Like, no one in our media is talking about it.
Yeah, at first I wasn't, and then I paid attention to the media. I was like, oh, they're sweeping this under the rug. That's a sign that this is probably a legit thing.
Yeah. And what's crazy is I still think back to that now. I don't know if they swept it under the rug because they didn't see the opportunity that it presented, or if because they wanted to maximize its effectiveness by not alerting anyone, so everyone got sick at the same time, and then they could be like, look at the devastation.
No,
you know
I think they realized they cried wolf too many times over the past decade about stuff like this. And they said, let's flip the script here this time and see what happens.
I just want to give a shout out to Jen, who just joined us. Jen, one of my favorite people, phenomenal human being. India has been preaching it because they have successfully cured a large percentage of their COVID patients. Very true as well. She sent me an article on that earlier today. So that's excellent. I'm very glad to know that because that's good for India. We need to bring that stuff back and re-legalize it over here. Heather says, I know everything that they banned has truth to it because they don't want us to know the truth or think for ourselves. Yes, the Streisand effect. The more aggressively they censor something, the more you know that you need to see it. I will die on that hill. There is no hill I will die on more than that one. And again, just like he said, when this came out, Nancy Pelosi was standing in Chinatown going, Donald Trump is a racist. Go out into public. Don't be afraid of people. There's nothing to be afraid of. And literally here we are months later, and they're like, Trump didn't do enough. And it's like they're still trying to spin the narrative.
I loved when he held when he was doing the daily press conferences. And he starts off one day, because they were busting his balls about how he didn't do enough, and he didn't take it serious. And then he shows all these media clips of the media saying the same exact shit.
Yeah.
It's like, how can you,
after he cut it, not only saying the same shit, but they were ridiculing him for being racist, saying that it was an attack on China.
Well, yeah, they were also ridiculing him for cutting off international travel.
Exactly. Like, you can't just do that, Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, actually he did it. And now here we are months later. But that's why I feel like if Trump wins, COVID's going to go away. Because he's going to say, okay, I don't have to play nice anymore. I don't have to kiss your ass for the second term. I'm here. Maybe not in November. Maybe when he gets inaugurated. But once his second term is officially underway, shit is going to change. You know what I mean? Shit is going to change in a big way, especially if we have a big red wave.
It's going to change in a big way, but it's also going to... If you think 2020 was crazy, just wait.
You mean... what? You mean moving forward?
Moving forward.
Yeah.
Just wait. Even if he wins, it's going to get insane.
Oh, I agree. I would suggest everyone that they should exercise their Second Amendment rights and acquire themselves protection in their homes. Every single man, woman, and child. Even if you're not on my side now, and even if you think what I'm saying is wrong, I still recommend that you get a gun, because guess what? Eventually, you're going to realize that you're on the wrong side of history, and you're going to get on the right side of history, and thankfully, you'll be armed and you can protect yourself till then. But I recommend everyone get a gun. But I want to mention this though. So going back to because this is something I want to really talk about with you. Republicans nowadays. So I just mentioned, I said, I hope they have a red wave. Obviously, you and I both know how laws work. For the sake of anyone watching that might not, Trump can't pass laws by himself. They have to go through the House of Representatives, which is people we elect from our state. Then it graduates to the Senate, which is also people we elect from our state. It gets voted on. And then if they pass both of those, Trump can sign it or he can throw it away. It's called the veto process, but in all reality, what it really means is no law is going into effect unless Trump puts his name on it, unless Republicans and Democrats universally agree that it needs to happen, and they have, I believe it's a supermajority or whatever it is to override the veto. I believe they have to take a vote after the fact as well. But, like you said, in 2016, those establishment Republicans, I can't even think of their name right now, but the fucking leader of the House, the one that looks like Anthony Weiner that always was standing up behind him, he's not even in the House or in any way anymore. He's not in Congress. I can't think of his fucking name. But there was so many. Dick Cheney was against him. I mean, you name it. There was so many Republicans who still were standing up against the president that it's crazy. Now, you and I both realize how important local elections are to us, to everyone. They should be such a more focused on thing than they are now. I'm not saying that correctly. But what is your opinion as to what to look out for when it comes to candidates that are supporting Trump? Because as of this point, what I would tell people is to vote Republican, but to make sure that your Republican candidate has been endorsed by Trump. Because I feel like Trump is personally endorsing the people who he believes are going to work with him in the Senate. And if we can get a majority in the Senate and the House, we will have humongous changes in moving forward. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll have humongous changes anyway, because I think being as he doesn't have to worry about getting elected again, he's kind of going to do what he wants. I don't think even within Republicans, I think he's going to do what he wants. But somebody wants to chant, do it.
Who wants a chant? It's been over 2 hours. Racist, rapist, Satanist, pedophile. Racist, rapist, Satanist, pedophile. Racist, rapist, Satanist, pedophile. Now you guys got to share the video. If I get 3 shares, I'll do the chant. Let's see that zombie 3 times. Share the video. I will chant for 60 seconds straight after the 3rd share.
But yeah, I think either way, he's gonna do what he wants. But yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say vote Republican necessarily, but I would say your local. You can actually make change at the local level. You can't make much change at the federal level. So to be active,
stop radical change at the federal level by having someone like Trump, but you can. And don't get me wrong. If you want to make radical change in the bad way, then you can also elect the wrong person at the top. But traditionally, you're much more likely to elect a real person. And I don't mean that the other people aren't real people. They might not be. But I'm saying you're more likely to elect a normal human being who loves this country and loves his state and loves his community at the local level than you are electing a federal politician. But go.
Somebody Heather asked a question. It says, my question is, every post I see lately, people are saying a lot of these deep state evil elites are already dead. Why haven't we heard this? I want to believe in the plan, but how do we determine BS and reality? I would say consider everything BS unless you can verify it on your own.
Correct. That's
basically it. There's so much.
Keep it in your mind. Keep it in your mind nonetheless as a possibility. Just understand the difference between possible information that needs to be verified versus real information that you verified. Remember it, don't believe in it.
Right. Remember it, don't believe in it. I mean, if those people were dead, there'd be some kind of information where you could do some digging on. I think that a lot of that is Q stuff, and I think Q might have started as a few people dropping some knowledge, and I think that still exists, but I think it's so easy to fake.
Yes.
Because it's just a public thing. It's so easy to fake. It's hard to disseminate which ones are the real ones and which ones are the fake ones. actually, it's not hard because some of the fake ones are so outlandish. Like, all the cases supposedly against these people. But I think the Q thing, there's some truth there, but I think there's a lot of fake stuff, and I think the fake stuff came after the real stuff, and I think a lot of the fake stuff is to counter the real stuff. I don't think it's necessarily like people just out there saying, "Oh, I'm going to take advantage of these people." I think there's operations to kind of drown all the real stuff out.
Yeah, see, exactly. And I kind of feel the same way about that when it comes to all these people. Really, all right, first off, to get back to Heather's question about seeing this stuff, I see stuff like this, and like you said, I take it with a grain of salt. I read it, and what I say is, wouldn't that be nice? I'm basically saying, wouldn't it be nice if that was proven to be true? Wouldn't it be nice if I found some proof for that? You know what I mean? Wouldn't it be nice if one of these posts had real information? Then I would be like, oh, great, let me go and go remember this, And when it comes to the Q stuff, you're exactly right. For those that don't understand what Q is, all right, first off, to understand what Q is, you have to understand what 4chan is. And to understand what 4chan is, and I can't even pull up 4chan on the stream because those people are fucking insane and this stream will get taken down for sure. Because there are people who post terrible things on 4chan because what it is it is an unmoderated and mostly uncensored forum, okay? And people can go onto 4chan and post anything, and you're allowed to post anonymously. You don't even have to create an account. Your account will actually say anon 63251746741, and that'll be your account when you post for that whole session. You know what I mean? So these Q posts started on 4chan as anonymous posts from anonymous posters not being verified. And it was a guy, or like you said, possibly a couple of guys who said, there was some validation at the beginning because they posted pictures of in the Oval Office and they posted pictures of like Trump's belongings and like photos of like documents that Trump signed that weren't being released anywhere else. But it was basically like, just know that I work close enough to the president to take these pictures, and I'm here to share some information with you guys. And Q posts.
FYI,
go.
I have 5% battery, so I'm going to be trying to plug this thing in real quick, just so you know.
Go ahead. Perfect. Plug it in, and hopefully it lasts. It should have been plugged in the whole time, unfortunately, because I hope it doesn't just cut us off. But with this being said, right? So these anonymous posts, they've always been in the form of questions being asked, okay? So these questions that got asked, when you do the research, you find tremendous amounts of information. A lot of this stuff has been posted. Really, it leads to a lot of this sex trafficking stuff, a lot of ties between different organizations and transfers of money and people who are on the boards of directors of other organizations and how they work together and how everything's interlinked, the network of how people are controlled. It's really good stuff. But like he said, because it's posted anonymously, at the beginning, it very well may have been a genuine thing. Once it was caught on by the opposition that this was happening, the movement, it almost seemed like could have been infiltrated. And there were other posts that were really all over the place that weren't so accurate, done to discredit Q as a whole. So basically, you see the incorrect information or the misinformation to lead you either down the wrong path or to come up with something that is not true that's going to be disproven, which debunks everything that's going on. So I think with Q, there is a grain of, err on the side of caution before you jump in and believe it. Yes, it would be great if all these things started happening and mass arrests and everyone was exposed as being a pedophile and all that. I mean, listen, that's probably my greatest dream in the world, is if all of these elite satanic pedophiles were all exposed to the masses at the same time, and we could all as a society just open our eyes and be like, you've been being lied to. The people that you believed for the past your entire life are now in jail for being on video, raping and killing children. How do you feel about your life? Who do you trust now? Who do you trust now? Do you have the same opinions as the pedophiles or as the people that love this country? And I feel like we're seeing bits of that, but a lot of like the Tom Hanks is already dead and he's living in Greece and all this other stuff. I mean, he is living in Greece, I heard. That is a real thing. And in Greece, I heard it is a real thing. I'm definitely under the impression that it's a real thing, that being a pedophile there is a disability, going back to what we talked about earlier. But I don't know. I can't say that he's dead. I can't say any of this stuff with any sort of certainty in any way. And you just can't. And that's why I don't talk about it that much. And that's why I don't report on Q stuff. I have the evidence that these people are satanic pedophiles. I don't have the evidence that they've already been arrested for it. It's that simple. You know what I mean? Because it just isn't there.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about because then you're just contributing to the hysteria and the muddying of actual stuff that you can verify.
Quantify. Yes, correct. Which is why I focus. The point of this channel, as you guys probably all know, and by the way, we have some new viewers. Welcome, everybody. Like the stream if you're just joining us. Drop a comment and say hello. Please feel free to share the stream. I told everyone when I get 3 shares, I see that zombie 3 times for a share, you're going to get some chant for a full 60 seconds. And you all know the chant. And if you don't know the chant, hit the share button and we'll see it after the 3rd one. But welcome, everyone. Yeah, when it comes to this channel, the reason I started this, I don't want to be the guy that brings you the news. That's not my job. I don't want to bring you the news because I don't even know all the news. Because I'm not following the news. I'm studying what I'm studying. I'm looking into what I'm looking into. I'm trying to teach you guys how to think outside of the propaganda. I'm trying to teach you what someone who has broken free from these chains thinks about. You know, I'm not controlled by this bullshit. It has zero effect on me. I like to say I have the greatest bullshit meter that's ever been developed. But to be honest, Steve's is probably right there with me. I can't see it be any better. I can only see it being as good. You know, I feel like I have the best bullshit meter that's ever been developed. And if you don't think I do, try me. Try me. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me to do research. Give me something that you want me to look into. I'll definitely take a look at it. But the point I'm trying to make is, on this channel, the goal is to simply open your mind to what's possible when you do the research. When you don't just believe and be hand-fed the information, and you actually sit there and do the research for yourself, the things you'll find, you know, it's astounding. You know what I mean? And just having conversations. Heather, the news don't even bring us the news. Yeah, that's very true. They barely provide any information at all. If you really pay attention to a newscast, the entire duration of the newscast is teaching you how to think about the small nugget of information they're presenting you. I mean, how do you talk for days about George Floyd? You saw it. You saw the video. Here's George Floyd killed by some cops, allegedly. Now we're finding out that's not the case, but we'll talk about that later if you want.
Speaking of propaganda, when you were talking about that just now, it made me something clicked in my head. There's a guy called Edward Bernays who was kind of the godfather of propaganda. And I don't know if this is a good video, but I'm just working off gut instinct. If you want to search Edward Bernays or just Bernays, Bernays on YouTube, and one of your first few videos it'll be called "How One Man Manipulated All of America." It's only 12 minutes, and judging by the title, Bernays.
I like this. How One Man Manipulated America. 12-minute video.
I don't know if it's
freedom
good.
Of thought.
I don't know if it's good, but I'm judging by the title. I know some of the things he did, so I'm guessing that's what he's going to be talking about.
Well, Steve, I got a great idea. How's about we find out? How about we don't just sing it?
Welcome back, friends.
Bring the video for the people.
Okay.
I like it. Let's go right now. I'm still learning. We got all different stuff here when we're doing videos with guests, so give me a second.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare, a great place to learn new skills. The first 500 people to use the link in the description will get a 2-month free trial. This is the story of how one man manipulated an entire country. He inconspicuously tugged on the strings of society, guiding it along his chosen path.
Hold on.
This is the story of Edward Bernays.
Like almost at all.
Okay, give me a second. Let's make some adjustments. How are you guys hearing it out there? Give me a shout out in YouTube land how that video sounded for you. Because I'm realizing now, you know why you can't hear it? Because me and you were on a video call. So for you, I need the echo. So I'm going to put the mic back up to where it was. I'm going to turn the volume up a little on the TV. And we're going to see if you can hear it a little better. Just be aware, though, that we're doing this at... If the echo is terrible, somebody tell us in the chat.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare, a great place to learn new skills. The first 500 people to use the link in the description will get a 2-month free trial. This is the story of how one man manipulated an entire country.
No, but I know
he inconspicuously tugged on the strings of society, guiding it along his chosen path. This is the story of Edward Bernays, the man who manipulated America.
Grammarly
Are you
does
fucking
more
kidding me?
than catch errors. With Grammarly,
Reese's
you can find
pretzels,
really good,
you guys, if you're wondering what I'm about to
work.
be eating. All right, let's take a watch.
Our story begins after World War I. Year, 1929. Location, the city that never sleeps, aka New York. America had undergone massive changes in the past several decades. Both the first and second industrial revolution had taken place, public education had largely been established, and over 50% of American citizens were living in cities. The city had moved past its embryonic state and was now fully alive. A larger and growing middle class emerged. As a result of urbanization, more people were living in less space than ever before. Industrialization gave us the ability to produce more goods than ever before. These products were desirable by a growing middle class which had more disposable income than generations of the past. There's a yin and a yang to city life. In some ways, it gives to us, and in other ways, it takes from us. It put more fish in our sea, but it made it so much harder to stand out among the ocean of people. The consummation of these factors helped give birth to a new culture of consumerism. There was, however, one problem. Due to industrialization, supply was capable of being much higher than demand. A business owner that could increase the demand of his products was like a pirate who had found an X on his map. This insight, in large part, paved the way for modern advertising. Many owners were willing to go to great lengths to manipulate the public into buying their goods. This brings us to the man of the hour and the focal point of this essay, Edward Bernays. Bernays was the nephew of the iconic psychologist Sigmund Freud and arguably the father of public relations and propaganda. At the time, advertisements were quite straightforward. They were a strict statement of the factual benefits of owning a product. Largely inspired by the work of his uncle, Bernays believed that advertisements could be much more effective if advertisers understood group psychology. If they could understand the emotions, longings, unconscious desires, and questions of the consumer, they could market their product as a fulfilling answer. This may seem obvious today, but it was a revolutionary form of advertising at the time that Bernays helped popularize. For example, a car company should market a car as a symbol of social status, wealth, and power as opposed to stating facts about how well it runs. The latter describes how cars actually used to be advertised. A salesman would have highlighted the factual benefits of a car, such as how far it could drive without refueling, how it handles on the road, and whether it was automatic or manual. Bernays honed his skill of manipulating the public during World War I. He was hired to help rally national support for the war efforts. His primary weapon? Propaganda. What is propaganda? Here's a definition from Bernays' book. The mechanism by which ideas are disseminated on a large scale is propaganda, in the broad sense of an organized effort to spread a particular belief or doctrine. Essentially, propagandists use media such as magazines, newspapers, radio, the internet, and video to manipulate the masses into accepting or conforming to a certain idea. Because of its use in the world wars, propaganda has taken on a very negative connotation. It manipulates people into adopting a particular belief or doctrine with the intent of removing their autonomy. Many people see it as inherent.
Steve, is that book by Bernays? Is that the book they just quoted?
Yes.
See that? That's dope. All right. And by the way, are you able to hear this at all right now?
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, I'm going back in. This is good. I rewound it a little.
It manipulates people into adopting a particular belief or doctrine with the intent of removing their autonomy. Many people see it as inherently wrong to use. On the other hand, Bernays thought that propaganda was only wrong when it was spreading lies or used for nefarious ends. What makes this idea so troubling is that Bernays believes that he and other propagandists know what is beneficial for the common good. This is a common trait among dictators and a theme that appears over and over again in his work. He truly believed that most people were stupid sheep that needed an elite and intelligent class to shepherd them. Before we dive deeper into one of Bernays' most notable campaigns, I think it's important to understand his overarching methodology for influencing the public. As stated earlier, Bernays was a big believer in symbolism. An idea or a product can become a movement when it represents something greater than itself. He believed that indirect methods of selling that appeal to a consumer's unconscious thoughts, emotions, and desires were much more potent than directly selling to a consumer using facts. Another one of Bernays' powerful tactics was using authoritative or influential figures to help spread a message. Think of a hierarchy. Bernays believed that influencing the people at the top of the pyramid would cause his influence to cascade downwards. One person, a celebrity for example, can have influence over thousands of people. Bernays knew if he could convince a single figure to adopt his ideology, that figure would effectively spread the message to their followers. This is known as influencer marketing, and it is utilized often by modern advertisers.
Real quick, what do they call people on Instagram? Influencers. Why do they do it? Because the people that follow them look at them and think that they're cool. It's a form of propaganda. Not only that, going back to the people who are the most outspoken people against Trump. Say it with me. Celebrities. Because again, it was a propaganda campaign. And they've still been against Trump. If Trump wins, I'm leaving America. This was what you heard. Propaganda. Back to the video.
Nobody left.
Bernays' third tactic was altering group norms. By altering group norms, Bernays can impose a social pressure on consumers that would force them to buy something to fit in. And the final tactic he used was being everywhere. Bernays understood that a consumer's mental space was the holy grail of advertising.
One other thing, by the way, going back to that last point, I'm even going to rewind this a few seconds, even talking about that influencer marketing when it comes to COVID. We're all in this together. All the celebrities staying home, Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon doing the Tonight Show from his house, SNL being done by webcast. What else? I mean, the benefit concert that they put on Amazon with all the celebrities. It's all about influencing people. This is the right thing to do. Stay home, stay in your house. That's why they all talk about the new normal. But we can get into that afterwards. It's just another example of propaganda.
And the final tactic he used was being everywhere. Bernays understood that a consumer's mental space was the holy grail of advertising. Securing a safe spot in as many minds as possible was the prime objective. For that reason, he believed in advertising everywhere. Newspapers, magazines, radio, it was all necessary. The total amount of mental space available was limited, and so competition for it was intense. For example, let's assume that I sell apples. My competition isn't just other apple companies, it's all food sellers because individuals are limited in the amount of food they can eat in one day. Therefore, I want to advertise more than all other food sellers. Whether you're thinking of breakfast, lunch, dinner, or dessert, I want the apple to be the primary food that occupies your mind. Essentially, I'm competing with all other food sellers for that small space in your mind that you reserve for information on which groceries to buy. Bernays fundamentally understood this idea of inter-commodity competition. Popular examples of inter-commodity wars today would be taxis versus Ubers, movie theaters versus arcades, and newspapers versus online video. Now that we understand a bit more about Bernays and his methods, we can discuss one of his most notable campaigns, getting women to smoke. As a result of the First World War, many women had taken up jobs that previously only men had worked. They were starting to make their own incomes and becoming more independent. As a symbolic declaration of their newfound independence, some women began smoking cigarettes, a behavior typically reserved for men. Smoking was still largely taboo among women and looked down upon by the majority of society, although this dynamic was slowly shifting. At the same time, slim figures were coming into vogue. Cigarette companies wanted to capitalize on both of these trends and win over the female demographic. One business in particular, the American Tobacco Company, hired Edward Bernays to help tap into the burgeoning female market. The president of the American Tobacco Company, George Washington Hill, wanted to make Lucky Strikes, his flagship brand of cigarettes, popular among women. With the help of Albert Lasker, the American Tobacco Company came up with an ingenious but evil slogan: reach for a Lucky instead of a sweet. Bernays was enlisted to help popularize the message that smoking a Lucky, as opposed to eating a sweet, would help women achieve their ideal figures. Bernays reached out to popular photographers, magazines, and newspapers to help spread the idea that thin figures were indeed the new fashion. He also recruited medical experts to advocate cigarettes as a healthy alternative to eating sweets. Bernays tried to build two key associations in the public mind using propaganda. Being thin is fashionable. Cigarettes help you get thin. The campaign helped increase the amount of women smoking in America, but it still wasn't enough for Hill. He said that women have become more comfortable smoking indoors, but there was still a taboo around smoking outdoors. Once again, he enlisted Bernays to help solve this dilemma. As we already know, Bernays inherited a love of symbolism from his uncle Freud. More women were already starting to smoke during and after World War I as a symbolic way of challenging male power. Bernays wanted to capitalize on that trend. In the year 1929, he staged a notable event during the Easter Sunday Parade in New York that would help popularize smoking a cigarette as a symbol of female independence. Several young suffragettes, what we might refer to today as feminists, were hired to publicly smoke cigarettes during the parade. The cigarettes were to be referred to as torches of freedom. Bernays knew that this public declaration of independence and challenge of male power would be eaten up by the press. He even hired his own photographers to make sure that high-quality photos were taken of the momentous occasion. He knew that media coverage would spark a controversial debate in homes and offices all across the country about women smoking. Any female who wanted to partake in the debate and publicly declare her independence could do so by smoking a cigarette. This single campaign highlights...
Now, I want to add something to this, by the way, as well. Nowadays, nobody even bats an eye at a woman smoking a cigarette. Many of you watching this right now are actually saying to yourself, well, that's weird. I mean, how could it be weird that women were smoking a cigarette? That's what normalization is. What you just witnessed from this era, and women didn't smoke cigarettes, to a propaganda campaign and one event with staged people smoking cigarettes, pictures taken, debates happening, all of a sudden, overnight, it becomes socially acceptable for women to smoke in public because the event that happened normalized it. So it's the same thing when we're talking about pedophiles, when we're talking about anything. It's normalizing this. Even right now, what we're dealing with in the media, George Floyd gets three funerals on television and a gold casket paid for by donors, and that 5-year-old boy that gets shot gets no press. Why are we not freaking out? Because it is normalized. Because we don't even question the fact. We say, oh, well, black people got shot. Oh, yeah, that's a terrible problem in this country. They're talking about it again. But really, they're normalizing it so you don't even question as to why they were talking about it. Because when the 5-year-old boy gets shot, you probably say, oh, it happens all the time. No big deal. But it is a big deal because they're choosing what you hear about. But back to the propaganda. I got sidetracked a little.
Some of Bernays' tactics for making effective propaganda. Step 1. Create symbols. The cigarette, the product, was linked to female independence, the symbol, in order to increase the perceived value of the product. The cigarette became more than a product. It became a movement. Step 2. Appeal to unconscious desires. Bernays first linked cigarettes to the female desire to be thin, which was coming into vogue at the time. Afterwards, Bernays linked the cigarette to the growing female independence movement. Step 3. Normalizing behavior, aka everyone's doing it, you should too. Bernays did not at any time directly advertise cigarettes to the public. Instead, he helped normalize certain behaviors in society. First, he helped bring thin frames into fashion by reaching out to influencers and media connections. Then, he linked Lucky Strike cigarettes with thinness and helped normalize smoking among women. Step 4. Get into their mental space. Bernays tried to be in as many media outlets, newspapers, magazines, and minds as possible. He wanted smoking to occupy a place in everyone's head. One of the most effective ways to claim that mental space was by sparking conflict and debate in the community. So, you may be wondering, why did I choose to discuss Edward Bernays in this essay? This essay is part of a longer series that will explore the effects of propaganda and ultimately social control. I thought Bernays served as a good focal point to begin the discussion on because he was a pioneer in public relations and mass media propaganda. A journalist once told Bernays that he was one of many influences on Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda in Nazi Germany. For better or worse, Bernays is one of the first people to see public relations and propaganda in a scientific way. He helped create a framework for how propaganda works in many of his books, such as Crystallizing Public Opinion and Propaganda. He he popularized concepts that are very prevalent in advertising today. Products have become symbols of something an individual wants to signal to the outer world or a substitute for a certain feeling. Buying a car brings status. Purchasing a new phone brings happiness. Buying those new stylish shoes becomes necessary to avoid the social pressure of not fitting in. Bernays believed that any product or idea could be sold to the public through the use of propaganda, as long as the propagandist understood group psychology. Now, the big question becomes, is it possible to defend yourself against propaganda? I'm a little torn over this question myself, but I'm going to do the best to explore it in some upcoming videos. But for now, I really wanted to turn the question over to you. Do you think it's possible to defend yourself against propaganda?
I'm going to say yes for that one, for me.
One thing I get asked often is what software I use to make...
Hold on. Anyways, go ahead, Steve.
I had no idea he was going to say that at the end of the video, but another that came to my mind when he said that, another video on Tragedy and Hope channel is it's called Intellectual Self-Defense, and it's Alex Jones and that guy from Tragedy and Hope talking about how to defend yourself with propaganda. If you want to watch that, but before we do that, if you want to search for that, another thing Bernays did that I was surprised he didn't get into is.
No, go ahead. You continue. I'm sorry. You continue.
Another thing that he did that I was surprised he didn't get into is breakfast. So during this same era, breakfast was it wasn't a thing. It wasn't considered healthy by doctors. There was no really they say now that it's the most important meal of the day and it gives you energy for the day, but back then that wasn't a thing, and that all comes from Edward Bernays. I think it was a bacon company that came to him and said, hey, we're not selling enough of our products. We want you to come up with this campaign. And he hired some doctors and influencers to come up with this whole thing about breakfast and how it's the most important meal of the day and it's good for you. And he did the same kind of campaign. And still to this day, lots of people consider breakfast the most important meal of the day. So, it's just another, it's just kind of the same as the cigarette. So it doesn't surprise me that he didn't get into it. But it's
perfect.
The same idea.
I just found one. Bernays, bacon, and eggs.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I kind of want to throw in this Edward Bernays and group psychology. I'm loving this right now. And I have a feeling that everyone who's watching is loving learning about the man who created propaganda. I talk so much about propaganda. I know what propaganda is when I see it. But to be able to see the creation of it and the man who popularized it and how it was done, I feel like it's phenomenal. I feel like this is extremely...
Hold on, before you click on that one, go back down.
Hold on, let me get back to it.
There's a black and white one. It's Bernays talking about the campaign himself, right there. I haven't seen it, but I just happened to see that.
You recognized his beautiful face. You recognized his Bernays mayonnaise.
Yes.
All right, let's go back. Video with guest.
Many years ago, our client was the Beachy Net Packing Company. We made a research and found out that the American public ate very light breakfasts of coffee, maybe a roll, and orange juice. We went to our physician, found that a heavy breakfast was sounder from the standpoint of health than a light breakfast because the body loses energy during the night and needs it during the day. We asked the physician, after telling him why we were talking to him, would he be willing, at no cost, to write to 5,000 physicians and ask them whether their judgment
I was going to say that.
Was the same as his, confirmed his judgment. He said he would be glad to do it. We carried out a letter to 5,000 physicians. Obviously, all of them concurred that a heavy breakfast was better for the health of the American people than a light breakfast. That was publicized in the newspapers. Newspapers throughout the country had headlines saying 4,500 physicians urge heavy breakfasts in order to improve health of American people. Many of them stated that bacon and eggs should be embodied with the breakfast, and as a result, the sale of bacon went up.
What's that?
And I still
Yep, hold on.
a letter from Bartlett Kell.
It's almost over anyway, but he's even given you propaganda in this because he's saying that there's health reasons for it, when in actuality, I think it was Beech Nut Company came to him saying, hey, we're not selling enough bacon. We want to sell more bacon. So the whole campaign was to sell more bacon. It wasn't to improve Americans' health.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But he's a propagandist. That's what he does.
Right.
He knows what he's doing. He's adding another piece. Look at when the video came out. This is
President of Beech Nut Packing Company telling me so.
Oh, there he is. He even said it. The guy from the packing company. But
Yeah.
so hold on, let me
The conscious and intelligent
This is the one I
manipulation
was
of
gonna
the
watch.
organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our...
Jesus, that's good. Okay, wait a minute. Let me I want to take Jen's comment though, because it's relevant to propaganda here. Only the Jew knew that by an able and persistent use of propaganda, heaven itself can be presented to the people as if it were hell, and vice versa. And the most miserable kind of life can be presented as if it were paradise. The Jew knew this and acted accordingly, but the German, or rather the government, did not have the slightest suspicion of it. During the war, the heaviest of penalties had to be paid for that ignorance. There we go, because people fell for the bullshit. Fauci said on Fox News that there's no reason Americans can't vote in person. So my question is, are the left going to make him into a bad guy or just call him crazy? You're absolutely right.
They'll just ignore it.
How will they get out of this one? No, it's true. It's true. And they'll let us fight it on social media, but they're still going to present the propaganda. They'll ignore it. Their reality that they're giving you is a reality where it is dangerous to vote. And because that's not good for their narrative, just like we're seeing about the white baby that was killed, the white kid, it's just going to be overlooked. You know what I mean? And they're going to continue on. They're going to act like it didn't even happen. But this looks interesting. I'm dying to hear this again. I restarted it.
The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. In almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, who harness old social forces and contrive new ways to bind and guide the world. This passage was written by Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud and a pioneering mind behind advertising, modern propaganda, and the field of public relations. Bernays' influence was enormous. Relying heavily on the insights of his uncle, he developed highly successful manipulation techniques which are still used today, not only by companies to sell consumer products, but also by the powers that be to, in the words of Bernays, control and regiment the masses. In this video, we'll explore some of Bernays' most intriguing ideas, paying particular attention to his insights on how group psychology can be used to control and manipulate the masses. In his classic work, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, Sigmund Freud described group psychology as being concerned.
Before we go any further, I want to draw everyone's attention who's watching this to the concept of what's going on now. One, the anti-Trump psychology. Never Trump, he's evil, you're a racist if you support him. And then also the same thing with manipulating the masses, the groupthink, the mob, when it comes to BLM. It's us or them, you've chosen a side, you're either with us or you're against us. So those are a couple things I want you to keep in mind as we're watching this. Because I doubt this is going to go into those cases. You have to apply that knowledge to this to see what he's talking about.
Concerned with the individual man as a member of a race, of a nation, of a caste, of a profession, of an institution, or as a component part of a crowd of people who have been organized into a group at some particular time for some definite purpose. In other words, group psychology attempts to understand how an individual's behavior, thoughts, and emotions change when becoming a part of a group. The tendency of human beings to form groups was selected for in our evolutionary past due to the survival benefits it offered. Ancient humans who organized into tribes were more likely to survive and reproduce in the harsh environments in which they lived. However, with the help of modern technologies, humans today have transformed the environment in a manner which renders the survival value of tribal organization obsolete. But with that said, the ancient and instinctual pull of tribal organization still looms large in the lives of most, with many people today identifying and hence stereotyping both themselves and others based on things such as race, class, gender, nationality, religion, or the political party or ideology to which one adheres. This continued proclivity to engage in group identification is, according to Bernays, a function of the enlarged sense of self-importance that individuals derive from identifying with a potentially powerful mass.
Identity
Just
politics.
as the wolf pack is many times as strong as the combined strength of its individual members, so too the individual senses the potential power of the group, and it derives feelings of potency in identifying with it. Beginning in the late 19th century, a number of thinkers, most notably Freud and Gustave Le Bon, attempted to understand why people engage in group identification and how group identification affects one's mind and behavior. As Bernays noted, the insights that emerged from this study caught the attention of those in positions of power who wanted to expand their control of societies. These people saw the potential of taking the theoretical insights of group psychology and transforming them into practical methods that could be used to manipulate the masses from outside of the public's eye, a task which formed the basis of Bernays' work in public relations. As Bernays explained in his book, Propaganda, the systematic study of mass psychology.
I want to take 1 second to think of this too, because I thought of it, it applied to the last video, and I should have paused it, and I want you to think about it when it comes to this. One thing that I always say when it comes to propaganda, people hear propaganda and they think pro-government all the time, and they think news. They think it has to come from a news organization. Just like you watched on that last video, and I'm sure you're going to see more on this video, he didn't only utilize the news. He utilized the radio at the time. He utilized influencers, people taking pictures with things. Any sort of media, anything that you could find where it would occupy your mental space. In today's world, that's music, that's movies, that's television shows, that's video games, that's social media. And it's still books, and it's still radio, and it's still news, but it's all those other things as well. And when you look at the world, you see where the propaganda is. When you have every single sports company on the planet outside of the UFC and WWE being sponsored basically by Black Lives Matter, that's your definition of propaganda. It doesn't have to come from the news. It's a campaign. It's a propaganda campaign. It's the same work that he's laying down. This is fucking amazing stuff here, people. If you're watching this, this is something special. I'm so happy about this. All right, let's go.
Psychology revealed the potentialities of invisible government of society by manipulation of the motives which actuate man in the group. These studies established that the group has mental characteristics distinct from those of the individual.
I'm rewinding that because it's too good of a quote to miss.
The systematic study of mass psychology revealed the potentialities of invisible government of society by manipulation of the motives which actuate man in the group. These studies established that the group has mental characteristics distinct from those of the individual, and is motivated by impulses and emotions which cannot be explained on the basis of what we know of individual psychology. So the question naturally arose. If we understand the mechanism and motives of the group mind, is it not possible to control and regiment the masses according to our will without their knowing it? The great potential of using insights from group psychology to control the masses is partly a function of the fact that an individual can be influenced by a group or crowd even when physically isolated. As Bernays pointed out in his book, Crystallizing Public Opinion, a crowd does not mean merely a physical aggregation of a number of persons. The crowd is rather a state of mind. So long as one engages in group identification, their mind and behavior will be changed by the enduring influence of group psychology, even with no other members of the group physically present. To understand how the tendency of human beings to engage in group identification renders the masses manipulable, we must turn to one of Freud's ideas which heavily influenced the manipulation techniques developed by Bernays. In his book Propaganda, published in 1928, Bernays explained, "It is chiefly the psychologists of the school of Freud who have pointed out that many of man's thoughts and actions are compensatory substitutes for desires which he has been obliged to suppress. A thing may be desired not for its intrinsic worth or usefulness, but because he has unconsciously come to see in it a symbol of something else,
Here we go.
the desire for which he is ashamed to admit to himself. A man buying a car may think he wants it for purposes of locomotion. He may really want it because it is a symbol of social position, an evidence of his success in business, or a means of pleasing his wife. What Freud suggested is that often there is a divorce between one's conscious thoughts and feelings and desires which do not fit with one's self-image and which are therefore suppressed. This fact, Bernays recognized, renders human beings manipulable. For what it implies is that if one can design propaganda or psychological operations that bypass the conscious and rational faculties of the individual, targeting instead suppressed emotions and hidden desires, it is possible to move people to adopt beliefs and behaviors without them being aware of the underlying motivations leading them on. As Bernays explained, men are very largely actuated by motives which they conceal from themselves. It is evident that the successful propagandist must understand the true motives, and not be content to accept the reasons which men give for what they do. It is possible, although often difficult, for an individual to become aware of the underlying motives driving their beliefs and actions through honest and critical introspection. However, once one succumbs to the effects of group identification, such critical introspection becomes nearly impossible. A group is extraordinarily credulous and open to influence, wrote Freud. It has no critical faculty.
Okay, so right there, critical thinking is every once in a while stopping and asking yourself, wait a minute, why do I believe this? Why do I feel this way? Why am I passionate about this subject? Why do I think this is the right thing to do? And if you realize that you didn't come to the answer by yourself because you wanted it and you don't have a real reason, and your reason sounds like something that you might have heard or seen, then you've been manipulated. So you have to ask yourself, not only, that's why when you're taking in information, you also have to ask, what are they trying to make me think when I'm looking at this information? Are they trying to sway my opinion? Are they trying to make me lean towards A or B? And if they're trying to make me lean towards one direction, why? You know, why? What do they want me to think because I lean in that direction? I'm gonna leave this with an opinion about something based on this information. What opinion are they trying to make me form? And then be conscious of that opinion, and don't just adopt that opinion because you just read an article that gave you that opinion. You know? So that's just something else to be conscious of, because that was what that just made me think of. Anyways, back to this excellent little video.
Identifying with a group, the individual subordinates self-analysis and a discerning search for the truth in favor of maintaining group interests and cohesion. And with their critical capacities weakened by the influence of group psychology, they become highly susceptible to psychological operations designed to target suppressed or unconscious desires and emotions. In the modern day, there appears to be forces operating through the mainstream media and popular culture which are attempting to increase the individual's proclivity to engage in certain types of group identification, namely, identifications that divide the population into conflicting groups. This phenomenon has potentially dire consequences for both the stability and freedom of a society, as it allows those in power to...
And just like we watched the other day, that is why when you're controlling the population and ideologically subverting them, that propaganda was such an important part of the destabilization process, not the demoralizing process. You have to be demoralized to accept the propaganda. The point of that's the point of trying to break down your own self beliefs and kind of, that's why they say school used to be teaching you how to think. It's not teaching you, it's teaching you how to learn and teaching you how to think. And it's basically, but it doesn't teach you how to think. It teaches you how to be programmed, but that's why the propaganda comes in the destabilization phase. That's why Yuri Bezmenov spoke about it during that. Back to this, though.
To institute the age-old tactic of divide and conquer.
Here we go.
In his book, Discourses on Livy, Machiavelli noted that those who have held power over a population have long realized that a population united is always stronger than those who rule over it, and thus stretching back into ancient times, rulers have sought to divide the many and weaken the force which was strong while it was united through the use of those methods which promote division. By dividing a population along lines such as race, class, religion, gender, or political preference, or in other words, into groups naturally prone to clash, the effects of group psychology render rational discourse and debate between individuals in these separate groups extremely unlikely. Each group, Bernays wrote, considers its own standards ultimate and indisputable, and tends to dismiss all contrary or different standards as indefensible. Unable to settle differences in opinion.
This is why I have left Clown World permanently, and I now just tell people that they're brainwashed and they're spewing propaganda, because getting into an ideological debate over my ideology is right and yours is wrong is not the answer. I figured that part out. You have to just be a realist and say, you're being manipulated by propaganda right now. You're telling me things that aren't true, and it affects your worldview, and it makes you brainwashed. And
this is why people are the way they are right now, because conspiracy, as I kind of talked about earlier, used to be a subculture.
Now it's a right wing.
Well, it's not right wing. It's everywhere. It's mainstream. And what people don't realize is you can't just study conspiracy. You have to dip into psychology to understand how the brain works. You have to dip into other things, and people are confused with all this information and conspiracy right now because they have no idea why they even think what they think.
Exactly. One of the videos that was on the last channel that we looked at when I was browsing through said something about how to, basically how to become a not thinker, how to let your brain not work. And something I wanted to bring up earlier, by the way. So, and this is when we were watching Corbett Report. One of the things that they bank on is you not using your critical thinking brain. It's like a muscle, okay? You have to use it all the time, constantly, to keep it strong. If you don't use that critical thinking muscle, it will shrivel up and become useless. It will atrophy. You need to keep it sharp. You need to be critically thinking about everything. This is very important. They're banking on you not thinking or questioning anything, especially right now more than ever, because they're desperate to keep control, because this is a very important time in the world. But it's very important to keep that muscle sharp. A lot like Steve said. Kind of. You were saying something else. I just kind of went in a different direction with it. But all right, back to the video though. 3, 2, 1.
Opinions via rational discourse. Groups whose belief structures clash tend to revert to more destructive means in their attempt to defeat those they perceive as a threat. A society dominated by such groups is thus easily divided in increasingly hostile conflict, and as a result, not only does the population as a whole become weakened, as Machiavelli pointed out, but its eyes are diverted away from the actions of those operating behind the scenes, who constitute, in the words of Bernays, the invisible government who controls the destinies of millions. While there is nothing...
So I guess the best phrase to sum these people up are the propagandists who control all of the content that we take in. That's a great way...
It's the old magician trick. It's
the man behind the curtain.
Well, not even the man behind the curtain. The magician pulling the rabbit out of his hat is doing something over here and doing the trick over here. So you're looking over here, but here's the real thing.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But this is even saying, too, though, that, and you can see here, hold on, the quote that
wrong with deriving a sense of belonging based on the invisible government who controls the destinies of millions. While there is nothing wrong with deriving a sense of belonging based on the commonalities we share with others, it is misguided to base our personal identity primarily on our group memberships. In terms of our evolutionary history, it is only fairly recently that we developed the ability to become aware of ourselves as individuals, separate from any group or tribe. This was a crucial development in consciousness, as the existence of a society based on individual rights and personal liberties is dependent on a population which has developed this capacity for individual consciousness, or in other words, on a society of individuals who understand themselves and treat others as individuals first and foremost. As Eric Neumann pointed out in his classic work, The Origins and History of Consciousness, prior to the development of this capacity for individual consciousness, the group and group consciousness were dominant. The individual was not an autonomous, individualized entity with a knowledge, morality, volition, and activity of its own. It functioned solely as a part of the group, and the group, with its superordinate power, was the only real subject. Seen in this light, the proclivity of individuals today to engage in group identification is not only a danger to the freedom and stability of a society, but it is also a regression of consciousness back to a more primitive psychological state, and therefore, from the standpoint of modernity, a pathological tendency that needs to be overcome, or as Sigmund Freud put it.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Don't buy Google Stadia just because they advertise.
Each individual has a share in numerous group minds, those of his race, of his class, of his creed, of his nationality, etc. And he can also raise himself above them, to the extent of having a scrap of independence and originality.
That was excellent. I thought that was a phenomenal video, Steve. Yes. Absolutely tremendous. Yep. I even still... That channel was pretty good. Yeah, it was, the channel is called...
Freedom and Thought?
Nope, Academy of Ideas.
Okay, that's different than the first one.
Yes, it is different. It seemed almost identical, but it was different from the first one.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to go back to the first one now. And how to become an incompetent thinker. 6 minutes was the video I was looking at. It's probably going to tell you to... I don't know. We'll find out.
Hold on. There's probably a better one that I know is good that I watched a long time ago. That's the one with the dude from Tragedy and Hope that I mentioned a little while ago. Intellectual Self-Defense, I think it was called.
All right, hold on. Pulling up Tragedy and Hope. You know what? Let's bring the people along with us. All right, Tragedy and Hope.
Intellectual Self-Defense.
Playlists?
Maybe.
Videos. Okay, that's going to take a long time. Intellect. I definitely think I spelled some of those words wrong.
I tell you, but I'm on a little bit of a delay.
Intellectual self-defense. So I'm trying to figure this out right now. And I'm not...
I want to see if I can find it.
If you can find it, pull it up. Everybody, I haven't taken a look at the comments. Rob's the last one. You're right. They are going to have trouble getting out of this. Self-defense. This is... Let me see. What do we want to look up? Video. Is it longer than 20 minutes, Steve?
It's about 23, 24.
School sucks. How to use your brain with tutorial?
No. It's under It's under State of Mind, the Psychology of Control. And hit like the video, like if you go back to the list, like playlist section or whatever.
Yep, State of Mind.
On the channel. State of Mind, the Psychology of Control. Scroll down, it has its own section.
This is down. I got to do created playlists. Oh, on the home it has it.
Maybe, yeah.
State of Mind. Here we go.
Okay. So if you scroll through there, you'll see intellectual self-defense.
Mind control. I see Alex Jones.
Intellectual self-defense. Richard Grove with Alex Jones.
Intellectual self-defense. Now I see it. Perfect. Oh, this is exciting. Steve, I'm so happy you're here bringing the great videos. You are a wealth of knowledge. I love it. Everyone who's joined us tonight, I want to say this has been a treat for me. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad. When me and Steve hang out, just so you know, like, this is what we do, though. Like, we'll have fun. We'll talk about wrestling. Steve likes wrestling. Steve likes MMA. Steve's got a podcast, which I haven't even plugged, called Three Dudes and Some Brews that he does with a couple other friends. You know, he was a musician. I mean, me and Steve have done a ton of different things. But, like, when it's me and Steve, and, like, say we're watching fights that come on at 10 o'clock, and he comes through the house for 12 o'clock, you bet your ass between 12 and 10, we are doing shit like this. Like, we are talking, we are learning, we are thinking, we are sharpening our brain consistently. I cannot stress that enough. What's up, boys? Who do we got here? Ray McAllis. Hey, speaking of Three Dudes and Some Brews, Ray McAllis is here.
Three Dudes and Cold Brews.
Cold Brews. I fucked it up. You can tell I have not listened to the podcast, unfortunately. It's murder. Rob knows about it. He's got his jaw rule in here. All right, so, Ray, you just joined us. We're going to watch an excellent video now. Intellectual self-defense. This is how you protect yourself from this bullshit.
Now we have an interview that is coming up with the filmmakers of State of Mind.
Oh, I know this guy. He's on
talking about
InfoWars now.
control and how the government has absolute total control of us. Part of total control, part of the psyops is having information about what you're doing, how you're going to react, how you think.
It's also a great documentary.
Then they use that information to control you. This is an excellent...
He has it. Steve, hey, bro, I'm going to be dead real with you. Bro, I'm going nowhere. I'm going nowhere. I got nothing to do. If you're down to hang and you want to watch a documentary, I'm in. I'm fucking in. And everyone who's watching is in. I'm sure they're excited. Every time I get off, it's always, unless I do an all-nighter and it's like 2 a.m, then they're like, let me go to fucking bed. But usually I get off too soon, so I'm down for whatever, bro.
We can watch that. I don't care. We should watch this first.
Yeah, I definitely want to watch this first. And I want to make the point that this is from 2013. So again, we were talking earlier about going back and seeing old Alex Jones talk and how it affects what's going on right now. This is an example of that shit.
Make a note of how much he's aged in the last 7 years.
Oh my God, so much. I can't even believe this is only 7 years ago, and I know it's going to be bad because I remember 7 years ago. And I see him now, and it's like, his voice, he basically just talks like this. He's like, well, I'm here for the globalists, you know, and his voice is like so raspy now. And he used to be like,
you talk 3 to 5 hours a day, 6 days a week.
I know. That's dude, I couldn't imagine it. I do 1 time a week, like 8 hours a day, but I couldn't come on here every day and do 3 hours. I could get close, but I can't do it. But let's go ahead and roll the video.
Excellent documentary, State of Mind. It's going to be shipping July 17th. It is still pre-booking at InfoWars. We're going to have it exclusively for a 90-day window here at InfoWars. And we've got a video here where Alex is meeting with the filmmakers, and they talk about how subjective reality is manipulated to influence our objective reality.
Okay, folks, Alex Jones here with Infowars.com, and we're shooting some interviews to get the word out about the new film State of Mind, the Psychology of Control, that people can find out more about
I gotta watch that,
at Infowars.com, InfoWarsStore.com. And we're going to be premiering this on PrisonPlanet.tv on July 17th, 7 o'clock Central for all the viewers and members of PrisonPlanet.tv. And then they are graciously, to get the word out and have a free society, are going to allow it to be posted on our official YouTube channel for free for everybody. But I hope that folks
Two things I want to say. One, RIP Alex Jones YouTube channel. I guarantee you we won't be able to watch the original publishing of this. And two, fun fact, side note now, since he's doing a commercial, once upon a time, me and Steve's shared a prisonplanet.com login so we could pull up all those videos and be able to watch them wherever we were. It was an excellent tool. But anyways, back to the video.
Out there will want to have it on Blu-ray or DVD and get a free film that we're offering with it at InfoWarsStore.com so that they can make future films. This is their second feature film. The first one, of course, is A Noble Lie, Oklahoma City, 1995, exposing that false flag. So this is very important to support the front lines of the info war, and I'm very impressed with this film. That's why we have the initial distribution the first 3 months of it coming out. So you can pre-order it right now at InfoWarsStore.com. But we were in here having a meeting about a big interview we're doing tomorrow on the Nightly News, and Richard Grove, who is a forensic historian and really knows his stuff because I've done a lot of research, and hearing him talk, the way he puts things is really a great way to wake people up, but also to simplify the complexity. And he's basically taken the classic equation, one of the classic equations of Einstein, and combined it to basically explain how they're hijacking the human computer and manipulating it, why they want us to have training instead of real education. Of course, they call their brainwashing and Pavlovian training, they call it education, but it's really dog training, TSA, all of it. So I got him to basically agree to talk to us here and go back over what he was showing me earlier when he drew out this equation. So Richard, please break this down for everybody out there.
Just a little behind the scenes on what it takes to come up with state of mind and the line of thinking that it takes for an individual to become autonomous again. You've heard the saying, Temet noske, know thyself. It comes from the Greek Oracle Delphi. They used to go to a woman who would sniff vapors because they didn't have logic and reason yet. And when logic and reason came along, the Oracle of Delphi became obsolete. So movies like The Matrix say that this whole place, these are arguments of philosophy. How do you find reality? How do you find knowledge? How do you find wisdom and pass it on? Well, one of the pieces of wisdom we have as humanity is the idea of energy mass equivalence. It didn't originate with Einstein, it originated with Maxwell. But if you take this equation, which basically means 1 gram of any substance, any element on Earth, has the same potential energy, and you solve it for celeritas, or the speed of light, you find that it has both positive and negative values. Now this is the same that if you had the square root of 4, you would also have plus or minus 2. So you have a positive and negative aspect. The positive aspect, which would be on the bottom, would be your physical or objective reality. This is where we use words particulars. If I say chair, I mean this chair, not the concept or universal of all chairs, right? And so we as human beings have to interact with reality, but most of our human beingness comes from our mind. So this is where we keep knowledge, these universal concepts. This is subjective experience.
That's the archetypes for programming.
Right, absolutely. And you also have to synchronize yourself to stay in line with reality. So the objective reality, or these particulars, you need a way to
test it,
to synchronize it, just like you synchronize your devices, right? So when you're dealing with objective reality and you want to get to, what is the concept or what is the knowledge to be learned, you use deductive logic. And when you want to go from the concept that you've learned and take it back to reality, you use the other part of the convection current called inductive logic. So really, it's the war on in your mind. It's not a war going on out there. It's the fact that we don't understand ourselves, and our opponents have spent a great deal of money and wealth understanding us better than we have gained knowledge of ourselves at this point.
This is fucking good.
The education system plays into it because it behooves corporate society for people not to be able to synchronize. They want to control your ideas up here, and they don't want you to use your 5 senses and observe down here. And it's through observation, identification, organization, and then communication that we can find valid knowledge and express it to other people as wisdom.
So that's why they say questioning known liars is a conspiracy theory. That's just a fake archetype up in the universal to say don't look at your 5 senses, that's kooky. So basically they're trying to get people to just stay in the allegory of the cave and only believe what's projected on the wall. We're back to Plato again.
And one of the challenges as a media producer is to create a piece of media that takes the audience through that transition, through that learning process, so that they can escape the cave, the metaphor, of being an enslaved person in their mind because they don't ask questions. Recently, the kids at RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology in upstate New York, had a $12,000 Kickstarter to build a 3-dimensional model of the Escherian steps, M.C. Escher being a famous model who made 2D designs that looked like 3D. So the challenge was build this in reality. And a viral video went across the internet where you can see people running up and down these Asharian steps having their minds blown. And I advise everyone who's watching to take a look at that, look it up, and don't do research into how they do it. Just experience the PSYOP as it is and see if you can figure it out without looking it up. But what you'll see is that their project was not to create some impossible three-dimensional staircase. It was to sell a myth to the public. It was to raise money to make people believe that they were really going to do it. They use
I definitely just fucked up. Steve, are you aware of that thing that he said, watch it for yourself?
Yes.
Will you do me a favor and will you try to pull that up and message it to me if you have the ability on the computer or a second screen? If it's going to fuck with you, don't do it. But if you have a second screen next to you, see if you can send me that and we'll watch that after this. Because I missed the name. So, all right, I'm going to go back into this. You guys, I'm just letting you know, this is fucking gold. This is like the shit, like, Steve, how did I not ask you this, like, years ago to show me this stuff? This is the shit I want to see. I want mathematical equations that show me how people are fucking brainwashed. That's what I want. I've been waiting for this my whole fucking life. This is like, I'm fucking salivating right now. I'm about to eat a whole tin of fucking Zyn at once. I put in 5 of these fucking things. But, all right, back to this. 3, 2, share this video. Holy shit, get this out there. Look this up for yourself. You don't want to share the stream. For some reason, you don't want my stream on your page. I get it. But you know what you can do? Look up intellectual self-defense and share this fucking video. So, all right. I'm going to go ahead and hit play.
Vertical split screen. I spoiled it for everybody. We'll have to cut.
No, just spoil it.
They use a vertical split screen so other people can basically take their iPhone, go to this stairwell, which really exists, but it's a real stairwell that only goes, one way and you can't go around in circles. And then they can simply edit it. And the phenomenon you experience is that when these kids figure out it's a myth, they don't tell you. They participate in it. And so that's the teaching of psychological warfare skills to college students, and I'm sure that's not what their parents are paying for, but it's a priceless lesson because I was able to share this with my friends and family, and they have all sorts of ideas about how it's done. And when I tell them it's psychological warfare, when I explain it's a myth that they're creating, they take a step back. And I'm like, that's just what they did on 9/11. It's what they do on every
And that's why they
situation.
teach you about things like, Christmas really being Santa Claus, and you lie to your kids and be part of the myth.
Right, and that's part of social conditioning. I mean, I know it's a gross topic, but there's a really great documentary on circumcision and how that brutal practice came into this country. And when you find out it's about breaking down the male in the family and social control, and if a father will do that to his only child or firstborn son, then society can really control that father to do anything, can't they?
Absolutely. They can make you engage in sexual mutilation, then you'll accept anything else. If you can let the TSA stick their hands down your pants, then you'll accept anything. If you'll let them take blood at warrantless checkpoints, you'll do anything.
And just like that, I turned against circumcision.
And so it's the use of cybernetics and technology to harness human spirits, which are subjective. They are universals. They use technology in the real world to try to take away our humanity. They have to dehumanize other people on the other side of the world for us to say, rah, rah, send that money to buy jets and bomb them or use drones. And people in America have to believe that those people on the other side of the world who might not look like us are bad people, that they're not human beings because they want to use depleted uranium and white phosphorus and all these crazy things that our tax dollars unwittingly, none of us really agree to that.
Well, that's like man-made global warming. Undoubtedly, some of the things we do to the earth are hurting the earth and us, but it's certainly not carbon dioxide. But they say, Obama yesterday, the bad weather was because you didn't pay the UN money. And it's going back to the ancient myths of give me the best hut, give me the best food, let me sacrifice your children, or the snake god's going to eat the moon tomorrow. The scientists knew that it was really an eclipse. They knew it came back. But they knew the general public didn't mark down the dates, didn't remember, so they thought the priests were magic. And now they've come back to accept world government. Let us charge you more for everything. Let us make you pay private interest, a global tax of $100 trillion over the next decade, as they're calling for at Davos, or the earth will basically die, while they actually engage in things that are hurting the earth. And that becomes the real delusion. When you study these globalists, they're the ones that are actually endangering everything, and they're drinking their own Kool-Aid as well.
They're not only drinking their own Kool-Aid, but they fail to recognize the fact that they are drinking Kool-Aid. And the things that are going on right now are not new. It's just that we're at a point in history where we can afford the technology to easily share this with millions of people. And times in the past, you could tell a couple people and then they'll probably wipe you out, take all your stuff, and never be heard from again because they write history. So you're really dealing with a well-organized opponent with a lot of office supplies that keep records back thousands of years. We have a very short memory in this country. People in Europe aren't so easily controlled so much because they've been part of a system that's been controlled. We were groomed to think that we live in a free country. That has not been true for a long time, but it could be true again. These ideas that made America great are still here. They've just been
made America great.
Liberty, self-reliance, self-confidence, and freedom out of us. And they've taught us to externalize all these things through conspicuous consumption. Buy a fancy car, get respect from people. Have a high-paying job, get respect from people. Well, those are some of the things that I had trouble with when I left the corporate world. When I retired as a whistleblower, I got to give up my big apartment, my Range Rover, my Porsche. I haven't had a car, a cell phone, a bank card in 10 years. I'm just fine. The clothes I'm wearing, this jacket I bought in 1997, it's still fine. You have to look at world affairs and yourself and how you interact with.
Well, integrity is the value,
exactly,
not the signets of success. Again, that's all just surface or universal programming instead of what real value is.
Well, and one of the differences today with universal programming is this idea of cybernetics. Zbigniew Brzezinski in Between Two Ages, Technotronic Era Between the Post-Industrial World in America, he says that the deindustrialization of America is planned because they had this thing called cybernetics where they could collect all this information. And under the Soviet Union, it wasn't as effective because they had no computing power to process it and make profiles and predict people's behavior. But today, everything that's going on with the NSA spying is stuff that Brzezinski called for in 1970 to say, if you want to control this human livestock, you have to start collecting massive amounts of information and applying and developing technological artificial intelligence to do something with that to control their attention and make sure that no one
can damage us so we can be better managed, which is a crime against the species and everyone, and shows how degenerate these people are. It's not like they're lions going out.
Say that again?
I said everyone should read The Grand Chessboard by Zbigniew Brzezinski, which is the guy this guy's talking about. The
Grand Chessboard by Brzezinski, but I'm pretty sure you'll find it without spelling that last name. The Grand Chessboard.
Yes.
All right, ready?
Gazelles, because that's the order of things. They are wrecking the species to make us gazelles so they can act like lions when they're not even really lions. They are people that on a mass scale are cheating themselves and everyone else. And that's why it's important that the fire of liberty get out there across the entire world. And that's why films like State of Mind are important. I hope you get it at InfoWarsStore.com. I hope you start thinking for yourself. Because these people are laughing at you. So many folks that learn about this knowledge decide to use it to manipulate people so that they can, again, have more empty logos of power, a bigger house, a nicer car. When in truth, if you have this knowledge and use it for good to empower people, you can become monetarily successful. But then you realize that's only a tool or fuel to try to build a better civilization, because that's the real continuum we're part of, is trying to be a healthy species in a future, not one run by a bunch of crazy technocrats. And so I just hope that everybody out there understands that I've been approached many times off record, but also sometimes on record. And they say, look, the public's scum, you're smart, you see it, join us. That's what they tell a lot of these people. And then on the ego, they go, oh, I can be part of the club. And it's all just a sick, narcissistic joke, ladies and gentlemen. The people in the greatest depths of the matrix are those that think they're going to manage and control all of this. And so that's the point I want to make to you out there, is that this knowledge is a fact. What's going on with the New World Order is a spoken fact. They write books like Brzezinski. I've read a couple of his books where he brags about all this evil and admits they run the organized crime and admits they.
And Steve has these books, and he'll verify that Alex Jones is telling the truth. And you're free to read the books yourself. I just want to comment on the Eddie Bravo wannabe guy sitting right next to Alex Jones with the MK Ultra shirt. But, all right, back to the thing.
Or managing everything. And you've got to understand that Rothkopf, writes and talks about this. All their insiders think you're so stupid, they write books just for themselves to read it. Kind of like Carol Quigley wrote Tragedy and Hope, just to give to people the State Department so they can understand, wait, we're fascist, but we run communism? Well, wait, we want authoritarianism? Well, wait. They themselves have to have these publications so they can understand the twisted logic.
And then if you look at who attacks you, Rachel Maddow is a Rhodes Scholar. MSNBC is owned by GE, and they produce nuclear weapons. They're every part of the New World Order. So when a Rhodes Scholar is attacking you on a regular basis, I'd say you're successful.
Well, you notice he likes to play the part of an anti-tyrant person when Bush was in, but you notice that Naomi Wolf has come out against Snowden and says, I feel like he might be a double agent.
She's a Rhodes Scholar as well.
I know, that's why I brought her up.
Yeah. So
and it's regardless of who Snowden really is. He didn't give out missile secrets or aircraft carrier speeds. He said what we already knew, but just said that, and now they're talking about wanting him dead. And saying arrest him, and then all these people are saying he might be an agent or something because the media is spinning it. They're going to do that anyways. Yeah. Justice be done, may the heavens fall. But you can see all these people who just think they're smarter than us trying to manage us.
And they're intellectually bankrupt. That's the most important point to take away.
Yes.
Review anything, the attack pieces that corporate media does on Alex, they can never address the reasonable points that are being made, the legitimate documents that are out.
What did I say today? That's a great word. Intellectually bankrupt. That is why I've taken the approach that I've taken on social media when I say I left Clown World, I call people brainwashed, because I understand that at the end of the day, they're always going to be wrong because they're brainwashed. And I have an amazing sense of confidence because I realize that they are intellectually bankrupt. That's the fucking word. I got to remember that one. I'm going to end up watching this video like 15 times over the next week until I can repeat it. I have to know every single bit of that equation. We're going back to the video, though. I highly suggest everyone watch this video again after this is done, because this is fucking great.
There, they always have to go after something and go get some video of him from 10 years ago, make it look like he's in this little tiny studio. You know, they do not give him respect as they should because they know it's a threat.
Well, she lies and says that I'm saying there's WASP under the UN, or that Obama sent the tornado when a lady said, are there weather weapons? And I said, of course there are. I don't think this is a weather weapon. That turns into I said Obama did it. But that's desperateness. Right. I mean, they are desperate.
Right. And if anyone wants to look it up, weather weapons, December 10th, 1976, there's a United Nations treaty against weather weapons, weather modification banned in that treaty. So the United Nations knows it exists. We should too.
It was a giant geoengineering program. But again, state of mind, support free open film. Get this out to everybody. And regardless, watch it on the 17th. And then later it's going to be on YouTube. And understand this is a gift for all of our future. So again, Alex Jones signing off here with the great folks from Free Minds Films. Now get out there and take on the New World Order, because there is a war on for your mind, and knowing about it is half the battle.
Here we go. Well, wait, maybe we have more here. It's going to be this guy, though. The more you know.
Mid-70s, it was an effort to clean up corruption in the wake of Watergate.
What do you think, Steve? Should we jump into the documentary? You think he's going to provide some excellent insight on what we just watched?
No, it'll probably be just a regular show. I remember back in that era, they used to just do a video, and then parts of the regular show had nothing to do with it. So we should probably just jump into the documentary if you want.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm all about it. I think this is some amazing shit. You know, not for nothing, and I'm pretty sure I found it here. So we're going to go ahead, copy. Hopefully this is, yeah, this looks like the documentary. So if you guys are in for a ride, I'm going to share the video again on my page. I'm going to mention we're watching State of Mind. If you guys want to share the video as well, get some people in here, open some eyes. You can share the video on YouTube if you want. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want to do, but I'm just encouraging you. We're not going to sit here and help anybody. We are helping other people by helping ourselves. There's no doubt about that. And we're better understanding so we can better teach others. That's why I'm here doing this. I'm just trying to sharpen my sword so I can better explain this and break it down on these videos and to my friends and family. You know what I mean? I want to be able to have the answers of the whys, of the hows, explained. You know what I mean? Be able to break it down on a fundamental level. Here's what they're doing to you. You know? So go ahead. I'm going to share the video. But with that being said, I'm going to throw it on. So excited.
Don't pause it. I'm going to go take a leak.
Don't pause it or go pause it.
Secure your copy today at
He's watched it already.
Infowars.com.
Human beings form habits. At some point in our lives, many of us realize that the lives we are living are not those which we have imagined, but rather lives reflecting others' imaginations, as if we have been unwitting actors in...
Okay, you know what I'm actually going to take this second to do? I know Steve said don't pause it, but I'm about to have a conversation that's off topic. So, this is an exclusive, and for the very first time, I'm actually doing something that I've seen people like Alex Jones do, which is give you inside information. So I have a source here, someone who I trust very much, a viewer of the show, who I'm not going to reveal. And this person sent me an email earlier while we were live. And I want to go ahead and I want to address this. And I'll go ahead and possibly reiterate to Steve if he comes in from whizzing during this conversation. But I want to state this before we go into the documentary, because if I say it later, I won't remember. So this person said to me, I had a meeting with several engineers from very big global companies, and they were laughing at the fact that companies have paid their way to bypass all COVID state rules, like max capacity to international shipping to when states did the mandatory shutdown. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you which companies they are, but trust me when I tell you, COVID is a scam. I now stand by my statement 100 million%. That's how I had to look at how many zeros. So I wanted to give that accurate. So again, this is a real person that I know in real life that has told me that they were in one of these meetings and they shared this information with me and they allowed me to present this information to you anonymously, protecting my source about what we just heard. So companies, large companies, big global companies are paying their way to get around COVID state rules. Understand this. But now I'm going to get back to the video.
Secure your copy today at Infowars.com.
Human beings form habits. At some point in our lives, many of us realize that the lives we are living are not those which we have imagined, but rather lives reflecting others' imaginations, as if we have been unwitting actors in someone else's script. Are we acting out the artificial roles created by others who have successfully harnessed our minds through our habits? To answer that question, one must first learn how the minds of individuals can be harnessed by systems of psychological control. Are the habits reflected by human beings in direct conflict with their needs to survive and thrive in this world? The enormous implications deter many of us from asking these simple questions and finding answers relevant to our daily lives.
If we don't resist all of the different information that comes our way and weigh it and use our own mind instead of what somebody else wants us to think, eventually society would become nothing more than automatons, robots.
The establishment it's protected itself unless you submit to the saturation indoctrination and adopt all its values. You can't get in.
Everyone needs to find out and really think about it. What is going too far? Because all of this is happening so fast, you need to be ahead of the game. They're ahead of the game.
Humans subjugate themselves to control because they're born into it. And the tyrants and the social engineers know how to incrementally begin to slowly ratchet up the manipulation, the domination, the oppression, so that people never really recognize it coming. It's the old analogy of the frog in the boiling pot. You throw a frog into a boiling pot, folks in Louisiana will tell you this, a bullfrog, he'll jump out. But if you put him in a cold pot, turn it on simmer, heat it up slow, he'll boil, and he'll never see it coming.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with group
Great analogy.
activism. And like, go back to John Dewey, he hated the individual. He hated the rugged individualism of Americans. They had to get rid of that. And Carnegie very deeply involved in that. They even talk about getting rid of that, huh? And so I think that when you've been reduced to a member of the group, the collective, whether it's through sensitivity training that teachers have to go through, or whether, it's in your own community, like we have a community-oriented policing system, where they give you a medal. If you do a good deed, well, you're part of the collective with the police.
I would say in the next 50 years, if large numbers of people don't become consciously resistant to the overall mind control exerted on society, we're going to see many more people who really truly resemble androids. People induce this themselves by looking out at the world and saying, it's too dangerous for me to tell the truth or to say what I really believe or express how I really feel. It's much better if I fabricate a completely synthetic personality that's going to sit back here and remain passive. That's how it works.
The idea of short-term gain, basically giving up freedoms. Giving up freedoms is never a good idea.
Since the dawn of time, small groups of human beings have instilled artificial circular limitations on the minds of their subjects through the procession of history. Traditionally, the limitations are imprinted on the servile population through a cunning use of language, instruction, and media for the purposes of conquest, social cohesion, and authoritative order by harnessing the human resources of the broad population. Human history reflects countless stories, regardless of what era you happen to live in, and the common thread throughout these stories is that of the struggle between the state, whatever its form, and the individual, the goal of which is to harness and subsume the individual, willingly or unwillingly, into its group collective.
The role of authority is a predatory system that sees the individual basically as a unit of energy. The first forms of mind control go back to prehistory. And you would simply have a priest class that developed technologies of herbs and medicine and had a value to the tribe. But pretty soon the priest class would start studying the sky and when there were solar and lunar eclipses and would say, hey, the sun's not going to come back on this date unless you make me king or unless you give me total control. And the people would say, okay, we saw the eclipse when you said it was coming. The snake god ate the sun of the moon. What do you want? I want your firstborn child. Sacrifice him to me. Every culture does that. Every culture at one time or another demands human sacrifice because that's the state or the priest class demanding absolute, total fealty and submission to it.
Mind control has existed since the dawn of time. Only the methods have changed. Elites have always known, if I can control the minds of my people, I control them. Only the technology has changed. It's still the same program. It's never stopped.
Sun Tzu, within the works of The Art of War, talk about the fact if you can understand your enemy so well to the level of where you can psych him out, basically defeat him before you put one boot on the battlefield, you've become a true master of your domain.
The Greek author Plato embedded several key characteristics of ruling groups in his monumental work known as The Republic.
Now, I just want to state, what's going through right now is the opposite of what he just said. Winning a war without putting a boot on the ground, right now is the largest resistance in history to this, at least in America, through the election of Donald Trump. Donald Trump represents, and the populist movement in general throughout the world with Brexit and Nigel Farage, represents the resistance to this. And the fact that there are so many elections winning, these people who are controlling the world are becoming desperate. And that's why, like Steve said earlier, 15 and 20 years ago, we were always believed it was a war with us versus the government. But now that we actually elected our person to the government and the boots on the ground being the police officers, the military, support him because he does such a great job for them, that it is now turned into the establishment in the country, or at least Trump, the military, and the police are representing America and freedom, which is why the resistance is now coming in the form of Black Lives Matter to the country, as opposed to the country being the government being resistance to the country. they've now made the people the resistance to the country. But the country, being the Constitution and the resistance to it and our freedom, has always been there. It's just altered a little bit. And now it's changing perception because, again, you know, the commander-in-chief of the military is the guy they're telling you is the enemy. Whereas 10 or 15 years ago, when we were crazy conspiracy theorists, the guy that was the enemy was the president because he was controlling the government, which was manipulating people, if that makes sense, which I'm sure it does to some degree.
So they have kind of changed places with us.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's that now the people who love freedom are pushing for the government to survive because we realize we can win now. I spent very much of my life being extremely depressed because I realized what was going on in our world, and I never imagined getting old because I imagined society crumbling to the point of non-existence far before that. And now there's hope that we are going to be able to save our country from these outside forces. It's going to be a battle forever. Even if they give up and we win, they're still going to consistently try to come back. Even if we get Trump and we get another, real president for 8 years, 8 years from that, we're going to have to worry about this again. They're going to constantly be trying to do the same old tricks to us because they've worked time and time again, unless everyone understands manipulation on this level that we're talking about it. If you just understand you were manipulated, but you didn't know by why, you didn't know by who and why, it's not going to get better. It's understanding the what, where, who, when, and why, and then most importantly, how that's going to prevent it from ever happening again. Steve, anything on that or back to the video?
Oh, well said.
I like it. All right, here we go.
Therein, he introduces the term cybernetics as a description of steering the ship of state, emphasizing crowd control. Plato memorialized the essence of the scenario used to control individuals to this day, to make them part of the group or state. This is famously known as the allegory of the cave, a useful strategy which is emblematic of the history of mind control.
The idea of cybernetics first shows up in Plato's Republic. I believe it's book 6, and in the Greek original text, it's read kybernetes. But you can easily discern how this word tied into cybernetics, the control of not only nations, but how the making of individuals into the collective that forms nations came about.
As we've moved through history, every great leader has had to understand the potential of information, the potential of speech, the potential of words, the potential of books.
What is a citizen, if not someone willingly or unwillingly participating in the machinations of the state? How would we acquire the habits of citizenship without stimulus from the state and our response to it?
Attention! Attention! This is your beloved leader, Og the Exalted. There will be a special Science Joy rally today at Og Memorial Stadium.
Is that Krill?
Yeah, it's our boy, the Omnipotent Highness Krill.
In an attempt to assist the state,
and I just want to advertise the story of Krill will be told on the 9/11 summit on September 11th, right here. Same YouTube channel, same Facebook channel. We're going live at 5, September 11th. Me, Steve is coming back, and we're going to bring Ashley on, and we will talk about the Omnipotent Highness Krill, and it will be glorious. But anyways, back to the video.
14th century Italian named Niccolo Machiavelli crafted several books intended to help the ruling elite dominate their subjects with the most effective psychological warfare techniques available to the world at that time.
And he was trying to convert the Medici family into hiring him to provide political advice. Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
Concurrent to Machiavelli's efforts, the consequences of tyranny were sowing the seeds of liberty throughout Europe, with authors like Etienne de la Boétie of France leading individuals to consider their situations and discover effective means to achieving liberty for all.
So this whole idea of Machiavelli telling the ruling elite how to do this in a more efficient and effective manner without people directly knowing about it. But his mistake is that these books get out there and other people start to read these books because it's not just the ruling elite. This starts to have an influence in Europe. You've got a character named Etienne de la Boétie, who writes a discourse on voluntary servitude. And basically what de la Boétie does is he shows you that everything that Machiavelli told the ruling elite about how to control you is undone when you understand it to the nuts and bolts level, where you can then withdraw your consent, and that only then are you free.
We control you.
Correct.
We control your mind. We make you believe you have no creative power. We make you forget you have imagination, which is the core capability from which you can invent your own reality.
The myriad components of collectivism combine to form a comprehensive system for transforming the individual into a cog within the machinery of the state. The first step is to remove self-reliance, thus creating dependence on the state or collective. The next step is to create a motivation based on fear of scarcity, as opposed to creativity and productivity. Remove the systems of autonomy, creativity, and self-teaching, which help create individuality in the first place, and the void is filled by the will of the collective. Nature abhors a vacuum, and the mind is no different. Innovative and enigmatic German philosopher of the 19th century, Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, observed that human history could be manipulated to create a contrived outcome. Hegel's essential observations of the methods by which history may be authored by a small group translate into a world in which an individual's choices may be engineered away from his needs.
How to engineer the opinion of the American people so that they would fully endorse, not only endorse, but demand a war.
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit. Right? Oh my God! Another plane has just hit. It hit another building. Flew right into the middle of it. Explosion.
So it's problem, the people then beg for it, that's reaction, and then it's solution, which is centralizing more control.
Create the problem, people scream, you couldn't impose any solution you want on people.
One recent practical example of the use of Hegel's method for control is that of the infamous underwear bomber.
I'm Kurt Haskell. I'm a Michigan attorney and more well known as being the main eyewitness to the underwear bomber event on Christmas Day 2009. I saw two men approach the desk. One looked like a poor African man, or maybe late teenager, and one looked like a wealthier Indian-looking man who had on a tan suit. They were walking together, and I just thought they were a weird pair, and I was wondering why the two were together, and I listened to their conversation as they went up to the desk and talked to the airline worker. When they went up there, just the Indian man spoke, and he said, this man needs to get on the flight, but he doesn't have a passport. And then the airline worker said, well, he can't get on the flight without a passport. And then the Indian man kind of argued with her, saying, well, he's from Sudan, and we do this all the time.
The student from Nigeria smuggled explosives onto a flight in his underwear. Prosecutors staged a demonstration of what might have happened, but something went wrong. Abdul-Muttalab's trousers burst into flames. Passengers and crew grabbed him. The plane landed safely.
The source has confirmed that Farouk Muttalab is the son of Alhaji Muttalab, former chairman of one of Nigeria's biggest, wealthiest, and most respected banks, First Bank of Nigeria.
As soon as this happens, we see Mr. Chertoff all over the news and TV everywhere promoting these body scanning machines.
But there are a few things we could do to make things better. First, we could deploy the scanning machines that we currently are beginning to deploy in the U.S. that would give us the ability to see what someone has concealed underneath their clothing.
To meet agendas in conflict with the needs of individuals. The ruling class creates an artificial crisis to which the public reacts by begging for the ruling class to intervene. The ruling class then enjoys the plunder made possible by removing the self-reliance from individuals.
Good morning, everybody. Today's hearing is the third in a series of subcommittee hearings focused on some of the causes and consequences of the 2008 financial crisis, a man-made economic assault on our country that is still foreclosing on homes, shuttering businesses, and driving unemployment.
The combined philosophies of Thomas Malthus, Charles Darwin, and Herbert Spencer led to the development of social Darwinism. Social Darwinism grafted the concept of the survival of the fittest onto the larger social framework. Claims of biological advantages or superiority could then be advanced as justification for future economic policy relating to the poor, and as the basis of Francis Galton's pseudoscience of eugenics in the 20th century.
So Darwin comes along about 150 years ago and comes out with his theories on where life comes from, and then it's survival of the fittest, and that the best organisms are able to survive in a competitive environment and move forward in the evolutionary chain. And whether that theory is correct or partially correct or totally wrong is a side issue. The robber barons, the British...
All right, listen, Steve, I'm running upstairs to get a soda. I will be right back. If I miss something that's super important that you think I should talk about, let me know as soon as I get back. This will take less than a minute. All right.
Royalty, the J.P. Morgans of the world, publicly adopted the idea of Darwinism and merged it with predatory eugenics.
And the eugenicists, who have always been looking for scientific causes to justify their sinning, if you will, that's what they found so useful in Darwin's work, is they said, we've already had this belief system that we're better than you, but we now have science to back it up.
Our entire current civilization, what we know as globalism, the New World Order, is based on eugenics scientists that developed their theories in the last 200 years, mainly in England, Germany, and the United States. The entire science of genetics, biometrics, eugenics, computers, all of it came out of the search for a system of total control over humanity.
So the issue with eugenics is it claims to be a science of self-adaptation for human species. So it sounds like a great thing. If you're an individual, you want to make yourself better. If you reproduce, you want your kids to be strong and survive. However, the people who are doing it
Mike Oliver,
are
making
a bunch of decisions for other people and violating volition and their free will all over the place because that's their modus operandi.
Mike Oliver liked it again.
In his 1928 book, The Open Conspiracy, former British psychological warfare expert H.G. Wells wrote, "The political world of the open conspiracy must weaken, efface, incorporate, and supersede existing governments. The character of the open conspiracy will then be plainly displayed. It will be a world religion. This large, loose, assimilatory mass of groups and societies will definitely and obviously attempt to swallow up the entire population of the world and become a new human community. The immediate task before all people, a planned world state, is appearing as 1,000 points of light, but generations of propaganda and education may have to precede it."
The government of England put massive
ideological subversion,
the study of humans, and not just medicine, but human behavior. And so all the sciences that the British Empire used on countries that it was attacking and regions it was conquering were also turned inward against their own populations.
In 1948, Eric Blair, the British journalist and author who assumed the nom de plume of George Orwell, wrote the iconic dystopian novel 1984. In it, Orwell outlined a collectivist future governed by technocrats, in which a big brother totalitarian state maintains control of society through constant panopticon-inspired surveillance, fueled by a perpetual war and emboldened by both covert and overt forms of mind control and mass persuasion.
The premise of the panopticon, it was an architectural design that was set up to maximize the power of surveillance. So if the prisoners didn't know, they could never tell if they were actually being watched at any one time, so they would have to assume that they were always being watched.
Through 1984, Orwell introduced the concept of newspeak into popular culture, a debased language structure that would suppress the ability of the masses to upset the power of the state by regulating their thoughts through an illusory police force known as the thought police.
This is what is happening now. They are currently, but they're not enforcing it through the state. They're letting people enforce the groupthink. If you do not agree with the mob, then you are labeled a racist or a sexist or a homophobe or whatever it is. They are basically taking to the people through the use of propagandists within the population and all forms of media, from the very bottom to local YouTube channels, all the way up to the top to television, to accomplish this.
Orwell's notion of doublespeak demonstrated the cognitive dissonance inherent in tyrannical structures. As the meanings of the words change, the meaning in society is lost.
And I just want to say this goes directly hand in hand with BLM, and let me tell you why, okay? Kneeling for the flag. Throughout history, as many years back as I can remember, the concept of kneeling during the Pledge of Allegiance or the national anthem was 100% looked at as disgraceful and disrespectful. Now, when you ask BLM about kneeling during the flag, or anyone that represents it and is doing it, what do they say? They don't understand the meaning. And when the people are pushing it, the people who are blindly defend it, what do they say when you argue with them on social media? But that's not what it means. It doesn't mean they're disrespecting the flag. It means something else. They're doing it. They made it mean something else. That's the point. It's not about what they made it mean. They're changing the meaning of things to do what they want to do. They want to disrespect America. To all those who think that's not what it means, they don't realize that they are disrespecting America, because again, this 1984 crazy clown world, as I like to call it, that we live in, has changed the meaning of things. When I was a kid, women could have children, and that was it. And there was a rumor that said the first man that has a child, Walt Disney is going to give him $1 million, or they're going to own Disney World or something. Now, men have children because transgenderism and the way that people define gender nowadays now means that a woman can have a penis and a man can have a vagina and a full set of female reproductive organs. So, I mean, it's just a crazy world that we live in. This is where it comes from, 1984. We're watching it right now. Steve, anything on that?
You pretty much wrapped it up, man.
I like it. I'm just asking because I was here. Maybe you had something else to add. All right, ready?
We have been able to raise our standard of living without sacrificing the spiritual side of life, which means so much to the American family.
Thomas Henry Huxley, the man known as Darwin's bulldog, produced a number of grandchildren, the two best known and most influential being Julian and Aldous Huxley. Sir Julian Huxley, an evolutionary biologist, was elected as the first Director General of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, and also served as both Vice President and President of the British Eugenics Society.
So the Huxley family is highly interesting because T.H. Huxley is the teacher over H.G. Wells, who becomes a famous protege. But Huxley's whole family is not only intermarried and working on these eugenics ideas themselves, but they have, he has a famous son and grandson and all sorts of things.
This is what I was talking about earlier, 1984 and Brave New World.
So notably, you have Aldous Huxley, who coins the phrase Brave New World in 1932 with his novel, which is really describing a technocratic future by which people are pharmaceutically drugged into loving their servitude.
I think what is going to happen in the future is the dictators will find, as the old saying goes, that you can do everything with bayonets except sit on them. That if you want to preserve your power indefinitely, you have to get the consent of the ruled. And this they will do, partly by drugs, as I foresaw in Brave New World, partly by these new techniques of of propaganda. They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery. I mean, I think this is the danger, that actually people may be in some ways happy under the new regime, but they will be happy in a situation where they oughtn't to be happy.
Leveraging the fact that the 20th century opened up numerous avenues for shaping and controlling the thoughts and behaviors of the population, the ruling elite contrived new ways of obscuring useful facts while peddling useless ideas to the American people. Advertising, in addition to fundamental changes in education, produced a population of non-thinkers whose false understanding of basic concepts instilled through public schooling led to generations of people who feel they are magically endowed with the ability to somehow attain knowledge without first observing the landscape of available, credible evidence.
There we
One
go.
such artifact of credible evidence which demonstrates that our lives are being scripted by the ruling class is a 1966 textbook authored by Georgetown professor Dr. Carol Quigley, titled Tragedy and Hope.
There it is
The
again.
History of the World in Our Time.
A lot about this book today.
Quigley details a secret society, partially funded by central banker Lord Rothschild, enacted by Cecil Rhodes and led by Lord Alfred Milner, and the Round Table Journal of International Affairs, which Quigley terms the Milner Group. The first questions most people ask upon hearing of such a book are, why is it so important? And why do so few know about its existence?
This is a key book. It's almost like the Rosetta Stone to decode everything they're doing. It's over 1,000 pages long with incredible, documentation in the bibliography of how this ruling elite based out of Britain is using a full spectrum dominance model to fund the communists, to fund the fascists, to fund the Democrats, to fund the Republicans, so that there looks like there's a choice, but everything really is moving towards collectivism for the general public, while the elite themselves are exempt from all their own rules.
These are the ideas of people who plunder that care not about laws or boundaries or nations or your rights. They see might makes right. And so when Cecil Rhodes goes in and creates Rhodesia, and you have South Africa and the De Beers whole cartel of diamonds and gold, and then you look at who Cecil Rhodes left his will to, who funded him to go down there and do that, you keep coming back to the historical central bankers that have been manipulating world events as we've been taught them for at least, since the beginning of our country. 1776, 1790 is when they start to gain a foothold. They then come over in the 1820s, 1830s, 1840s, pre-Civil War, gain a stronger foothold. And by the end of the Civil War, we're completely switched over to a system that we had fought 60 years before to overthrow.
Once the power structure got all the best and brightest students of the world and put them through Rhodes Scholar type programs, not just in England, but in other nations, they could then control the brain trust and have a fully programmed new generation to take control of the governmental, corporate, and media systems to carry out the program.
Their goal was to dominate all of those major power centers quietly behind the scenes. And by moving the leadership in a certain direction, then they knew that they could control the masses without the masses even knowing that they're being dominated and led by a very small, powerful elite group.
In further pursuit of the science of controlling human resources, the last will and testament of Cecil Rhodes spawned the Pilgrim Society in both America and England, which created a global brain trust. Its goal? To assert global control by dividing its tasks into working groups, such as the Council on Foreign Relations, Bilderberg Group, and Trilateral Commission throughout the 20th century. In more recent history, the long-held beliefs of the ruling class regarding control of the individual's body by the undermining of his mental abilities were then furthered by the technological breakthroughs of the 19th and 20th centuries. In the 19th century, the Prussian government conducted research into the study of how to make individuals compliant cogs in the machine of their conflict-based empire. Prussian psychologist Wilhelm Wundt determined that the individual human being has no soul and can thus be programmed like an automaton or robot.
You see, the social engineers don't need us under social Darwinism. We're scum to be removed. We are seen as nothing but biological androids or replicants, from the Philip K. Dick book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, turned into Blade Runner. We're just seen as dumbed down biological workers.
When individual identity has been forsaken, it is much easier to compartmentalize the minds of those being controlled. Various personages throughout history have described the human being as a machine, but it was the synergy amongst the work of Wilhelm Wundt, Ivan Pavlov, and many others, which scientifically quantified the individual as soulless, thus justifying manipulation to plunder individuals of their rights, transforming individuals into human resources.
Our system is copied from a 1819 Prussian system that's a three-tiered education system. One tier is for the intellectual elite. The second tier is for the servers of the intellectual elite. They would be the professionals, the doctors, the lawyers. And the last tier is for the lay. It's for the masses.
Education, as we know it, is nothing more than mind control. It is the science of control. And the British scientists, the eugenicists, came up with systems to dumb people down and make them submissive. But the German model, in fact, namely the Prussian model, that was designed to create soldiers that were owned by the state, but that were so brainwashed they were proud to go off and march into musket fire. That system, known as kindergarten, is the whole basis of modern Western education.
How do you measure the achievement of a nation?
If you want to know how we're really doing, take a look at our schools. For on what we're doing here and in schools throughout the world rests not only our future fate, but perhaps the very fate of civilization itself.
Building upon this dehumanization of individuals to the animal state of stimulus response, Russian researcher Ivan Pavlov and American researcher John B. Watson conducted experiments based on classical conditioning, a simple manipulation of reflexes under observable conditions. These methods were then improved and perfected by Harvard psychologist B.F. Skinner.
B.F. Skinner was also one of these famous American behaviorists, and he championed something called operant conditioning. Again, just a fancy jargon term for some basic common sense. And operant conditioning was really all about negative reinforcements like timeouts, positive reinforcements like food pellets and money, and punishments, which are like punishment shocks. This operant conditioning doesn't work so good on anti-authoritarians, people who challenge and resist authority. And later on, research has shown that operant conditioning works best on people who are dependent, infantilized, in other words, made like children.
When you ask yourself, as a teacher, as I have at the college level, what have I got that my students want? Sometimes a pretty discouraging question. But you can discover things which will be reinforcing to students at any level. And that has been done. A great deal of progress has been made. There are things in an ordinary, even say a ghetto classroom, lower grades or high school, that can be used as reinforcers. You can have special foods at lunchtime, access to play space, privileges to associate with other kids of your choice. More and more of these things have been brought into play as the kinds of contrived reinforcers that can be used temporarily to get the kinds of behavior which will then eventually have their own natural consequences which will be reinforcing.
One of the notable things that separates human beings from other inhabitants of this planet that we call animals is our ability to form questions. And that allows us to remove ourselves from certain types of control. Now, animals are subject to many of the same sort of stimuli that can train and condition them to give you, you can make a pigeon, according to Skinner, that appears to know how to read and respond to lexicons. So it gives the appearance that the pigeon can read or that the fleas are trained, but really all you're doing is, reinforcing a random schedule of conditioning, taking natural characteristics and harnessing them. So what you see in the 20th century, not only with the eugenics crowd and all these other things that we've talked about, what you see is they go after the root cause of humanity. The root cause of humanity is that we've learned to, speak amongst ourselves, and we've learned to observe reality, remove contradictions, and get to that which exists. When somebody obscures that feedback loop between you observing and testing it out and verifying it, when someone obscures that, they can take total control of your awareness.
These methods of classical conditioning had advocates in other fields equally or more influential. Soon, the field of compulsory education would teem with the ideas first spelled by these social engineers.
These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told. Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact? Sit down.
And so we aren't surprised when...
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
See that?
The education our children are going to get has nothing to do with education. It is training our children to be resources, human resources, that's the way they refer to us, to spin off profits for the globalists.
The greatest barrier to discovery is not ignorance. It's the illusion of knowledge, and that's what the 15,000 hours in compulsory schooling really in trains and conditions into us, is that you've been told this story of the people in South America. And so you think you know about it. And it's not until later in life when you might come across more information about conquistadors and how Jesuits infiltrated all the religious systems and took all the riches out and basically harvested this whole area. This is an example of plunder in South America that went on for hundreds of years. So until you have this other piece of information to bring this into focus, you think that what you were taught in public schooling during that 15,000 hours is really what's going on. And it's not until you pump up against reality, as George Orwell said, usually on a battlefield, that you have to consider that which you were taught to believe versus the objective evidence that exists.
Whatever an education is, it should make you a unique individual, not a conformist. It should furnish you with an original spirit which to tackle big challenges. It should allow you to find values which will be your roadmap through life. It should make you spiritually rich person.
Gatto was an
this is the guy, the history lesson guy.
In New York, who took kids that couldn't even read or write, were headed.
That's the guy from the history lesson that me and Steve were talking about earlier. Excellent videos. I specifically remember when he found those videos because he sent them to me immediately. And he was like, I'm literally watching them now. I'm X amount of time through the first one. And I jumped on and watched as well. Excellent, excellent videos. That guy truly has an amazing... He actually said, and Steve, maybe you'll remember real quick on a side note, a quick tangent. He actually mentioned something, and I'm going to say it to the best of my memory and correct me. He said the Civil War didn't really happen over slavery. That's what they tell you now. The slaves were already free, most of them. It had to do with, I think, something about their wives.
I don't remember what it was, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he basically said it had to do with something like the slave owners were getting mad that their wives were dating black men, and it was a crazy story, but it was a legitimate story. And the best part about those videos that we didn't mention earlier is everything that he says, when he says it, and there's a piece of information, a source comes on the bottom of the screen, so you can pause the video. And you can find the source, whether it's a book, whether it's online, you can find it, and you can verify that what he's saying is true. So that's why it really is the greatest history lesson, because it's not just a guy talking. Every single thing that he says comes with a source. It's amazing.
Yeah, I have a list somewhere. While I was watching that, I wrote down every single one with the goal to get like all of them. And I don't know where the list is now, but I'm sure I have at least a few of them.
Exactly, which is excellent. That's a great goal to have, but I just wanted to add that in there. Those are great videos. And he's talking about what a great guy this is. So I'm going to go ahead and We're at
I
34.
think that guy died recently also.
Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, I'm going to play it from here. Already, we'll finish it. Make you spiritually rich. A person who loves whatever you're doing, wherever you are, whomever you're with. It should teach you what is important, how to live, and how to die. All right, ready? I'm back. Going back to the thing so we can talk about him. This is that guy, though. That's his quote, John Taylor Gatto.
John Taylor Gatto was an award-winning educator in New York who took kids that couldn't even read or write, were headed for prison, and made them top-level students. And then he discovered that he was shut down by the big tax-free foundations so that he couldn't teach the children this information. And he discovered that it was by design that they were dumbing people down to make them subservient biological androids or replicants. That's what we're seen as. But now we're obsolete. We're to be phased out the new robotic systems, the drone aircraft, the drone submarines, the drone ships, the drone robots on the ground. We're all being conditioned, all being acclimated for this.
In The Underground History of American Education, John Taylor Gatto details how, beginning in the early 19th century, American travelers abroad were writing on the methodology of Prussian schools and composing travelers' reports, which were very influential on educational techniques in the United States. However, in 1831, it was French philosopher and Minister of Education Victor Cousin who published his Report on the State of Public Instruction in Prussia, which not only led to the consolidation of French schools under the Prussian model, but also directly influenced reformers like Horace Mann in the United States to follow suit. Mann traveled to Prussia and, without even seeing one classroom in session, sought to adopt the Prussian model of education with his annual reports given to the Massachusetts State Board of Education. Mann's promotion of the concept that the state is the father of children was reinforced and expanded by educational reformers throughout the 19th and 20th century.
When we speak about enculturated processes, when we talk about the imprinting, of course, I mentioned educators. One of the things that surprises a lot of people, and it shouldn't because it's publicly known, is that our education system is not about educating as much as it is about socializing.
Correct. Very correct.
Like the duckling in the chicken yard. If you take that duckling and raise it with the chickens, it's going to be imprinted, it's going to behave like the chickens.
That's
and
a fact.
In a very real sense, we perpetuate this. The danger is we don't just perpetuate it. We don't just
Listen, that's a fact so much to the extent that there are actually on this earth right now feral humans. There are humans who are feral because they were raised in the wild around animals. Think about this. So not only is it true with animals, it's also true even with people because it's been shown, maybe not on this earth right now. I don't really know if there's hundreds of feral people, but I do know that within the last 20 years, there have been multiple feral people that have been discovered. There are stories about feral people. It is a real thing. Am I wrong, Steve? Have you seen feral people?
There's still undiscovered tribes and tribes that have only seen humans maybe one or two times.
Yeah. Cannibals. Tribes of cannibals yet. Even right now in the United States. Not in the United States. In the world in 2020. Yeah. I meant to say 2020. But all right. I'm going back to the video.
Culturated. But it's the only sane way we see to raise our children. And the result is there's no escaping it.
C.S. Lewis said, when training, which is Skinner, Pavlov, beats education, civilization dies.
At Infowars.com.
By the Blu-ray.
Yeah, right. It was edited with the commercials out, so I went with it. No ads.
Although education has proven to be highly effective in controlling human behavior, more intensive research would need to be conducted away from the prying eyes of the public.
The Tavistock Institute was set up
by I know about Tavistock.
To really study mind control and to scientifically
That's why.
drill down into human behavior and put in textbook form systems of basic control so that could be duplicated out to government and corporate entities. And Tavistock has been involved at every level of social engineering.
The Tavistock Clinic was founded in 1920 and operated as part of the Psychological Warfare Division of the British military.
Look up Tavistock for yourself. That is a DuckDuckGo Tavistock. Not right now, or do it right now. Do whatever you want. Think for yourself. But Tavistock, yeah, that is a very deep company. That's why I immediately remember the name, because they are involved in quite a bit.
It was initially a voluntary outpatient clinic for treatment and research and was made up of general physicians, neurologists, and psychiatrists to facilitate the treatment of neurosis and shell-shocked British soldiers returning home from World War I.
Going through their own publications on Amazon, you can find that some of their books cost like $18,000, $20,000. And what that tells me is they don't want the average person to be anywhere near getting their hands on this book, because what it gives you inside those books is the teacher's edition, to use an abstraction, as opposed to the students sitting around the class not knowing what the answers to the questions are. There's a group of people who are being given the answers to all the questions about how we act, react, and how we've been understimulated with curiosity in order to make us more subordinative.
You could say much of our world today is the world of the Tavistock Institute and Edward Bernays.
Having been instrumental in the Tavistock Clinic and director of the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, it was former officer and consulting psychiatrist to the British Army, John Rawlings Rees, who created the concept of the psychological shock troops, or culture warriors, a federation of psychiatrists, which he intended to disperse across the globe to make it, quote, possible for people of every social group to have treatment when they need it, even when they do not wish it, without it being necessary to invoke law. The Tavistock Institute's influence did not stop simply at social psychology. Kurt Lewin, former head of Britain's Psychological Warfare Bureau, was a German refugee who became the founder of modern social psychology in the 20th century, an early consultant to the OSS, and an influential researcher with the Tavistock Institute in the area of management thinking and action research, specifically focused on the tactics of managing change within society.
To instigate changes towards democracy, a situation has to be created for a certain period of time where the leader is sufficiently in control to rule out.
No organization of the size and scope of Tavistock.
Hold on. Not trying to pause it, just trying to rewind to read that. To instigate changes toward democracy, a situation has to be created for a certain period of time where the leader is sufficiently in control to rule out influences he does not want and to manipulate the situation to a sufficient degree. That's the problem we have right now. There is no control. And that's why they're going crazy. But all right, going back in.
No organization of the size and scope of Tavistock can operate for long without ample funding. From whom is that funding derived? Certainly no small part comes from the seemingly benign, tax-exempt foundations of the global elite.
I was researching the Rees Committee back in like 1952, 1953, where they went in and investigated major foundations and some of their subversive activities. These foundations put an enormous amount of energy into controlling what is being taught at the schools, and how it's being taught, and using schools basically to indoctrinate children to accept their station in life, to accept a collectivist future.
According to Dr. Lily Kay, whose expertise was demonstrated in her 1993 book, The Molecular Vision of Life, the Rockefeller Foundation, Caltech, and the New Molecular Biology, the world in which we are living has been molded, shaped, and continues to be directed by an elite establishment of eugenicists. A ruling class fueled by violating the will of others to attain their goals.
Nowadays, almost every adult agrees on one basic goal for all students.
Schools ought to turn out good citizens.
Yes, good citizens.
That's right. Absolutely. This country always needs good citizens.
The real goal was to change America from an individualist system into a collectivist system, and in which case it could be merged with the rest of the world, and there would be this great new world order that we hear so much about in recent years.
Here we
go. The purpose of creating tax-exempt foundations was not just to collect more money, but to invisibly assert influence over the power centers which control the programming of individuals, specifically to breed the self-reliance out of individuals and prepare them for the collectivist lifestyle planned by the ruling class. Their goal, to undermine personal liberty on biological, social, and economic levels.
They came together and decided what they were going to do with this money was to gain control of education in America, not for a philanthropic purpose, but to change the thinking of the American people over a generation or two.
The globalist social engineers hungered and desired and coveted the power that the liberty in the U.S. had created. They wanted to take it over.
Hey, Robert Giarrusso, I'm awake. I mean, Jesus, pay attention.
Domination, and they've done that. And the Reese committees were the only time when Congress stood up constitutionally and demanded all the big foundations come and testify and open their private books. And the Rockefeller, the Carnegie, the Ford Foundation, they all came and said, look, we're here under presidential directive from more than 50 years ago. We've been told to collectivize the United States, to merge it with the Soviet Union. We've been told to make America more compatible with authoritarian regimes, and we're just doing what we were chartered to do.
Until the creation of language, brute force held the key to fear, and thus to the control of individuals through violence and physical aggression. With the innovation of language, the minds of individuals could be harnessed with ideas and beliefs, making less significant the physical dominance of previous generations. This is how, for example, men of small stature could keep otherwise brave and ferocious gladiators as household slaves, whose deaths could be used for profit and entertainment. Out of the ashes of World War II rose the specter of human experimentation in the form of the 1939 to 1945 exodus of Nazi intelligentsia to continue their research and experimentation under the protection of national security. After being denazified, they were given new identities to live among those against whom they had fought.
We brought Werner von Braun over here and several other.
That's Project Paperclip for anyone
those
wondering.
That were involved in concentration camp medical experiments.
Just to explain quick, and I'll explain it, and you kind of make more sense because I don't know too much about it. But from what I understand, it's when we defeated the Nazis in World War II. Instead of exterminating the Nazis, we actually brought some of them over here, some of those same propagandists from Nazi Germany, and started incorporating their strategies into what we were doing. I say we, I mean they in America. That's why it's called Project Paperclip, because you don't need to bring the whole paper in the folder. You just need to attach a paperclip to it, and you don't even know it's there. It's part of another piece of paper. And that's basically...
It wasn't propagandists. It was Nazi scientists.
Scientists. Okay. Fair enough. But with that being said, I'm going back.
Including mind control experiments.
A lot of these guys were, as far as the State Department was concerned, war criminals. They were linked directly to the Nazis and therefore couldn't get visas, couldn't come into the United States. So the CIA set up this series of programs to route everybody around the State Department visa requirements, get them into the country.
Everybody knows about the race at the end of World War II to get Nazi scientists. The Russians
Lee
wanted them.
Mangino, thank you for following, my friend. Feel free to share the video. If I get 3 shares, I do the chance.
The Nazis didn't want to go to the Soviet Union, another authoritarian system. They wanted to go to a, quote, freer system. And like an infection,
Threats. Thank you,
they
Rami,
came
for joining
to
us tonight,
England,
my friend.
Canada, and the United States. And it wasn't just over NASA and rocketry with Wernher von Braun and Goddard and others. It was tens of thousands in mind control and torture and military science and surveillance. And the CIA got modeled to a great extent off of the Gestapo. And so we see really the evil of the Nazis being transplanted back to the United States and England, where the eugenics philosophy that they had embraced had originally sprung.
The Office of Strategic Services, the precursor of the CIA, under the direction of William Wild Bill Donovan and Alan Dulles, recruited Nazi scientists and aided their importation into America. Among them were rocket scientist Wernher von Braun and the aeronautical physician Hubertus Strughold.
The problem that the United States was facing was there was all these German scientists who were kind of in the wind, loose, wasn't clear where they were going to end up. And the French, the British, the Russians, and the Americans were all trying to recruit them.
The Germans had developed lots of different advanced weapons. And they'd also done a lot of experimentation on human beings in the concentration camps. So they had a lot of medical data that we didn't have. They had, of course, the rocket scientists and the airplane scientists and all the rest of it. And Paperclip was our version of going into Europe and finding these guys and bringing them to the United States to work.
What we're missing in the documentation, we have physicians, aerospace medicine people, film people, ball bearings, projectile experts, all kinds of scientists. We're missing from the story the psychiatrists. But there must have been psychiatrists brought over, in parallel to Strughold under Paperclip.
German financing came from America, came from Wall Street, and came from American corporations. Even the political support that Hitler got in Germany was, to some extent, traceable to American influences. Prior to World War II, American financiers, banks, corporations, all decided that there was money to be made in pre-war Germany. After all, they all knew that Germany was preparing to become a military aggressor, and it needed money to construct vehicles of war. They were spending a lot of money designing and building tanks and airplanes and military carriers and things like that, submarines, ships, and there was money to be made. And so Wall Street and some of the largest corporations like AT&T and even Ford Motor Company got very much involved with the Nazi regime.
The experiment that went on became known as Nazi Germany starts in World War I and the Versailles Treaty in Paris 1919, basically giving the Germans the short end of the stick, giving them war reparations that they can't possibly pay, totally unrealistic. Now, this famous German banker named Helmar Schacht gets together with a guy from the Bank of England named Montague Norman, and they create something in 1932 called the Bank for International Settlements. And they use this as a clearinghouse for all the national debts, but really it's being used to launder money.
I just want to take a quick second to go over, this is a great point, so I might even rewind a few seconds, but I wanted to give a shout out because it looks to me like we have some new people joining us. I'm going to call this my night crew. Looks like we got Rami in the house. Rami, welcome. We got Ryan Pitt, Slime 401. Yo. I'm going to read out what Rami's got here, talking about Operation Paperclip real quick. Basically what happened is they took in 30,000 scientists. I'm not saying I believe this, but Germany said they barely gave UK some secrets, but came to us saying they communicated with aliens via DMT and some other stuff to communicate with aliens supposedly. But there is declassified documents saying they don't believe drugs is doing it. LOL. And then you also said Alex Jones goes nuts on this JRE podcast with Bravo. Also proof that the VA mayor and Congress doing bills to support late-term abortion. That is true. Yes, after-birth abortions. That's a real thing. If anybody thought that was a lie, that's fucking a real thing. But, all right, yeah, I'm going to get back into this.
Germans, the short end of the stick, giving them war reparations.
Wait, also, too, up top, as you see, right above my head, right up there, above your comments, is my close, personal, longtime friend, Mr. Steve LaFontaine, a very wise man himself, strong in the ways of independent thinking, cognitive independence. And yeah, that's why we're watching so much stuff on mind control tonight, controlling a population. This is the shit that interests me more than anything else. How did we get to this point? So let's learn, let's understand, because it's going to continue to happen until everybody understands how this works. So let's go.
That they can't possibly pay, totally unrealistic. Now, this famous German banker named Hjalmar Schacht gets together with a guy from the Bank of England named Montague Norman, and they create something in 1932 called the Bank for International Settlements. And they use this as a clearinghouse for all the national debts, but really it's being used to launder money. What you find then is that same group, Hjalmar Schacht, becomes Hitler's banker. So Hitler is totally financed by these people who are making their lives out of pulling the wool over other people's eyes. And at the same time, they want to have the National Socialist experiment to test out the Prussian education system that they're using and about to roll out all over the world.
Following the 1945 completion of Operation Paperclip, the CIA created MK-Ultra, a top-secret mind control research project which was managed by Sidney Gottlieb under the direction of Alan Dulles. The program began in the early 1950s, was officially sanctioned in 1953, and officially terminated in 1973. The program engaged in many illegal, unethical, and immoral activities. In particular, it used unwitting US and Canadian citizens as its test subjects, which led to controversy regarding its legitimacy. MK-Ultra involved the pioneering of many methodologies to manipulate individuals' mental states and alter brain functions, including the surreptitious administration of psychoactive drugs and other chemicals, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, isolation, verbal and sexual abuse, and other various forms of torture.
When I interviewed John Marks about Search for the Manchurian Candidate, he said a very interesting thing to me. He had been given 10 boxes of CIA information on a Freedom of Information Act request, not his first. He had been trying to get this kind of information on the mind control program of the CIA in the 50s, 1950s, for a long time. And finally, as a kind of a sop, maybe even a joke, they gave him 10 boxes of materials that had nothing to do with the projects except the accounting data, the financial data, thinking that Marx wouldn't be able to do anything with it, and CIA would be perceived to have fulfilled the FOIA requests. But Marx was too smart for them. He saw into the financial data and realized what he had his hands on, that this was not only MK-Ultra mind control program of the CIA, but it was divided up into many, many, many sub-projects. And he had some of the funding details that provided the foundation for him to move forward in his research and discover what they were really up to.
The military started the Artichoke Project and the Bluebird projects, which I think was the Navy one, and they were trying to figure out, can we make a Manchurian Candidate? Can we make a super soldier? Can we control what people think and do and how they act on the battlefield? Can we make somebody braver than they really are? And it was getting up to where they were asking questions, can we create kamikazes like the Japanese had?
I hate to say it, but the entire concept of one of my heroes and favorite fictional characters of all time, Steve Rogers, who came out when, I'm willing to bet during this time, was probably put out as, actually no, he was probably put out when this information was released, most likely as a distraction or as propaganda to normalize the idea of a super soldier, but normalize it in the way of, oh, that's from the comic books. You mean Captain America, super soldier? No, actually something completely different. Someone who's mind controlled to do something against their own sense of self-preservation. So, back to the video.
In 1994, President Clinton created the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, which was tasked with investigating the instances of federally funded research using ionizing radiation on human beings. Based on the documents made available to the committee, they identified nearly 4,000 cases of human radiation experiments taking place between 1944 and 1974. This included a series of federally funded experiments in which unsuspecting hospital patients were injected with plutonium. Many details of MKUltra experimentation were disclosed during a public hearing before the advisory committee.
I'm going to start. My
Here
name
it comes,
is
Rami.
Wolf. In listening to the testimony, it all sounds really familiar. I am here to talk about a possible link between radiation and mind control experimentation that began in the late 1940s. The main reason that mind control research is being mentioned is because people are alleging that they were exposed as children to mind control, radiation, drugs, and chemical experimentation, which were administered by the same doctors who are known to have been involved in conducting both radiation and mind control research. Written documentation has been provided revealing the names of people and the names of research projects in statements from people across the country. It is also important to understand that mind control techniques and follow-ups into adulthood may have been used to intimidate these particular research subjects into not talking about their victimization in government research.
Amazing.
People talk about MK
Amazing.
Ultra in two senses. It's kind of like an umbrella term for all mind control programs. But technically, it's just a specific program that ran from the 50s into the 60s. And it stopped in 64. Therefore, MKUltra could not be operational today. But something like MKUltra with a different name surely must be. And I don't think there's any doubt in my mind at all that clearly mind control methods are used at Guantanamo Bay. I mean, there's all the hallmarks of mind control. There's hooding, there's forced sitting positions, there's sensory deprivation, sleep deprivation, all kinds of attacking a person's belief system, sexualizing the interrogation, subjecting them to things that go against their religious faith, probably hallucinogens and drugs, can't document that, and waterboarding. So all the components of a mind control program are in place there. The hearings weren't really about that, and the women didn't have solid documentation, but they told the kind of stories that I hear over and over from mind control victims.
So Claudia Mullen and Christine Nicola get up on the stand in Washington and they say, yes, radiation, but it was only one part of mind control experiments that we were subjected to by the U.S. government starting out when we were children. And then somebody on the committee said, from what I've been told by witnesses, pretty much, thank you very much, and now we move on to the next witness. Right. Like, let's pretend none of this took place.
In the 19th century, Franz Mesmer's brain...
See, I just want to comment on what he just said there. First of all, Rami, Alex Jones goes nuts on the show. We saw that. They used to give people drugs like mushrooms to become kamikazes. Very possible. Probably was... MIT did a study. Radio waves can alter thought of actions of people. Irritability. I think I saw something about that somewhere. I wouldn't doubt that at all. But I want to just talk about what he just said. This woman testified in front of Congress, and then they just moved on. They just moved on. They just ignored it like it never happened. Like, that's all you have to do. That's all they're doing to us. You know what I mean? And they can't ignore it when Donald Trump does it, and they can't ignore it when he says stuff like this on Twitter. They try. Sometimes they do. But in most cases, they can't because other people aren't allowing that. But I want to go back to the video.
Brand of hypnotism entertained countless audiences, which consequently evolved, both covertly and overtly, throughout the 20th century. CIA's Dr. George Estabrooks, a graduate of Harvard University and a Rhodes Scholar, finally created methods of reliable hypnotism, enabling its application to the science of social control.
George Estabrooks was a Canadian-born psychologist whose career was at Colgate University in upstate New York. As early as 1943, in his textbook Hypnotism, he described in great detail, going back to the Second World War, taking Marines or other military people, using hypnosis and other programming on them to create a new personality. So he calls that Jones A and Jones B. And the new program personality would be given an assignment, which could be a courier, penetration, any kind of assignment. And the out front regular person would have total amnesia, complete lack of knowledge of the assignment.
Estabrooks was a leading authority on hypnosis, programming soldiers during World War II to act as couriers, who were not aware they were hypnotized operatives on a mission. In this manner, the OSS targeted political objectives through the covert methods of assassination and espionage, leveraging the science of hypnotism. Where hands-off hypnotic and pharmacological methods fail, the physical application of actual electrical stimulus directly to the brain becomes the next logical step. In 1964, Yale neuroscientist Jose Delgado implanted radio-controlled electrodes into the brain of an aggressive bull in an attempt to control its behavior in a ring with a matador. With the push of a button, Delgado himself was able to stop the bull in mid-charge. He didn't stop with the bull, but also conducted experiments on cats, monkeys, and even human test subjects.
We had people as young as 11 he was doing this to. One was a 16-year-old girl, and there's pictures in his books where she's kind of staring off into space, vacant. Another she's strumming on a guitar. Another she's pounding on the wall, all based on what button he's pushing on the transmitter box.
Delgado developed what he called a stimoceiver that allowed him to target specific emotions and regulate behavior by aiming radio stimulation at different regions of the brain.
His idea of the future is, and this he was totally serious about and described in detail, we're going to put electrodes in the entire population, except probably Dr. Delgado himself, and a few elite generals, and we're going to control the entire population. And this is not going to be fascism, this is going to be the next step in evolution.
Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron was a Scottish-born psychiatrist who was president of the American Psychiatric Association from 1952 to 53, and later first president of the World Psychiatric Association. Cameron was directly involved in the brainwashing attempts of Central Intelligence Agency's top-secret MK-Ultra mind control program. Under directives from Sidney Gottlieb and funding from the CIA funneled through various front organizations, he spent years researching and experimenting with behavioral modification techniques.
It was here that the CIA funded a series of experiments, severe experiments. The work was done by the Institute's then director, Dr. Ewan Cameron. It is the closest experimentation to brainwashing yet disclosed. His work, unprecedented in psychiatry, consisted of three areas which he called sleep therapy, psychic driving, and the ultimate depatterning. Dr. Maurice Dongier, current head of the Allen Memorial Institute.
In his psychic driving, so-called type of therapy, he would give the patient intensive electric treatment in order to make the patient regress deeply, become forgetful, and then he would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Who uses that word all the time? It's me.
Dr. Ewan Cameron was a...
Hold on, while we were on a break here, let's address Rami's statements. Because he's an important man who demands to be taken seriously. Ain't that right, Rami?
Yes.
There's my favorite word, brainwashing. But Rami just said, too, MIT to study radio waves. Okay, it's crazy to think that the technology that had full VR back in the 50s, I opened up the patent. It definitely is the patent to how to make virtual reality work. I don't think they had the technology, but they had the concept on how to trick the mind into believing that you are in a false 3D environment. Yes, that is correct. Now they have the technology to manifest that into a screen that you put on your face. But years ago, they didn't have the computer technology to push it, nor did they have the technology to be able to wear it and keep it on your face. They had tube televisions. But thankfully, we're in a different age now where we've created VR. I just want to make reference to that real quick because Rami shouted it out. And also, holy shit, is this interesting, huh? Share the stream, you guys. Please, if I see that zombie 3 times for shared streams, I am going to give you a full minute-long chant of racist, rapist, Satanist, pedophile. You know you want it. 3 shares. Let's get it. I'm going to go ahead and hit play.
Dr. Ewan Cameron was a MKUltra contractor. Officially, it says that he didn't have top secret clearance, but I'm sure that in fact he did. The reason I say that is he was at different times president of the Quebec Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, the Society of Biological Psychiatry, and the World Psychiatric Association.
Ewan Cameron was the most famous psychiatrist in the world during the 1950s. You name a psychiatric association of any size or scope, he was the president of it.
He became a psychiatrist. In fact, at one time, he was the president of the World Psychiatric Foundation, and he ended up immigrating over here from Scotland and was working in Canada under Sid Gottlieb, and he headed up one of the projects dealing with LSD and with different types of mind control projects. He had especially hypnosis.
His experiments were basically, there's kind of 2 components to it. One is psychic driving, and the other is de-patterning. So de-patterning is you give massive amounts of electric shock to the person, like 100+ treatments, with 6 times the usual amount of electricity per treatment. Completely wipe their minds out, so they don't know who they are, where they are, they don't recognize their children. And then once they're in that state, you can add on barbiturates and other drugs, keep them asleep for weeks at a time, or kind of like half asleep, and then play tape loops over and over and over and over. That's the psychic driving. And the tape loops will be in the doctor's voice or the person's voice, and this is all supposed to program a new personality.
It has been alleged in some cases that Cameron held patients against their will for weeks at a time, drugged and unconscious, under the threat of being committed to an institution for life if they did not participate in his treatments.
He began a program of torture, and I don't use the word lightly, on patients who had no idea this is why they were coming to him. They were people who came to him for therapy, for help, and he experimented on them as a torturer would to create new personalities.
Cameron operated with Rockefeller funding at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Quebec, where he contended that it was first necessary to de-pattern the minds of his patients in order for them to have a shot at recovery. He also participated in the Nuremberg trials of 1945, interviewing many of the top Nazi defendants.
After World War II and the creation of the CIA, the need for a truth drug and drugs that could perform, that the CIA could use for other purposes, increased. They turned to the Bureau of Narcotics and Harry Anslinger. And again, Anslinger anteed up Agent George White to be his lead agent in this program called MKUltra. It started basically in 1952 in New York City. White was working with a CIA officer named Sidney Gottlieb. Gottlieb was chief of the Technical Services Division at the time, and he had access to a lot of LSD. CIA scientists had decided was the drug that they were going to focus on now. Pot wasn't considered quite potent enough to do things that they wanted to do. White conscripted a couple of federal narcotic agents to help him, a couple of informants, narcotic agent informants to help him, and went into the streets of New York and got a softcore pornographer named Gil White to help him as well. Apparently White had his own sexual perversions, which have been written about. He was into S&M, so he had a couple of qualifications for the job, which went beyond just being a federal agent who could perform these functions. He actually was good at acting out the sorts of things that went on in the drug underworld. In 1953, the program was formalized, and it was called Midnight Climax. And White had a safe house in New York City, which the CIA outfitted with a two-way bear with microphones and recording devices, so that White and the CIA scientists could actually film people who had been surreptitiously dosed with LSD. The program expanded beyond merely LSD. And what they found out was that the safe houses themselves were probably the most valuable aspect of this program. Prostitutes that were in their employ that would bring people to these apartments, and they could actually record them while they were doing drugs. In 1960, the CIA opened another safe house in New York City. And I talked to the people who were running this safe house. And one of the narcotic agents said to me that they felt that the CIA was actually using this safe house when dignitaries were visiting the UN or politicians were coming to New York City to talk to the mayor or state or even federal officials, that they were using filming them and potentially using the films for purposes of political blackmail.
Another CIA-funded Harvard graduate was Dr. Martin T. Orne, whose expertise in hypnotism, psychiatry, and psychology was a valuable asset to
Say it again, Steve.
I said the original blackmailing ring.
Right, there it is, being rolled out.
National security. A close friend of Dr. George Estabrooks, Orne's work in hypnoprogramming at Cornell in the 1960s was funded by the Human Ecology Fund and the Scientific Engineering Institute, both of which received funding from the CIA. To provide cover for operations like Midnight Climax, the CIA's MK-Ultra psychiatrists formed the False Memory Syndrome Foundation to obscure the facts of these covert experiments, creating confusion enough to deny acts of pedophilia, cult abuse, and other inconvenient truths of CIA activities. The False Memory Syndrome Foundation's board was a who's who of MK-Ultra. There, Dr. Orne was joined by another CIA MK-Ultra psychiatrist, Dr. Jolyon West, who was the protege of Dr. Ewan Cameron. Like his esteemed MK-Ultra colleagues, West was infamous for his hypnoprogramming abilities, using words to make patients believe that their memories of abuse were just figments of their imaginations.
So people who started the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, Pamela and Peter Fried.
And not only that, say it, Steve.
I was going to say that's when false memory syndrome kind of became a thing.
Was
like in the early 80s, I believe.
And again, that was something that was created, as we just saw, not something that actually happens.
Right.
Now, also, I just want to add in, Rami talked about the podcast being 5 hours. You're right, that's the one with Alex Jones. Most of you have probably seen it. If you haven't, it's a great watch. Alex Jones on Joe Rogan. Not episode 911, but episode 1000 something. Episode 911 is great also, though. Great meme material from both of those. And then, Steve, you sent me the 3D staircase video. Thank you for sending me the message in there. That's so we don't forget. And I actually wanted to remember it after watching this. I intentionally wanted to watch something analyzing mind control and then go and watch it again under a different perspective after this. So that's going to be where we go next. And then it looks exactly like the Hive. Rami's talking about this. Let's just... Oh, wait a minute. How is this possible? Hold on. This better not shut off. Wait. Okay, still there. So hold on. Web browser with guest. I've screwed something up. Oh, here we go. No, now I'm on the right thing. Yes, this is what he's talking about, by the way, just to reference. This is what it looks like. He sent me a few pictures on Facebook as well. But as you can see, it is very similar to the VR headsets that you see now. It creates a box for an optical illusion to happen. They figured it out in the 60s, but I don't think they had some technology to pull it, but it's not like it is today. And you certainly couldn't have 3D computer images back then because you just didn't have computers that existed to do that. But let's jump back into the video here. Staying on track. For someone who's got ADD, I think I do a pretty good job staying on track on these videos, and I hope everybody appreciates that. And if I ever don't, let me know you're off track. But I do pretty good at not rambling, even though I'm doing it right now. Back to the video.
Stated to public that Peter had been falsely accused of incest by his daughter, whose name is Pamela. She's now the editor, has been for quite a...
Except for the fact that I didn't change the thing. Here we go. Back to the video.
a few years, the editor of the Journal of Trauma and Dissociation, to which I've contributed numerous papers, and it's really the main journal for the study of multiple personality, which was created on purpose in the Manchurian candidate programs under MK Ultra, Artichoke, Bluebird. Contractors on that included Jolly West and Martin Orrin, and they're on the board of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, which says that all these cases of multiple personality are created by the therapist, and all the memories are false memories.
I cannot dismiss what our intelligence agencies have been able to do by way of mind programming in different forms of research, Project Bluebird, MK Ultra, and so on and so forth. Well,
search
let me
terms.
say it this way. Jules Romaine, testifying on behalf of the CIA to Congress, said, and this paraphrase is going to be so close to word for word, it's unbelievable. We now know that we can take a man and, given sufficient time, educate him to kill his mother and father and eat them in a stew.
Sound like anyone you've ever heard of? Not saying
How
Jeffrey
will power
Dahmer, but
gravitate
it's
into
possible.
the hands of those who control information. Through the internet, through wireless networks, through smart grids, smart devices, and smart meters, to monitor and control the personal behavior of every citizen in the grid. How has the role of harnessing the minds of human resources shaped the 20th and now the 21st centuries? This single pattern emerges from all the seeming chaos. The role of science, as juxtaposed to the mind, has not been used to help individuals. Rather, at every turn, at every discovery's emergence, knowledge is being used to restrain individuals. Learned helplessness is just one example.
And so in the 1970s, they discovered through these experiments with dogs that if you put a dog, or two groups of dogs in a situation, one group of dog, they had control over when they were being shocked, they could use their nose and hit a panel and stop the shock. And another group of dogs, they had the equal amount of shocks, but they no matter what they did, they couldn't control the stoppage of shocks. They discovered this phenomenon called learned helplessness, and that the dogs who had no control over stopping their shocks, they would become passive and depressed, and that when you put them in another task where all the dogs actually had control over stopping their shock by kind of jumping over this short barrier, the dogs that had learned helplessness, in other words, the dogs in the previous experiment who had learned that there was nothing that they can do to stop their pain, they did not bother trying. National elections is not equal to democracy. Democracy means you really have some power over things that affect your life, okay? But when Americans think that their democracy equals national elections, and they go and they have senseless wars and corporate control with a Republican in office like George W., and they think, well, we're going to stop these senseless wars and corporate control, and we're going to go and vote for Obama, this Democrat, and they get, what do they get? Senseless wars and corporate control. And so there's a kind of learned helplessness that sinks in there.
How are the attitudes believed?
I just want to say that there's been one president in my lifetime who has not started one war and ended multiple, and that is Donald John Trump. And there's also one president in my lifetime who has relinquished corporate control and started to roll back regulations, making and encouraging competition, also Donald John Trump. But back to the video.
Believes behaviors and values of a society transformed such that the needs of the individual are always in conflict with the demands of the group. the early 20th century trend of conspicuous consumption, or the trading of that which is valuable and sensible for that which is superficial and frivolous, swept over America and other countries around the world, with the help of a few minds who were focused on changing our lives before we were even born. Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, is well known as the father of modern propaganda and public relations, and for his application of psychological techniques to the field of advertising.
This is that hot shit.
People have a herd instinct. They tend to move in groups. They make conclusions based on emotion and feelings and desires.
Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, the archetypal psychologist, psychiatrist, openly bragged that there was a ruling elite that had taken control of society and that could basically program people like machines to walk off the edge of a cliff if ordered to do so. He was the guy that said, don't call yourself the Department of War, call yourself the Department of Defense. And he wrote book after book, like the book Propaganda, 1922, bragging about how we were all dumb animals and how the public mind was in his hand. They couldn't sell pork bellies. They were seen as junk meat, only used as flavoring in soups. They came out and said, no breakfast is complete without eggs and bacon, and showed a woman, on the newsreel sitting there cooking it. And he said, look, I can make these people do anything I want. And so he is really the archetypal father of brainwashing and propaganda right as the age of television began. And they took his sciences and just wrecked this country.
Now, I want to just make one statement here. Before you see that, or what we talked about before, and you think, don't tell me I like fucking bacon because of propaganda. I'm not. You like bacon because it's fucking delicious. So does everybody else. Nobody's questioning that. The thing is, people as a society made a choice to eat bacon for breakfast because of propaganda, and that's how you found out about it. That's what he's saying. You don't like bacon. You don't feel like bacon is good because of propaganda. Maybe you do, but most likely you don't. It's because it's delicious. But it was not even thought of for breakfast. It was not a breakfast food. The people, like they said, we're not eating pork bellies. Because even as they say it now, I'm like, that sounds gross. Why do I want to eat a pork belly? Because bacon's delicious and it smells delicious. Anyways, back to what we're doing.
His most famous clients included Procter & Gamble, General Motors, General Electric, the United Fruit Company, Westinghouse Electric, Time Magazine, NBC, and CBS.
He looked at what Uncle Freud had plumbed out, how the unconscious worked, and devised in his own mind the idea that you could cause people to do what you wanted them to do because they chose to do it. Indeed, in his work, Propaganda, he makes it clear that it is the duty of the intellectual elite to orchestrate the beliefs and behaviors of the public in order to have a cohesive society.
They got together and said, well, people are too darn dumb. We have to program them mentally to do what they're supposed to do. Political science is largely based today on Bernays' work.
In 1917, Bernays served on the Committee for Public Information, otherwise known as the Creel Committee, which set out to change public opinion in favor of the United States' involvement in World War I. At the request of Woodrow Wilson, Bernays personally attended the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, the same year that he would found the first public relations firm in the United States.
Advancing some of this work, of course, he was commissioned by Woodrow Wilson and to assist in selling the idea of World War I, that it was about spreading democracy throughout Europe. He is, for all intent and purposes, the father of what we call today neuromarketing.
It has been widely reported that Joseph Goebbels had employed Bernays' Crystallizing Public Opinion, the first book written on the emerging field of public relations, while formulating his own propaganda campaigns for Nazi Germany. Moving beyond Bernays, other luminaries in the manufacturing of public consent included Walter Lippmann and Ivy Lee, both of whom complemented these tactics by expanding the breadth and depth of mass media entrainment of individual minds.
And then I read 1928, a book by Walter Lippmann, talking about public relation and public opinion, and basically saying the same thing, that the public is not inherently irrational, but they can use PR and propaganda and media to play upon people's existing irrationality instead of introducing them to the concepts and definitions of that which exists. So instead of creating world peace by putting everyone on the same page, by giving us a method to discern fact from fiction, they use that gap in our perception to play tricks on us. So that's all I've ever seen during human history, is human beings playing tricks on other human beings.
As for Ivy Lee, he was not only popular with some of America's most prestigious corporations and foundations, he also found time in his busy schedule to personally counsel John D. Rockefeller, to represent Standard Oil, and was one of the earliest members of the Council on Foreign Relations. Moreover, in the 1930s, Ivy Lee was a consultant to Adolf Hitler, tasked with developing strategies to improve Germany's image in the United States and abroad.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. He'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
Waco was an odd situation regarding both the law enforcement aspects of it, regarding ATF going in and doing the raid on the Branch Davidian compound, as well as the fact that Special Operations Command was called to help.
I'm still in the room watching. I'm just feeding my dogs.
That could go wrong pretty much went wrong from day one. The Clinton administration and Janet Reno started looking for options. One of the options that they decided to engage on was bringing Special Operations Command in to advise them on quote-unquote psychological operations. When the Special Operations Command elements arrived, they began giving advice to the law enforcement individuals on how to go about implementing specific themes. Within the psychological operations community, they typically look at themes of how to modify, adapt, or somehow reshape the thinking of a target group, of an audience. These specific techniques, which were brought to bear on the Branch Davidians, were developed for military operations overseas, primarily against a foreign target. So another question has to be asked: what is the wisdom of using psychological operations techniques developed for an audience against a U.S. target? Again, a very controversial issue. How does one defend themselves against strategic information, propaganda? It's a very simple answer. Ask questions. Always check your source. As a public...
What do I say constantly? Ask questions. Keep asking questions. If you ask a question and the answer you get makes you ask another question, then ask that question as well and look for the answer. Continue to always ask questions. You have to do this constantly with everything. Ask questions.
Figure and often having to speak publicly about issues and information. I look at everything. I've been criticized by my friends. Oh my God, you look at Fox News, you look at CNN. Absolutely, because the false information being provided to the mainstream outlets means something. So why are they saying things a certain way?
How are the habits of individuals changed and then reinforced to create new behaviors preferable to the collective? In the 21st century, the method has evolved little from millennia ago. Only the technology has changed. Today's television provides those who leverage public airwaves with an opportunity to control individuals far beyond the simple linguistic programming of radio.
The major point of television is the commercial. The programming is designed to kind of keep people hanging in there long enough to watch a commercial, and that they're in a more passive, zombified state to buy into the goofy, silly commercial. That is the point of it.
You are willingly subjecting yourself and your family to psychological warfare assault, not just with the semantics, not just with the messages, but the very flicker rate of the television, on record, patented to put you into a dreamlike sleep state where you're highly suggestible.
You think you're looking at a constant picture. You're really not. Modern televisions, you're looking at LEDs, and they're going on and off. Because they're going on and off, there's a brain entrainment process that takes place. To make it real simple, it comes down to this. Research shows us that the average person, when placed in front of a television set in less than 3 minutes, will go into alpha. Hypnosis is, for all intent and purposes, objectified by brainwave activity. If I'm looking at your brain waves, an EEG, in normal consciousness, you're operating at what we think of as beta. So you're going to be 15 to 30 cycles per second. 30 is on the stress side, but that's typically where you're going to fall. In alpha, you're going to be 7 to 14 cycles per second, 8 to 14 cycles, depending on the scale. Now, alpha consciousness, for all intent and purposes, is a state of hyper-suggestibility.
And it keeps people sedated. You know, they use them in televisions are used in prisons. They're cheaper than hiring more guards. Of course, people are going to be then told that it's okay not to just have one television, but to have 3, 4 televisions in a house, and to be not watching it just on a normal television set, but on their phone and on their laptop. And you want to normalize this kind of crazy thing of people spending 5, 6, 7 hours a day watching television.
Television has been the ultimate tool of mind control. And for more than 60 years, children are set in front of it as a babysitter while they are bombarded with images of violence and decadence and corruption. And what it does is it just acclimates the child that when they see a real person dying on the street, they don't go over and aid them. We see this happening because, oh, that's entertainment. In fact, people now have been recorded laughing at someone hurt because it's just more entertainment. They've had their basic empathy disconnected, cut off.
The role of advertising has certainly evolved away from one of utilitarian necessity in communicating the form, function, and value of a product. The application of the behavioral and psychological sciences has played a seminal role in the way corporations now sell products to consumers in American society and internationally. In 1921, after leaving Johns Hopkins University, John B. Watson, the founder of behaviorism, took a job with the J. Walter Thompson Company, and by 1928, he was vice president of the entire firm. Watson introduced new market research techniques into advertising and discovered that sales could be influenced by manipulating images associated with brand names. For instance, blindfolded smokers could not tell the difference between brand name and generic. J. Walter Thompson remains one of the most powerful advertising agencies in the world today.
Most people believe that you're going along through life making your own choices, making your own decisions, okay? You know, I decided to do this, I decided to do that, you know, I did that. By watching the brain live time, neuromarketers today know exactly what product to place where, how to package that product, what colors you're going to respond to, what images you're going to respond to, what kind of pre-programming already exists that they can couple it to.
And so when you have a society where people are being told at every level to consume, to buy their way into happiness, and that's their only salvation, that's their only way into happiness, is to then you have what I call a kind of fundamentalist consumerist society. How is that problematic? Why is that dangerous? Well, when you have people who only care about buying things, you're gonna make people weaker in a lot of ways. You're gonna certainly make them less self-reliant. And when they're told that you just buy your way into happiness, they don't realize that you can gain strength by doing a lot of things yourself, okay? You also make people self-absorbed. I mean, a point of all advertising, which is the technology of consumerism, is to get people to care, over focus on every one of their needs and every one of their feelings. So if they're having a bad day, they must focus on that and focus on how depressed they are.
Billions and billions and billions of dollars have been spent privately and publicly looking at how to tap into your psyche, how to cause you to make choices that you wouldn't otherwise make, to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do, to consume, whether it's a product or a plank in a political platform.
I've also asked the school board to make a part of every day some kind of anti-violence, anti-gun message. Every day, every school, at every level. One thing that I think is clear with young people and with adults as well is that we just have to be repetitive about this. It's not enough to simply have a catchy ad on a Monday and then only do it every Monday. We need to do this every day of the week and just really brainwash people into thinking about guns in a vastly different way. To me,
wow. And I was planning on pausing this because I wanted to make a joke about how he looked like Keenan Ivory Wayans. Or really Damon Wayans, and then he just said we need to brainwash people into looking at guns in a different way. Yeah, isn't that the truth? Because there are so many people that think guns are a representation of violence, and they're not. They're a representation of America, American culture, protection, and protecting yourself and defending your family. Anyways, back to this guy.
Me.
Steve, anything on that?
Nope, I'm good.
I just want everyone here, by the way, to thank Steve for staying with us. We've been on with Steve now for going on 6 hours, and Steve's been with us for this documentary now for an hour and a half, and he's already seen this. So I watch things I've already seen too. I've not seen this, but he's already watched this. This is old information for him, and he's still sticking here hanging out with us, which is absolutely amazing. So anybody, if you want to drop a shout out to Steve, say thank you for chilling with us, go right ahead. But yeah, I'm jumping back on this.
With the media just willing to report whatever the government tells it to report, that gives the government free rein to create whatever story or narrative it wants to create for whatever purpose it wants to create a story for. And that's where we're at.
That's why when you put on the 6 o'clock news and you switch from one channel to another, they take their commercial breaks at the same time, they tell the same news stories, and they tell the same news stories at the same time. But then you go to the internet, you go to BBC out of London, or one of the other foreign news services, and you see all kinds of news that we never hear about here. Mass media today is the cutting edge of psychological warfare, and it is nothing but an all-out assault against the general public. When you watch mainline establishment television, you are putting yourself in front of the barrel of a gun.
Excellent point. The most evil people in the game today.
Cognitive dissonance occurs when individuals lack consistency in their methods of thinking, and thus, contradictory elements attempting to reside simultaneously as fact create frustration, confusion, anger, and aggression. It is the difference between what you think the world is and what the world actually is.
Cognitive dissonance is really, again, a fancy psychologist term for, again, some common sense, which is this tension that people will experience when they have two opposing kind of ideas.
The role of psychology in advertising is to create cognitive dissonance, or the conflict between what you have and what you want, and to fill that void by adapting your behavior accordingly in order to achieve your reward. If an entire society can be properly dosed with mind-altering but culturally approved drugs, this cognitive dissonance may be largely assuaged. With social control as their aim, the ruling class sought to expand their ability to influence the individual. Mind games, those of psychological warfare and advertising, were simply not enough. The opportunity existed to employ chemical treatments physically affecting the hardware of the brain to complement the already existing harmful software in the form of effective propaganda and advertising. The
drug you up
foundations, including the Carnegie and Ford Foundations, followed the lead of the Rockefeller Foundation in the widespread funding of pharmacological solutions to social control.
Drug you up and fill you with bullshit.
We will give you $1 million for your medical school if you teach pharmaceutical drugs in your medical school. So the doctors come out.
Rob Giarrusso, Steve, you're the man. Just so you know, Bobby G knows it.
Paid teachers, the best talent, the best brains you can buy, all funded by tax-exempt foundation money. But what comes out of that is that the doctors are taught drugs, drugs, drugs.
Psychiatry itself as a profession is one gigantic mind control operation.
What happens when the habits demonstrated by groups of individuals reflect the outsourcing of their intelligence to so-called experts and authoritarians who are self-appointed to make decisions on their behalf?
You can have a psychiatrist testify in court that somebody has ADHD or clinically depressed or this or that, but every one of those official mental disorders is a total lie and a fraud because there is no diagnostic test for any of these disorders. Not ADHD, not bipolar, not depression, not schizophrenia, not anything that you've ever heard of that is a discrete mental disorder.
The American Psychiatric Association has a committee, and they create this thing called the DSM, their Diagnostic Bible. And they decide what goes in there. And they decide that certain people who don't pay attention to boring things have this disorder called attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And if you accept that you have a disease, as opposed to like, well, maybe I'm somebody who can really pay attention to things that are interesting me, but I'm somebody who's stubborn enough to not really want to pay attention to things that are boring for me. And that maybe that's a good thing. That's how you maybe have something really a worthy contribution, as opposed to allowing people who are bores to fill up your whole life. You only want to listen to things that actually really are interesting for you. If you accept these ideas, though, that you have a disease or there's something essentially wrong with you, you're going to be more a prey to authorities controlling you.
And some of these drugs, such as the SSRI antidepressants like Prozac, Paxil, Zoloft, and so on, are known to induce violent behavior, including suicide and homicide. And you have a profession like psychiatry that is seeding the country, like planting seeds in a garden and a farm, with these diagnoses and these drugs. This is Operation Chaos.
Part of the problem of psychiatry, when it comes to diagnosis is that they really seem to have no political awareness of their pathologizing of anti-authoritarianism, of stubbornness, of rebellion. This is, I think, part of the reason for that is I think that an overwhelming number of psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health professionals are more kind of compliant people. And when they see non-compliant, more stubborn, more oppositional kinds of patients, especially young people, that creates a lot of anxiety for them.
And so you have this power, and you do this for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. These little seeds, which are drugs, you see, that affect the brain in various unpredictable and horrendous ways. And you have that power to do that for 50 years. Don't you think you could really call that mind control? That's mind control par excellence.
If habit is thus the enormous flywheel of society, and habit keeps us all within the bounds of ordinance, then it is our habits which enslave us to the so-called children of fortune. For their fortune exists only because our habits prevent us from outpacing the status quo and growing in the light direction. How might we begin to change our habits such that our actions are no longer in conflict with our needs as individuals to survive and thrive in this world? And what will happen?
Jeez Louise, my boy Ryan Pitts making a donation, keeping the stream alive.
Economic collapse.
I just want to take a second to thank you, Ryan Pitts, officially Slime 401, my boy, for making the donation, which you could do at FromTheBottomOfTheRabbitHole.com. I will now officially say that tonight's episode has been sponsored by Mr. Ryan Pitts. Thank you very much for bringing this to everyone who's enjoyed it tonight. 100%.
Perhaps real crisis be much worse than anything we've seen. We're going to be in a position where most people won't understand how it came about. They won't realize that it's the result of government policies, of corrupt politicians, and so therefore they're going to go to those same corrupt politicians and endorse the same policies, and we're going to get more of the same. And that is where we're headed.
It all goes back to people who are smarter than us, who are polymaths, who are organized and have a lot of office supplies and infinite money because they can print it out of thin air and everyone else takes it and says, this is real. That's not real. Your mind is real, objective reality is real, wisdom is valuable because we can learn how to survive together with that. But all these things that they make us think are valuable, like petroleum or any of these other commodities, they're all fear-based. If we just really understood what was going on and our voluntary role in it, we wouldn't play such a role in our own servitude.
So we come to a point in our lives where it's fair to ask, what was the last original thought you had? The way you walk, the way you talk, the vocabulary that you use, all of these things are built into the expectation you have of yourself based on the role you have chosen to play in the theater of life as it's been defined to you.
I think we're seeing what the consequences are of just complying with everything right now, because that's what most people in America do at this point in time. The consequences are every day you're losing more of your constitutional rights and your freedom is being taken away more and more and more by this all-encompassing security state being brought to you by your United States government.
If
this is
you
what
out
we're
there
fighting
watching,
against.
Don't wake up and begin to investigate these facts and prove them for yourself and take action against these people. You are not just committing suicide against yourself, but against all of good humanity.
The consequences to non-resistance of control is losing everything that makes us human, that we love, that we cherish.
Now think about which laws have been passed recently to give you more rights. There aren't any. There aren't any at all.
A lot of folks who are critical thinkers, they realize how powerful these kind of giant corporate government entity is out there. And that kind of understanding that a critical thinker has can be quite painful and can lead to them being depressed and apathetic and giving up. And so we see that throughout history, that a lot of your really great critical thinkers sometimes succumb to depression and substance abuse because they're so overwhelmed, as opposed to others who figure out that conundrum, that if I'm going to be a critical thinker, I'm going to see how powerful these oppressive authorities in my life are, but I can't allow that pain to make me just kind of give up into kind of fatalism and defeatism.
Information, knowledge equals power and control.
Whatever the public face of something is, whatever they're talking about publicly, there's something else over here they're probably not looking at. And that's why it's important for individuals to look beyond what is being presented publicly.
It's input, processing, and output. And what we're trying to do is keep a clean signal, that's knowledge of that which exists, and to filter out the noise. And we do that by dismissing the arbitrary things that aren't substantial and identifying fallacies, because the way that people can effectively lie is through words, and it's through our own belief in these words that makes it take control of our lives. So in understanding these essential aspects of how they control us, we can learn individually to become free and to communicate amongst each other how to do that more efficiently.
Don't buy the propaganda. Don't believe what's in the mainstream media. It sometimes is true, but often not.
There's only one thing that we can do to change the course that we're now on, and that is to recapture the system. All of the positions of power in America today, and to a large extent around the world, are in the hands of collectivists, people who believe in the very system we have. They like it.
First thing we have to do is we have to take the schools back, and then we have to educate the kids that, hey, this happened in the past. These are the things that happened.
You have to have a conscience, and you have to take a stand. And no matter how many people want to get you in the group, don't be part of that, because you're going to lose your individuality if you become part of the group.
You have to kind of forgive yourself, and once you do that, you can have greater compassion for other people who are still being victimized, who are still believing that those who are controlling their lives actually care about them.
a large segment of the population that are so-called conspiracy theorists, but I don't have a problem with these people. They should be questioning things that are going on, because we can't trust the media to accurately report stories.
Activism can help a society that's already falling under the weight of its own stupidity fall a couple of generations earlier, all right, to be able to move into a healthier society.
When you get down to the ideas of what we can do to free ourselves, you have to first look at what exists. So what exists is, this system is organized, it is there to control the crowd. And if you do not resist it, you lose all individuality, you lose your identity, you outsource your thinking, you are being denied your life. And that is every bit as serious as someone trying to stab you in the back, because without your life, liberty, and the ownership of your own work and your own labor, you have no rights under their systems.
Freedom means freedom, not some freedom, but all freedom. As long as you don't take away the life, liberty, or property of your fellow man, you should be free to do everything that you want to do. That's what built this country in the first place. So the solution to the problem is to return to that high ideal, return to that high ground. Then everything is possible.
You don't have to like the system you're in, and frankly, you have every right to speak out against it.
Freedom of the individual is where you start. And then the individual can say, what am I going to do with my own freedom? How am I going to use my imagination and my creative power to invent realities of my own and make them fact in the world, as opposed to sitting back here passively and letting elites manufacture reality for me.
Humanity is worth resisting this, and if you don't stand up against these diabolical globalists, you are turning our species and our entire history and our entire future over to these people. You're betraying our ancestors who fought against incredible odds so that we might have some basic freedoms. And you're betraying yourself, your children, your family, and all future human generations. We can't turn our species over to total darkness. We can't turn our species over to people who love to hurt innocence and who hate beauty. We must resist the New World Order. We must free our minds and awaken the human spirit. It is time for the sleeping giant that is humanity
to awaken, he was going to say, obviously.
Society, people think, oh, they don't exist anymore, do they? Well, they do, and Quigley wrote about them. And he said that he had no aversion to the secret society. In fact, he said he had been invited into its inner ranks. He was never a member of the elite himself, but he was brought in as their historian, you might say, to record their events and to put it in the public record so that they could have a permanent record for all time. And he said he was invited into the group, and he was able to examine their private records. And then he said, I have no aversion to it or its goals or its policies. He said, the only thing I disagree with is that they hope to remain secret. Most wars in modern history are fought for the enhancement of power and wealth on the part of the elites that run those governments. They want to expand their influence. They want greater dominance. Maybe they want the natural resources. In other words, they're not for reasons that we have been told. It's a fact of life. And there's no clearer example of that, I believe, than in World War I and, of course, in World War II. But the question around was World War I. The American people at that time were very complacent about the war going on in Europe. It was a war between, Germany and France and England. Okay, I'm sorry about that, but leave us out of it. We declared our neutrality and everything, and we just said, we hope you guys work it out real soon, which is the way we're supposed to be, There was no particular national interest on our part to be involved in that war. We weren't that threat. And besides, according to our Constitution, the only purpose of our government was to protect us, to protect our lives, our liberty, and our property. If it didn't touch in those areas, we're out of it because the Constitution forbids that power to the government. Anyway, that's how the American scene was at that time. And people in finance and in government really had a different point of view because, you see, J.P. Morgan at that time was the bond broker for the British bonds. The British government was trying to raise money. In addition to taxes, they were borrowing it through bonds, so they were issuing bonds. And J.P. Morgan was given the franchise to sell those bonds in America. And he sold a lot of them.
Advertisers have done is they've looked at Freudian psychology. And they've looked at the id, the ego, the superego, the thanatos urge. They've looked at the conflict that Freud discussed that human beings live in, this psychic tension, the impossibility to live up to the requirements of a superego, a perfect parent, the libidinal urges that drive us towards sexual impulses and gross behavior that we have been trained, and fortunately so, to harness and find socially acceptable ways to act out. Now, because they're aware of this tension, because they're aware of this heightened arousal, this anxiety that exists, they look at how they can tweak it, how they can play on it. If, for example, I can cause an arousal and associate that arousal with a product, just as with Pavlovian conditioning, you're more likely to remember that product, especially if I have repetition in it. I've learned in my life that what really matters is helping other human beings. And when I help somebody, I get that feedback that says, your life matters. This day mattered. You know, you're here, and it's good you're here. And that is a self-actualizing principle. To appreciate it, in my view, you have to first understand who you are, break free from this manipulation, stop the cycle that we all get caught in, and convolute the model. Convolute the model instead of looking, what is it that I can get? Maybe think back to Kennedy's words. It's what you can give. Don't ask what you can get from your country, but what you can give to your country. You know, don't get up in the morning with, how much do I get, but what can I give? I know this. It doesn't matter if you're an attorney, you're a doctor, you're a plumber, you're an auto mechanic. When you do your very best to help that person that comes to you as a customer, not to take their money, but to help them, to sincerely help them, you make a difference. Doing your very best is as close as you're ever going to get to being your very best. Cheating yourself by whatever means, whether it's on your taxes or not keeping your word, or cheating yourself is cheating yourself. I'll say it again. Doing your best is as close as you'll ever get to being your very best, and there's very few of us in pursuit of that today.
The fact that
I just want to add this in, and Steve, this goes to you too. What he said there is a great point, because I feel the same way. When I do this very stream, that's what I feel like I'm doing. I am doing something good. In my mind, sometimes I'm doing God's work, because I'm here to free civilization from this fucking spell. And I don't know how else to do it, and I'm doing it the only way I know how, and I'm doing it the best I can, and so is Steve, and I guarantee he's going to feel good about today, just like I am. We only have a couple minutes left on this too, so enjoy it while we have it. Then we're going to get to the stare video, and then we're probably going to wrap it up. So just so you know, you guys, I've had a tremendous night, and it's because all you guys watching now or in the future, we are all doing something positive by learning about this. And I'm doing my best I can to get this information out to people.
Can speak here freely to you, to all of us, is a great, I think, indescribable benefit of our society, one that we should defend tirelessly. The idea of free speech, free expression is the best antiseptic against manipulation, against propaganda, against information operations. And that's why it's so critical that we as citizens always try to seek the truth, always try to be true to what's best for the country, e pluribus unum, versus what may be good for the short-term benefit, the idea of short-term gain, basically giving up freedoms. Giving up freedoms is never a good idea. And frankly, once you give them up, it's always harder to find them again in the long run. Excellent.
One more question. We can keep it short. You've already basically answered
Sure.
this, but we can. How do people? I mean, we're going to be talking to the audience now. How do the people who are learning about this? How do they defend themselves against strategic messaging that is not in their best interest?
How does one defend themselves against strategic information, propaganda? It's a very simple answer. Ask questions. Always check your source. I, as a public figure, am often having to speak publicly about issues and information. I look at everything. I've been criticized by my friends. Oh my God, you look at Fox News, you look at CNN. Absolutely, because the false information being provided to the mainstream outlets means something. So why are they saying things a certain way? What does this really mean? Even false information means something. So that's why it's important to understand what's being said when it's being said. In addition to that, then, you want to go to blogs, you want to go to original sources where people have firsthand experience. And you've got to combine all of these things to understand the world. The world is a complex entity.
Applied
Frankly,
knowledge.
One of the things which has happened that goes beyond, say, 2,000 years ago is the level and scope and availability of information. We are inundated with information. That's why it's even more important for individuals to sort through it as rapidly as possible, to seek the truth. And frankly, you know, people, I think, are smart enough to understand when something's true and something's not. I guess you could call it your spidey sense. If something doesn't look right or smell right, it probably isn't right. So go with that. Try to understand why you feel that way. Always ask questions. Never accept simply what is presented at face value. Senator Trent Lott spoke to me one time in the Fox Green Room when I first became a public figure in 2005. And his guidance to me has resonated. There's 2 points he wanted me to remember. He offered 2 points of advice. First point of advice was, in Washington, D.C., in this town where we're talking right now, it's never good to be right ahead of your time. Well, we found that out through Able Danger and the fact that we were so far on the cutting edge, people didn't want to hear what we had to say. And frankly, when it became public knowledge, people didn't want to talk about it. So that lesson is absolutely true. Senator Lott was absolutely correct. The second lesson he taught me, and this is something that I'm still learning today, he advised me that whatever they're talking about publicly, whatever the issue is in the news, whatever the information is about that topic, it's really about something else entirely. And I believe that to be true. Whatever the public face of something is, whatever they're talking about publicly, there's something else over here they're probably not looking at. And that's why it's important for individuals to look beyond what is being presented publicly and try to figure out for themselves what's really going on.
Well, that was an excellent showing, Steve.
Yes. I nodded off a couple times, I'm not going to lie. It's been a long night.
It has been, but Steve, you hung with us tonight for 6 hours and roughly 15 minutes. I've been live for 6.5, and it took a couple minutes to get you on, but once you came, you hung strong like a motherfucker, and I'm super happy. This couldn't have came out better. Anyone who joined us tonight was truly a treat. We're adding new technology. I'm evolving this thing. Steve being here tonight is living, breathing proof that this thing is evolving. And obviously, I can tell you want to wrap it up. I do too. As much as I love the intake of information, and trust me, once upon a time, Steve, we had a conversation. I know you're going to remember as soon as I asked you. I said, what makes you tick? And we came to the conclusion that it's learning, that it's the quest for knowledge. Yeah. And at that point, that wasn't where I was at. I was learning things, but a whole bunch of shit was making me tick. Now, I can tell you without question that what makes me tick is the pursuit of knowledge. I'm at that point with you because I let it, just recently even, I've let it sleep a couple times in my life. You get strong into it, you let it go. You get strong into it, you let it go. And then just recently, I kind of let it go. I was like, I'm going to put a hard focus on doing this streaming and playing video games and all this stuff. And I bought all this equipment. I was going to go on here and stream video games. And then they started a fucking race war. And I said, I can't stream video games. I can't even concentrate on a fucking video game for an hour, let alone for a 4-hour stream and talk to people about not shit like this. So that's when I realized I can't do this shit. I have to do a show like this. I'm so glad that you're here. You know, the main purpose of the reason that I started doing this, like I've said so many times, is to teach people and show people what is going on in this world. how we are being manipulated. That is where you are at the bottom of the rabbit hole. There's a whole bunch of information between the surface level of the rabbit hole and the bottom of the rabbit hole. But once you get to the bottom of the rabbit hole, it's really easy to look up at the light and see everything that you've went past. That's where we are right now, and I'm here to try to explain to people how we got here. That's why it's not going down the rabbit hole. That's why I'm coming to you from the bottom, because I've smacked on the bottom. It's lonely down here when you have all this information, and everywhere you go to talk about it, people just don't understand. So it's a pleasure.
Yeah, well,
go ahead.
I was going to say the subject matter tonight kind of is the bottom of the rabbit hole, because it's kind of all the stuff we did tonight, basically, you know, how to control people is kind of the foundation of why all this works for them.
Correct.
So
Correct.
This is the bottom of the rabbit hole. And that seemed to be the theme of the night.
Yes, which is perfect, because to be honest with you, that's why I started this show. My very first video that I did was basically me screaming at a bunch of people who were fucking online bullies. I just got so frustrated. And I'm seeing now my Facebook notifications are going absolutely insane. People have been trolling my page while I've been live, so that's going to be fun to go deal with for 3 hours when I get off. To go educate people and fucking probably drop this link, to be honest with you. But
don't lie, you love it.
Secretly I do, but it's very draining. I'd also like to be able to take a break sometimes, and I can't let people feel like they won, because if someone else decides to go look at this in the future, they're going to think that these people were right if I didn't prove my point. If they still have questions, I'm going to come with answers. If they still don't get it, I'm going to try again. You know what I mean? And if I've proved myself and they're just at the point where they're personally attacking me, then I call them out and I say, you're personally attacking me. You haven't disproved me or discredited me at all. You're wrong. Get the fuck out of here. You know? But let's take a look at this. Now, we just watched this on programming, on how they're manipulating you. We're thinking for ourselves right now as much as possible. Let's go ahead and try to figure out what's going on with this video, because I am curious for sure.
I've seen it a long time ago, but I don't really remember it. I remember that him bringing it up in the video we saw earlier, but I don't remember exactly what it was myself.
Oh, wait. I know what I did wrong here. Okay, so I have to get rid of... Oh, I see what I did here. I made a huge mistake is what I did. Nope. All right, hold on. I didn't get the link. I thought I copied it. I did not. Well, there's no other way for me to do it than to open it, so hold on. Yeah, I've never seen this myself at all. I have no idea. I don't even know where to begin as far as what this thing is that we're about to look at. So, let's all experience this together. All I know is that it's an optical illusion and people were manipulated somehow, most likely artificially, into keeping the manipulation alive once you've discovered that it was not real. All right, so this is playing right now.
Where is the Assyrian stairwell?
The what?
I don't know. The what?
Do you know where the Assyrian stairwell is?
The library?
Malaysia.
You should know. You're a tour guide, right?
I don't know what that is.
You're a tour guide.
ESCH. Yeah. Wait. Assyrian.
ASHA. Steyr. I know Steyr.
How come you haven't heard of this? Here we are in the Assyrian stairwell. Located in Building 7, one of the first structures put up when RIT made the move from downtown Rochester to suburban Henrietta. The stairwell, designed by Filipino architect Rafael Nelson of Uganda, was built in 1968 and has been wowing RIT students ever since. One of the coolest things is bringing people here and watching them experience it for the first time. Today we are here with Rosie. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are a grad student in what program?
Yeah, exactly. Program?
Yeah.
Print media.
Okay, so have you been here before to the stairwell?
This stairwell?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Have you heard about it?
No, never.
Okay, never. Okay.
Never.
But what I want you to do is just walk up the stairs and wait for me on the next floor.
Just go up.
Go on up. There you go.
That's it?
That's it. Just keep walking. You get to the top. Rosie! What are you doing here? So that you can see that each step is a flat surface parallel to the ground, and if you are actually ascending or descending the stairs, and that they are not somehow canted or tilted, try doing it with a glass of water in your hand. Hi, Rosie.
I don't know what the hell that was.
I graduated in 2002, and she mentioned it to us, and I appreciate it's more of an art.
Yeah, it's just an architectural trick, that's all.
Insane. It's like, I don't know. Like, I just get really confused every time I do it, but it's kept asking where the
Look at the background. Why is the background doing that?
Go up a couple flights and then come back out, and then you should.
I think that's part of what's going on here.
They were freaked out. Like they got pretty upset with me, but then they realized how cool it was after. So they're still my friends, I guess.
Oh, the staircase! Well, you can't ever.
There you go. So you have heard of it. You have heard of it.
I've been there. I've been there. Yeah. I'll race you to the top. That's what I would tell them, and we'll see.
See them here.
It was just fun. It was, yeah.
Once they got old enough and the kids could enjoy it, they've had a good time.
Right.
Hey, sir, what's your name? Hey, Wayne. You here for family? Yeah? Where are you from?
I'm starting to think it's one of those things that's not a real thing, but people believe they've been there and they've done it.
Well, no, I think what they said is they just convinced, like, they're in on it. Like, all these people are plants. Like, everyone is an actor. That's why he was saying it's mental warfare.
Hey! Oh, put it here, man. I don't know what to do. I don't know what that means.
So yeah, that was an interesting little video. And I think the point of that is that it was manipulation. It was, they're all actors, and the whole reason.
I don't think they were all actors. I think what it was is some of them were actors, and then some of the people they talked to have heard, because it's been a thing for a while. So I think some people have heard about it, and then like they have this idea that they've heard about it before. They feel like they've been there because they've heard about it so many times, and it just becomes like its own self-propelling story.
Yeah, yes, I agree. Like, the people on the street, I agree. But the people in the stairwell that were, like, holding hands, those people know what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, yes, I agree with you on that the people on the streets were like, oh, yeah, I know about it. Yeah, exactly. Some of them have been there, and they're, like, lying about it. Like, yeah, sure. So, yeah, I find that very interesting as well. But, Steve, I brought you just about to the 6.5 hour mark. How do you feel after staying at the bottom of the rabbit hole with me for a quarter day?
I was doing well up until that last documentary, and then I started falling asleep a little bit and not paying attention. But
I mean, you've seen it already. You knew about a lot of that stuff. You were telling me about Blansky or whatever the fuck that guy's name was, Blythe.
Brzezinski?
No, the one that created the propaganda.
Oh, Bernays.
Bernays. I don't know why I said it with a Y, but because there is a Y, Bernays. But yeah, you were telling me about Bernays. A lot of that was just we've been watching a lot of propaganda stuff today, which is great because that's what I'm trying to do is let people know you have been brainwashed. There is a way out of this. It's so simple. Start thinking for yourself. I can't stress it enough. You know, people are convinced that they're coming up with these ideas and they have these opinions and they have these viewpoints and these thoughts, and they're literally not even their own thoughts. Just like that guy said, when was the last time you had your own thought? For most of these people, it's been a long time.
I mean, that can go for even people like us. Like, we're regurgitating a lot of information also, but when it's kind of like I said earlier, when you can go back to pre-internet age and especially older books, and you can see stuff that proves a lot of this from the mouths of the people who are actually doing it.
Yes.
Then, it's a little different than just some fucking opinion piece by Joe Blow down the road.
Exactly. Like that book, the big giant book, Hope and whatever it was.
Tragedy and Hope.
Tragedy and Hope. I almost said Hope and Tragedy, but this fucking thick, basically written, with the elites right next to him, which is insane. Honestly, everything we watched tonight made me want to read that book. Once I get finished with my little tiny George Allen book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, maybe I'm going to go ahead and look for either an ebook or possibly pick up a copy like you do. Nice big fat book. Something nice to have, especially because they can't burn it if I own it. I get to take pictures of pages. It's nice to have that information.
You need a lot of fire to burn this bad boy.
You do. You do need a lot of fire to burn that fucking thing. That is a fact. But Steven, I can tell you're tired as fuck. How you feeling right now?
I'm all right, but I am tired.
All right. Are you trying to get off? Should we wrap this bad boy up?
I'm gonna get off. I mean, you can keep going if you want.
I'm pretty beat myself, especially knowing that I have 20 plus Facebook responses, and I can imagine there's not too many people that are able to jump in at my level on a conversation that started with me saying you are brainwashed, and be able to answer questions and handle discourse the way that I do. So I can definitely tell there's shit that has to be done. Hopefully I can drop this link and be like, fucking pay attention. You're brainwashed. We're here to fucking educate.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's what it is. Stop living in clown world. Stop acknowledging a false reality as reality. And understand that there are two different realities. There's the reality that other people live in that's created by their propaganda. And then there's the actual reality. Rob Giarusso, when was the last time you read a book not from high school? Well, to be honest with you, probably the only 10 books I've ever read in my life were autobiographies from pro wrestlers. I think the last one I read was Hulk Hogan's first book, but that was like around 10 years ago. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. I'm not sure. Pretty sure I read it digital, though, so it might have been less than... No, I didn't read all of Martha Hart's book, but I read some of it, just because that crazy story you told me about the British Bulldog, and the stuff in the drink, and Natty's mom going, "Oh, Jim does that to me all the time." But that's a story for another show. But Steve, it's been my pleasure tonight. Hold on, we got some comments coming in, and I want to read them. Mine was GTA. What do you mean by GTA, Rob? All right, threats. Stream debating people on Facebook posts. Oh my God, you think I should actually stream that, Rami? Maybe I will. Maybe we'll go and take a look at my Facebook notifications in a second. Hold on, what else do we have here? Mine was GTA. What book are we talking about, GTA? Rami, how come no one can post articles of all the good things Joe Biden is doing instead of never Trumpers posting headlines hating on Trump? Ain't that the truth? There's not too much. Mankind, he knows about it. Have a nice day. A Tale of Blood and Sweat Socks. The first book I ever read as a young adult, and I still love it to this day. I even went back as an adult and I listened to the book on tape just to hear Foley tell the story as he said it on that day. It fit like pants on the man with 5 penises. Like a glove. And I was like, that's amazing. I listened to a whole audiobook for that. But, Video Game Magazine. Okay, Rob knows it. Rob's not a reader. Rob's a watcher. Which is why we do this, Rob. I'm trying to make it easy. You don't even need to choose the videos or have conversation about it. You just get to listen to us talk about it. Couldn't be easier to digest information and undo the programming. But, with that being said, Steve, it has been a fucking pleasure. It has been a pleasure. It has been my honor. It has been their honor. Everyone is happy to be able to hear from you because we hear me flapping my gums every week at 5, sometimes during the week. So it's been nice to do something different, to have another person, I'm going to say on my level, but really, I, at this point, like to look at myself on your level, even though I haven't read all those books. So you're always going to be a wealth of knowledge to me. You're always going to be someone that I ask questions to.
And I'll be back on September 11th.
That's where I was going. September 11th, the 9/11 Summit. Me, Steve, Ashley, we're going to talk about how we got here. We're going to talk about the Trinity. Yes, I was going to say the Trinity of Truth. Yes. For many years, Steve, we have talked. Not even Steve, he knows. Everyone else. This has been something we have had conversations with behind closed doors, trying to do something where we have an opportunity to talk to people and wake them up. Being a more reasonable, real person version of what Alex Jones is doing every day, except we're not talking about current events. We're talking about the grand scheme of things in a way that first-time listeners and first-time viewers can understand. And that's it, Steve. I love it. What do we have here for comments, by the way? Threats. You see people calling Trump dumb for the Pocahontas comment. Let's switch over to web browser. You see people calling him dumb because of the Pocahontas comment. But people don't realize Kamala was announced as the first Native American or whatever she is for the first black VP. Later, Steve. Later, Brian. Bobby G. I love it.
Later.
I might even go.
Wasn't he, when he said Pocahontas, wasn't that Elizabeth Warren?
Yes, that was Elizabeth Warren. But no, I think he's saying that because he called her Pocahontas and they got upset. But Kamala Harris isn't even really black. She's of Indian descent. A lot of people don't know that. She's of Indian descent, and her dad, I believe, is Jamaican or half Jamaican. But her dad's family was actually slave owners, which I've been finding out recently. I have to do a little more research into that. I can't sit there and...
Not that who cares? It doesn't matter anyway.
No, it doesn't. Well, I mean, but they're going to talk about it. If Trump's family was slave owners, they would talk about it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? So they're not going to talk about it in that sense. Let's take a look at some of these comments here. Oh, God, look at these faces. Look at these lovely, beautiful faces. Jesus Christ.
Are these people you actually know, or is it back to the troll
Some
brigade?
of them. I see handfuls of faces I know and a whole bunch that I don't. Oh, my fucking God. How long has this been going on for? Jesus Christ. Okay. Likes the video you shared. Let's see where this goes. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Of course that was what was going to happen. Why did I even allow myself to do that? All right. Lou likes the video. Mentioned you in their comments. Anthony Moss, I don't know. Ralph Bruno, I do. This is where we got brigaded, folks. What do we have? Ralph Bruno replied 30. I'm not doing this on here. Listen, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. But if I was going to go ahead and respond to these Facebook comments, this is the thing you don't understand. Some of you do. If I was going to respond to these Facebook comments on the computer, that means I have to type my responses. And for y'all that know me, I don't type. I talk into my phone. And I also like to write big, long fucking responses. So I would be here until 5 in the morning and I would answer 3 comments because someone like Rami knows because he worked next to me for a long time. I type like shit. I use my fucking brain to come up with a workaround in the office so I could have a fucking voice dictator to type my notes on accounts because I suck that bad at typing. It was my biggest weakness, and I overcame it using technology because I think outside of the box. But, yeah, so with that being said, I'm not going to answer these on here. We're not going to go that route because just the reality of what I was about to get into, which is reading these and going, oh my God, and thinking of the process and typing it out. I really just read something, I hit the microphone button, I say my response, and I send it. Sometimes I check spelling. Most oftentimes I don't. But, Steve, I had a fucking blast. Now we definitely brought you to the 6.5 hour mark.
Yep, I had a blast too.
I love it.
Ready
Steve, thank you very much for being here. Hell yeah. And you know what? Maybe if the cards fall right, I would love to have you back on. Guys, let us know in the comments. Do you like the video? Did you guys have a blast today? How was Steve being on here with us live today as opposed to just me flapping my gums? Would you guys want to see him back? Let us know. I'm ready to discuss whatever, but with that being said...
I imagine most people came here late and it was while we were watching the videos and everything was quiet before we were talking all night.
Yes, exactly. We had quite a bit to say, and that's why I also advise everyone, once this goes off, if you joined us late, go back to the beginning of the video. We had an extremely interesting conversation. Just me and Steve, no media for about an hour straight, a little bit more, at the beginning of the show. Steve, last thing I want to say before I let you go, because I feel special and exclusive by getting to do this. So, during the course of the show, in real time, a good, close, personal friend of mine, someone who you don't know, Steve, sent me some information. So I can officially say that this person is my first confidential source. They sent me a message and requested that to check my email, at which point I had received an email about this information because they didn't want to put it in the other means that we were messaging it. And they gave me permission to reveal this information, however, done so under anonymity. So I'm going to protect my source, like my boy Julian Assange, no matter what. So this is from this source. They said, I had a meeting with and this is personally their account. I made sure I verified with them. I said, this is your account. You're not repeating something to me. This is your experience. They said, yes, this is my experience, my words. So I said, okay. I had a meeting with several engineers from very big global companies, and they were laughing at the fact that companies have paid their way to bypass all COVID state rules, like max capacity to international shipping to when states did the mandatory shutdown. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you which companies they are, but trust me when I tell you, COVID is a scam. Now I stand by my statement 100 million%. And I don't doubt what this person said to me in any way, only because I'm well aware that although me and this person, let's just say, I trust this person's intentions, I trust this person's judgment and decision with disseminating information, and I trust this person. What? Disseminating, yes. Well, disseminating is breaking down. Asseminating would be putting together, correct?
I've never heard the word asseminating in my life.
All right, fair enough. I made it up. Disseminating information. We're trying here. Hey, I made up cognitive independence. Let's try asseminating. But I trust this person's ability to disseminate information, which is a more accurate term. And I believe what this person just told me. So take that for what it is, everyone. Companies are paying their way through COVID. It's bullshit. They just don't want you to do it. And after November, when we go ahead and we elect the people's president, the only one ever to run in my lifetime, and not run, but the only one to win and take the office, Donald John Trump, elect him again, everybody, to secure our freedom. Yes, shit is going to get bad. Yes, they are going to resist. You can't come in with these evil people who, as we saw tonight, control everybody. Literally control everybody, and they feel entitled to it. You can't take this power away from these people without a fight. And they know that they're losing us, and what they're trying to do is radicalize the ones that they control to attack the ones that they lost. And then if there's a war, they're going to get rid of us, because if they take power, they're going to bring people like us who don't subscribe to the groupthink and aren't brainwashed to concentration camps for re-education or extermination. That's how it's done in these countries. Look it up, do the research, see it happen in other countries under tyranny, because that's how it works. Anything on that? Yes, I love it. With that being said, you guys, I'm out. Steve, you're still going to be here once I get off stream, so I'll say bye to you like a normal person. However, I'm going to jump off right now. You guys, share this video. Thank you for watching.